This is a world where every person has a chance to become a god. According to the degree of divine power, people here are divided into demigods, true gods, elders, and higher gods. Every person, having reached the age of 18, can awaken the realm of the gods and find their irreplaceable representative. There is also a gradation of ranks among the representatives. The more talented a person is, the more potential his representative may have. Potential that will allow him to develop to the highest level. Will the main character, a man who awakened the divine realm, but got a representative of the lower level, a worthless locust, be able to rewrite his fate in such conditions? Now the main character was at school, but a local bully pestered him. Zhang Bin stood in front of his desk and, calling him a brat, exclaimed, "Is he really tired of living? How dare he argue with him? He always gets what he wants. If he does not give up the divine power points voluntarily, then he gives his word that his realm of gods will be destroyed." This guy, Zhang Bin, is an arrogant school bully who was mistakenly gifted with incredible power by the heavens. His god realm contains the power of an orc army of 5,000. Han Wu exclaimed in response that he could try if he dared. And this weakling is the protagonist, Han Wu, or rather, the guy whose body he found himself in. Grew up with the most inferior representative, namely, a locust. And here the question arises, why would a weakling like him dare to answer back to a powerful idiot who was unfairly gifted by fate? It all started yesterday. He came to this wonderful world where anyone can become a god, only yesterday. Only when he came here, he found himself in the body of a pathetic spineless scumbag who, on his 18th birthday, awakened the god realm with a locust representative. When he visited his grandfather in the hospital, he said that his parents were lost in the chaotic sea of stars of the Imperial Academy. But they should be alive, he was almost certain of it. If we get the chance, he should try to find them. A girl named Qin Shuang also started pestering him, saying that if he was willing to become her slave and feed her thunder gods his locusts every day, she would guarantee that he would be able to graduate from school and get a high school diploma. Let him think carefully about her offer. And the school bully Zhang Bin started extorting 100 points of divine power from him, threatening to destroy his divine realm. Apparently, the difficulty of this game was cranked up to hellish right from the start. His only representatives are locusts, and with that, he won't be able to enter the Imperial Academy, let alone find his parents. He approached the capsule, saying that he needed to deal with this annoying Zhang Bin first. He wasn't going to just stand there and watch him ruin his life. He climbed into the capsule and put on his helmet, thinking that since he was in this world, he should at least try to fix the situation he was in. Simply giving up would be disrespectful to what had brought him here. The system reported that the connection to the god realm had begun. He successfully connected and his eyes widened, seeing green fields and mountains in front of him. He looked down in surprise and saw locusts, wondering if these were his representatives? A bunch of locusts resting on the grass. A status window opened in front of him, displaying information about him and his god realm. He had a unique talent called Heaven's Chosen Son, and he also had the divine ability of accelerating growth and sacrificing life. He currently had 1 divinity point and 0 divine power points. The power of faith is 200,000, the level of the god's sphere is the first. Now in his sphere there are 800,000 adult locusts, 160,000 young ones and 20 million eggs. MC thought and said that if you believe the memories of this body, then before he did not have the talent of the chosen son of heaven, nor the ability to sacrifice life. So, it appeared after his transfer. He opened the description of talents. The description of his talent chosen son says that he is a person who was chosen by the heavens themselves, possessing great luck. For each level achieved, he gets 1 unique ability. Sacrifice of life is an ability that allows you to sacrifice the life of a creature once a day and receive a product equal in value to the value of the life of this creature. The product itself is randomly generated after the sacrifice of life. The main character looked at the first talent and said that this must be his cheat, which he received when he was transferred to this world. But the unique ability of sacrifice of life, he probably received thanks to becoming a divine being. This is not bad at all. Maybe with these cheats he will still be able to fulfill his grandfather's last wish. But that's only if he manages to survive the encounter with Zhang Bin tomorrow. He thoughtfully looked down at the representative description window and saw that the locusts have the talent of reproduction. The degree of faith is fanatics, they obey the orders of their god. There are 3 classifications of believers: devout, fanatics, saints. He can get 1 point of faith per day. Reproduction, 300 individuals per day. The life cycle is 90 days, 15 days egg stage, 15 days juvenile stage, 45 days adult stage, 15 days old stage. And then Manhwa thought, his representatives have the talent of reproduction, their life cycle is 90 days, he can speed up their growth by using the talent of sacrificing life. 1 day in the real world is equal to 100 days in the world of the gods' realm, which means that in 1 day in the real world, several generations of locusts will have time to change. A realization came to his mind and he said that he would have to take a risk and make a big bet. If he wins, he will instantly become a master. If he loses, he will lose everything and turn into a complete nonentity. The next morning he went to school and Qin Shuang came into the classroom. She immediately went to MC's place and asked, has he thought about her offer? Is he ready to become her slave? If he accepts her offer, then she promises that no one will lay a finger on him until the end of the school year. He replied that he refuses. Not expecting this, she exclaimed in surprise, did he even understand what he just said? Without her protection, he would simply be eaten alive. He replied that perhaps she was right, and he would indeed be eaten alive before he could leave here. However, he would still prefer to refuse. Even weaklings like him had some dignity. He really appreciated the fact that she cared about him so much, but he had already made up his mind. If she had nothing else to say, then she could go. She turned around and walked away from his seat in displeasure, and lastly said that he would regret his decision. After that, he sighed heavily and Zhang Bin and his friends immediately approached him, asking if he had asked for the 100 points of divine power in front of him. One of his friends told him not to be stupid, and not to make them strain themselves. The second demanded that he hand over the points quickly, or they would destroy his pathetic god sphere. The protagonist looked at them tiredly, but suddenly Zhang Bin put his hand on his shoulder and he got angry, telling him to put it away. The bully asked irritably, was he really tired of living? How dare he argue with him? If he didn't give up his divine power points voluntarily, then he gave his word that he would destroy his god sphere. Manhwa frowned and told him to try if he dared. Hearing this, Zhang Bin was confused and wondered in surprise what was wrong with him today. Usually he was afraid to even raise his head, but now this. He turned his gaze to Qin Shuang, thinking that he was definitely not doing here. His friends started to set him up for a fight, and one of them said that he had never seen what a destroyed god sphere looked like. Another guy happily said that his locusts greatly reduced the average strength of their class, so let him quickly deal with him and force him to leave the school. It is said that Zhang Bin's orc army is among the top 60 representatives in the school. They would be interested to see it. Zhang Bin smiled and took out a card from his inner pocket, telling Manhwa not to say later that he didn't give him a chance, he chose death himself. He even felt sorry for wasting 10 power points on a piece of trash like him. He used an invasion card, which costs 10 divine power points. It generates a portal between the realms, through which you can invade the enemy's god realm. MC became nervous, and then gasped loudly, feeling himself being sucked into the portal. A second later, he found himself in a rocky area and seeing a huge gate in front of him, he asked, "What is this?" The gate opened and behind it appeared many silhouettes with glittering red eyes. They were Zhang Bin's orcs. Meanwhile, he himself was floating in the sky in the form of a deity, and ordered his subjects to smash his enemy's pale locust army and destroy the world of his god realm. The orcs clenched their fists and raised them up, shouting loudly. Meanwhile, everyone outside was watching this through the live broadcast. One of them said that it seemed like the orc army had increased by at least 1,000 more. He thinks he is now at least in the top 50 of the school. Another guy asked in surprise, what top 50 is he talking about? Doesn't he see that every one of his orcs is armed with an iron weapon? They are already in the top 30. Another guy told them to look, there is some kind of unusual creature standing in front of his orc army. One of the disciples was surprised and said that he already has an unusual creature. Now Manhwa doesn't even have a ghost of a chance. Qin Shuang, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, sighed in displeasure, and the protagonist meanwhile summoned self-detonating locusts and ordered them to attack his enemies. Meanwhile, the disciples saw that the locusts had acquired a different color. One of them asked, "What kind of red insect is this? Should locusts be like this?" One of them said in surprise that it was a self-detonating locust. But he only had ordinary insects in the god realm. When did he manage to do this? And in such large numbers? The guy standing next to him asked, "So what if they were elite?" They were locusts, and they still are. They don't stand a chance against the orcs, so they shouldn't count much from this trash. Meanwhile, the orcs ran to attack, and the locusts rushed towards them. Upon collision, The insects exploded and a huge column of flame rose into the sky, and MC looked at this with a smile. The day before, he used his ability, leaving 1 million adults to reproduce and the rest to be sacrificed. The locusts were immediately burned in the sacrificial fire that rose into the sky like a tornado, and the system reported several options for what he could obtain. Option 1. He can obtain 10,000 goblin warriors once. This is an unusual creature. Option 2. The spring of life produces life-giving water, which better nourishes his creatures and has a beneficial effect on the environment of his god realm. Option 3. The first-level sacred artifact, the Heart of Explosion. After placing the heart into his god realm, there is a certain chance that individuals with the ability to cause explosions will be born among his representatives. Looking at the first option, he thought that it was a very tempting offer. Thanks to this option, he would be able to easily cope with tomorrow's problems. However, this is a one-time summoning, so in the end, he will remain the same weakling. The spring of life is what will help his representatives evolve into stronger creatures. However, this would take time, and the battle would be tomorrow. So it would not suit him. He chose the third option, which would suit him best. The reward effect was aimed at his main representatives, so it would not disappear after a while. If, of course, he was lucky and everything worked out. A red crystal appeared above his hand, which he immediately smashed, and then threw an insect with all his might, causing an explosion. Looking at the raging flames, he was glad and thought that he was lucky. The orcs would survive the explosion, but if he increased their number, something might work out. He needed to experiment with this. At present, the entire battlefield was filled with dust and smoke. The students asked what was going on there. When the dust settled, orc corpses appeared on the field, but some of them still survived. The protagonist summoned the locusts again and sent the insects to the enemy, and Qin Shuang, meanwhile, said with a smile that it had become a little more interesting. Seeing the locusts inevitably approaching, the orc froze in place, and at the same time, his deity ordered the surviving orcs to quickly return to their home god realm. Han Wu asked with a smile, did he decide to run away? But it was too late. He stretched out his hand and ordered his representatives to catch up with them if necessary. Let them invade Zhang Bin's god realm. A huge swarm of locusts flew through the gate, and several powerful explosions were heard. Zhang Bin called out to MC in displeasure, and told him to immediately order his insects to leave his realm. Meanwhile, the locusts blew up the orcs, and Zhang Bin said that he admitted defeat, so let him remove his insects from his domain and leave his orcs alone. Han Wu asked, why is this? Didn't he threaten to destroy his realm? He thinks it would be only fair if he destroys his realm in retaliation. His opponent became nervous and said that he didn't dare. If he did that, his parents would destroy him. His father was a demigod and his mother would become a demigod. There was no way he could handle them. The protagonist didn't let him speak and ordered the locusts to destroy his orb. They could not hold back. The insects flew towards the gate, and Zhang Bin tearfully asked MC to stop. He had lost. He promised that he would never bother him again, and would fulfill any of his conditions, just let him stop them. The protagonist replied that he didn't want anything from him. He just wanted him to suffer the fate he wanted to bestow upon him. Suddenly, a stern male voice sounded behind him, saying that this was enough, let him stop. It was teacher Lu Letian. He ordered Han Wu to stop and said that he had already won, so there was no point in going that far. Zhang Bin called out to the teacher and asked him to stop this man. But MC didn't listen and didn't stop the locusts, and in the meantime, they started to core Zhang Bin's god realm. At that moment, he himself felt pain and asked the teacher to help him, after which teacher Lu called out to Han Wu and told him not to pretend that he didn't hear him. He replied that he heard him perfectly well. Let him ask him a question, what is he doing here? He replied that he was their homeroom teacher, he was the one responsible for them. So it was only natural that he decided to stop this madness. MC said that he would ask him another question then. Where was he when Zhang Bin and the others bullied him and extorted god points from him? Why didn't he intervene? Lu Letian thought that he was a real idiot for not understanding this. Would he expose himself for a piece of trash like him? Zhang Bin's parents were demigods. He replied that they would talk about it after he stopped doing this. The protagonist said that he would ask him one last question. If it were him in Zhang Bin's place, would he have intervened in the fight? The teacher was confused and remained silent, and Han Wu, accepting this answer, said that he thought so. His locusts blew up the core inside the god realm and the portal inside began to collapse, and Zhang Bin screamed loudly. Meanwhile, the protagonist turned to the teacher and asked him to leave his domain immediately. The live broadcast ended, and all the students were shocked by what had happened. Zhang Bin, who was sitting on the floor, cursed quietly and said that he really did it. At this moment, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom and ordered Han Wu to come to him immediately. Not seeing him in the classroom, he exclaimed, "Where is that insolent man?" One of the students replied that he seemed to have gone home. The teacher clenched his fist in rage and said that he would definitely get him expelled. Meanwhile, inside the MC God sphere, he stood in the middle of a deserted field and said that it was time to take stock. A system window appeared in front of him, which reported the number of his representatives. Now in his sphere there are 18,019 self-detonating locusts and 4,050,643 ordinary individuals. Looking at this, the protagonist decided that he would have to start breeding individuals. They will still be useful to him. And now he will attach the fragment of the core of the Zhangbin God sphere, which he received after the battle, to his core. A red crystal appeared above his hand and the attachment began, from which the area of his God sphere increased to 260 square kilometers. Fertile lands are 100 square kilometers, mines 20, forests 40, deserts 60 and mountains 40. He also received the core of the second-level divine city, a first-level sacred artifact, the Orc Hammer. He now has 820 orcs and several pieces of iron equipment. Han Wu said that it was not bad, it would be enough for him to last until he graduated. He remembered what his enemy had said about his parents, and thought that he would not be able to cope if two demigods came out against him at once. And judging by Teacher Lu's behavior, the school would not protect him. He would have to rely on his own strength. He decided to exchange the iron hammer, thinking that maybe someone would offer him something more useful in exchange. A second later, a system notification appeared in front of him and he asked, "So fast?" The system reported that someone had responded to his exchange request. He was offered one flame lava crystal. He said that these crystals seemed to increase the representative's resistance to fire. This can also increase the power of the explosion. He agreed to the exchange, saying that it would significantly strengthen his locusts. After that, a red crystal floated above him in the air and a new type of locust called magma locusts appeared. The power of faith is 1/5 of a point per day. They reproduce up to 20 individuals per day. The life cycle is 250 days. The protagonist picked up a locust from the ground, then threw it aside and, seeing a powerful explosion, said that now the explosive power of these babies can be compared to the power of some hand grenade. Magma also flies apart from the explosion. The damage and radius of destruction are impressive. He can consider that he now has a bunch of fragmentation grenades. Meanwhile, Zhang Gang, Zhang Bin's father, came to the deputy director's office and said discontentedly that the core of his son's god sphere was destroyed, and now it cannot be restored in any way, and their school still has not given him an explanation. The vice principal named Sume said that as far as she knew, the one who had been invading another student's god realm was his son, who had been bullying some students for a long time. He didn't want to listen to her and asked in a rage, so she was saying that his son was the only one to blame for this? So neither the school nor the teachers had anything to do with this, right? His wife said that she thought that the student who had destroyed her son's core should be punished. The school should at least expel him. Meanwhile, the protagonist decided to use his growth acceleration skill to make as many magma locusts as possible. But before he could do anything, Vice Principal Su called him and he frowned, thinking that this was to be expected. He answered the call and she said that she needed to talk to him about something. Recently, his classmate Zhang Bin's parents had visited and they had demanded that he be expelled. She recalled their conversation earlier, how the student's mother had furiously demanded that MC be expelled. The deputy replied that, as she had said before, they had already found out that Zhang Bin was the one who had provoked this conflict and had invaded Han Wu's god realm first. He had to accept this challenge. It was just self-defense. So they had no reason to expel him. Mrs. Du exclaimed, so their school would continue to cover up for the idiot who had destroyed his own classmate's god realm? Deputy Su calmly replied that she seemed to be missing something. Han Wu had always been an obedient, diligent student, and they had irrefutable evidence of their son's bullying. Mrs. Du told her to stop spouting such nonsense. Let them just say whether they would expel him or not. Su Mei apologized and said that they would not expel him. Zhang Gang said that he could accept the fact that the school would not expel that student. However, as a father, he simply cannot leave things like this. If they do not grant him one small request, then he will no longer worry about the reputation of their school. After telling Han Wu about this conversation, she said that in the end, Zhang Bin's father proposed to send a detachment of 1,000 of his representatives against him. He no longer cares about the result of invading his god realm. He said that this will calm him down. She is sorry, but this is all their school could do. He would not make any big concessions. However, she wants to warn you that even 1,000 representatives of a demigod is a terrifying force. The strength of his representatives is comparable to 50,000 relatively strong representatives of some high school student. Will he be able to handle this? The protagonist thanked her for her help and said that he will come to school tomorrow and settle everything. After ending the call, he said that apparently, one explosive locust will not be enough for him. He will have to speed up a little. After that, he used the sacrifice ability again and took 4,008,000,000 lives. A powerful explosion occurred in his god sphere, after which he was offered 3 options. He can get a first-level sacred artifact, a bloody demonic eye. After absorbing it by the core of the god sphere, there will be a certain chance of the birth of representatives with a bloody eye. The bloody eye improves the wearer's dynamic vision at the sight of blood and enters a berserker state. The second option, he can get a first-level crystal, a fireball. After absorbing the crystal by the core of the god sphere, there will be a certain chance of the birth of representatives who own the initial fireball skill. If a hero-type representative is born, he can master the highest technique of the fireball. The third option, he can get the Emperor of the Wind Sword, a heroic type of representatives of the Wind Sword. After looking through all the options, he said that for so many lives this is very good. He chose the third option, after which an old man appeared in front of him, who was the Emperor of the Wind Sword. He has the skill Whirlwind of the first basic level, Fury of the second level, Storm Slash of the third level, and Iron Sword Style of the 5th level. The last skill is created by himself. It is impossible to estimate. The degree of faith is fanatic. The power of faith is 500,000 points per day. Life expectancy is 800 years. At the moment, he has already lived for 150 years. The emperor addressed Han Wu as a respected god and said that he needed a sword. He replied that this was no problem, after which he opened a trading network with the thought that because he had been doing nothing but accelerating the reproduction of his locusts for the past 2 days, they began to give him 100 million faith power per day. In the end, it began to gather in 1 point and transform into divine power points. If you take into account the points he received for selling excess lands, it will come to 54 divine power points. In the trading network, he began to examine various weapons and noticed the whirlwind sword. The equipment is divided into 4 categories. Ordinary equipment made of pure materials without infusion of energy. Sacred equipment, real masterpieces created from rare materials using the power of faith, often have some effects. Divine power equipment. In the process of forging this equipment, crystals of divine power were used for tempering. Often this type of equipment has its own soul, which developed on its own. Divine equipment, items that represent the power and authority of the gods. Naturally, only these same gods could master them. He bought sacred equipment, the sword of the whirlwind, and then handed it to the old man. To try out the sword, he swung it several times, releasing a shock wave outward, then turned to the god and said that he needed 3 more such swords so that he could release his true power. From this, the main character was very surprised and thought that this was as much as 150 points of divine power. Does he think these points grow on trees? But tomorrow he would have to fight Zhang Gang's 1,000-strong army, and demigods should not be underestimated. He would still have to try his luck. With these thoughts, he opened the system window to contact someone. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan was meditating in her god realm and did not pay attention to the birds that circled around her and landed on her body. She was very focused. She remembered a moment from her childhood. One day she fell into the river and Han Wu came running to her rescue. After pulling her to the shore, he gave her artificial respiration and thanks to this, she woke up. Because of these thoughts, she could not continue meditating and opened her eyes, saying that he was an idiot. He would die because of his own stupidity. Her grandfather was a true god, and there were 23 demigods in her family. With her protection, he would have nothing to fear. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of her, telling her that Han Wu was calling. She answered the call and asked if he had changed his mind and decided to become her slave after all. He replied that he just wanted to borrow some of her divine power. She asked back if she would lend it to him. So what? How was he going to repay the debt with his trash representatives? He shouldn't think that he had become much stronger just because he defeated Zhang Bin. His self-destructing locusts barely reached the criteria of an elite-type creature and weren't of much value. He replied that she should just forget about it then. He said goodbye to her and ended the call, and she clutched her head, wondering why such sarcastic words had come out of her mouth again. That's not what she had wanted to say at all. She was sure that he had gotten it all wrong now. She called him and he asked her what was the matter. She crossed her arms over her chest and asked with a displeased expression how much he needed to borrow. Let him drop his account number. After that, the main character bought the missing weapon and the emperor armed himself with 4 swords at once. MC called out to him with displeasure and said that he spent all his savings on it, and also got into debt. He will have to work it all off. The next day he came to school and his classmates were surprised, asking if he is not afraid that the army of the demigod will trample his sphere of gods. The other disciple laughed and said that he must be completely crazy. His friend agreed and said that they would see if he could remain calm when the demigod army began to destroy his realm. After listening to them chatter about him, Hanwoo thought that it seemed like everyone expected him to fail, but that was not surprising. Qin Shuang walked up to him and asked, so he borrowed her divine power points in the hopes of competing with the demigod? She advised him not to waste his strength. Even a demigod army of 1,000 was not something he could handle right now. He closed his eyes and replied with a smile that he had no other choice. She replied that this was nonsense, he had a choice. If he agreed to become her slave, she would ask the family to calm this Zhang gang down. His family only had 1 demigod, while hers had 1 true god and 23 demigods. He dared not disobey them. He turned away from her and said that he appreciated her concern, but his answer would not change. He sat down at his desk and ended the conversation by saying that he needed to prepare for battle. After that, she walked away from him, and his classmate began to insult him and ask why Qin Shuang was so worried about this trash. He was definitely going to die today. Soon, the teacher entered the classroom with Zhang Bin's parents, and stood behind the teacher's desk, pointed his finger at Hanwoo and said that it was him. Mrs. Du became angry and, calling him a little freak, exclaimed, "How dare he encroach on her son's god realm?" Her husband grabbed her by the shoulders and asked her to calm down. There was no need to break their agreement with the school. The teacher called out to his student with displeasure and told him to get up, let him not keep Zhang Gang waiting. He replied with a smile that he would rather wait for Deputy Sumei. Lu Lutian started to get angry and asked, does he think the deputy has nothing better to do? He alone will be enough as a spectator of this battle. So let him stop acting like he's something and that's it. At this moment, the deputy director entered the classroom and asked why he was making so much noise. He immediately calmed down and awkwardly scratched the back of his head, apologizing to her for bothering her with such a trivial matter. He was just trying to teach his students a few useful lessons. She crossed her arms over her chest and displeasedly told him not to forget that he was a teacher first and not some demigod's mutt. Is everything clear to him? Zhang Gang said that since Deputy Su was already here, it was time for them to begin. Sumei turned to Hanwoo and asked if he was ready. He confirmed her words with a confident smile, after which Zhang Gang took out an invasion card and said that they would begin then. The protagonist was teleported to another space and immediately saw thousands of red-eyed wolves coming out of the portal in front of his eyes. A huge werewolf was leading this army. Meanwhile, the students were watching all of this from the outside. One of them told the others to look. His entire wolf cavalry was made up of only elite types of creatures, and the leader of his army seemed to be something beyond the elite. The wolf cavalry was a combination of green orcs and wild wolves, and they were all equipped with high-quality gear. Hanwoo had no chance. Meanwhile, Zhang Gang's army stopped in front of MC and lined up, and he himself said that he would make him get what he did to his son, even if he didn't think he could leave alive. Sumei, meanwhile, looked very surprised and thought that the wolf cavalry was made up of 2 types of representatives, but 1 orc rider and 1 wolf in the realm of gods count as 1 enemy unit. There are clearly more than 1,000 of them, he is so sneaky. Qin Shuang also noticed this and told her that this is a scam. His army has 2,000 representatives. Meanwhile, Zhang Gang ordered his cavalry to attack, and thousands of wolves rushed forward, and the protagonist released his locusts to meet them. One of the disciples said that he had almost 7 million elite-type locusts. Another guy asked, didn't he only have about 20,000 left yesterday? How could he get 7 million in one day? Even for locusts with their increased reproduction, this is a terrifying number. The guy standing next to him said that even the weakest elite-type creatures, if they have enough numbers, can become a formidable force, but it was bad luck that the battle was scheduled for the very next day. These 7 million will not do anything against the wolf cavalry. Meanwhile, the orcs riding on wolves entered the battle, and when they collided with the locusts, everything began to explode. One of the students said that he had already used up a lot of his self-detonating locusts, and the wolves and orcs didn't care at all, they only got off with minor injuries. Teacher Lu said that if it weren't for his stubbornness and thick-headedness, he would have been able to show off his talent in the future. It's a shame that their school will have to say goodbye to such talent. One of the students noticed something behind him and asked, "What is this?" Meanwhile, clouds of black smoke appeared above the wolves, after which magma locusts flew out on MC's orders. Not knowing what to do, the wolves and orcs remained in place and growled, and then the locusts collided with them and many explosions occurred. One of the students exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" The explosive power of this species is significantly higher than ordinary self-detonating locusts, and they also spray lava. Is this also an elite type of creature? Su-mei turned to the students and asked if there was anyone with sensory abilities among them. Can anyone see the information about this species? One of them confirmed her words and used his ability to say that his assessment showed that it was a magma locust, an elite type of creature. Hearing this, the vice director was very happy, and Zhang Gang, meanwhile, told Han Wu not to even dream that some insects could destroy his wolf cavalry. He ordered his subjects to use all their strength, and the werewolf leading the army roared loudly. After that, all the wolves began to howl at his command, releasing an icy fog at the enemy, which began to contain the explosions and soon calmed down the fire. One of the disciples said that a demigod is a demigod, he cannot be defeated by such tricks. Even elite types of demigod creatures have a very wide range of skills and abilities. Another disciple said that Han Wu had less than 500,000 self-detonating locusts left, and the magma ones were completely exhausted. Meanwhile, Zhang Gang said that he was showing him what despair was. Once he reached his sphere, he would be kicked out of school. Then he would have no patrons left to protect him from his wrath. His army rushed to attack and he ordered them to destroy his core. Ignoring the protagonist, the wolves ran past him and headed for his sphere. Realizing that this was the end, Su-mei looked down in disappointment, and Qin Shuang turned away. But suddenly, someone told them to look at Han Wu's sphere. There was someone standing there. She immediately returned her attention to the live broadcast. Meanwhile, an old man stood by the huge crystal, meeting the wolf cavalry. He stood confidently in place and did not move, ready to fight. One of the students said that he was holding whirlwind swords in his hands, one of which is worth 50 points of divine power. Another guy said in surprise that this is a whole 200 points. Where did he get so much? He thought Han Wu was an orphan. And what kind of creature is this? Su-mei replied with a smile, this is a representative of the wind sword race. Such creatures below the elite type are not born. The disciple asked, does this change anything? Zhang Gang also has a lot of unusual types, and he also has a wolf captain whose strength is even slightly superior to what the unusual types can have. The captain can deal with this wind sword, and at this time, the rest of the wolves and orcs will simply go and destroy Han Wu's god realm. Or is he wrong? She remained silent and thought that he was certainly right, but the fluctuations of power emitted by the wind sword did not resemble those emitted by elite types of creatures. He was most likely a hero. Meanwhile, Zhang Gang looked at the Sword Emperor in surprise, thinking that he had trained for decades and still could only raise one hero-type creature. And this brat had already done it now. He was just a high school graduate, how could he have a hero? He ordered his army to capture him, but not kill him, he would take this creature for himself. Let them destroy the boy's core and bring him a hero. The old man's eyes sparkled brightly in the meantime, and he let out a dissatisfied sigh. The orcs riding on wolves had already managed to approach him and screamed loudly, but the Sword Emperor quickly repelled the attack, using the third-level Storm Cut skill. Swinging 2 pairs of hands, he easily killed them with his other skills. Suddenly, one of the orcs screamed loudly, releasing an icy wind from his mouth, from which the Emperor's feet froze. After that, the orc raised his sword up, indicating that it was time to attack, and the wolves headed towards the wind sword. Meanwhile, he raised all 4 hands to the sky and used the iron sword style. A glow began to emanate from his swords, which swirled into a vortex of wind above his head, after which it intensified several times and he attacked, emitting a powerful shockwave from himself. Meanwhile, the disciples were very surprised and one of them said that this was too much. The battlefield became quiet and the old man looked at the corpse of the wolf in front of him. Zhang Gang cursed loudly and ordered the wolf cavalry general to raze this place to the ground. Hearing the order, the werewolf headed towards the core of Han Wu's realm, already preparing to attack. But suddenly the director's voice was heard, asking the demigod if he really thought of breaking his word. Hearing this, Zhang Gang looked up at him in surprise, and then excitedly replied that it was not so, he would not dare. He waved his hand and ordered the wolf cavalry to retreat, and the principal turned his gaze to the student of his school who was being protected by the Sword Emperor, and said that it was not bad. Thus, the battle ended and the protagonist returned to the real world. The vice principal said that he did well, but he shouldn't relax just because he was lucky enough to have a hero life form. Let him not think that heroes are invincible. With his current level, it will be difficult for him to even break into the top 3. He ignored it, and said that he had a small favor to ask of her. She asked what was the matter? He replied with a serious expression that he wanted to change classes. His homeroom teacher was very surprised and nervously waved his hands, saying that he admitted that he hadn't given him much of his time in the past, but that would change from now on. He would do his best to make him one of the best. And naturally he will make sure that he gets all the resources he needs to develop. Let him give him another chance. He smiled nervously and thought that if he continues to develop at the same pace, he will definitely be able to enter some prestigious academy. Perhaps he will even compete for a place in the top academy. In that case, he, as a teacher, will be generously rewarded. He can't miss such an opportunity. But the protagonist was adamant, and still said that he wanted to change classes. Su Mei frowned with displeasure and replied that he couldn't just change classes like that, because there were many school rules. However, if he really wanted to, he could try to pass the test that the school itself prepared. If he passed it, he would be able to transfer to another class. He immediately agreed to this, after which Qin Shuang abruptly stood up from her seat and told the deputy that she also wanted to change classes and was ready to take the test. Lu Letian became nervous and said that if she was not satisfied with something in her studies, she could tell him, her teacher. There was no need to act so rashly, they could talk about it after class. She replied that she had no complaints, she just wanted to change classes. A guy named Zhang Xiaolong, who was sitting next to her, raised his hand and said that he would also like to apply. The teacher called out to him with displeasure and exclaimed that he was the class monitor. Why did he suddenly decide to change classes? He replied that he was grateful to him for all these years of teaching, but he had good reasons for doing so. He looked at Qin Shuang with a loving gaze and thought that he would follow her, and one day she would definitely be his. The vice principal said that they would have everything ready by tomorrow. She walked to the exit and asked Teacher Lu to follow her. Time passed, the sun was already beginning to set. Han Wu went outside and Qin Shuang followed him, asking where he got the heroic-type creature from. He replied that it had nothing to do with her. She exclaimed that it was not so, he owed her 150 points of divine power, and if he could not return them, he would become her slave. Therefore, she had the right to know where he got the hero from. He said that he would repay her, he could even give her 5 points as interest right now. But he would not tell her anything about the hero, that was not how it worked. After these words, he moved to his god sphere and she, looking at the portal that appeared, cursed loudly. Meanwhile, MC was already inside and looked at how many representatives he had. He had 1 billion ordinary locusts, 1 million self-detonating ones, and 30,000 magma ones. He said that he would not be able to gather a large army in a couple of days, tomorrow's test would be difficult for him. The Sword Emperor appeared in front of him, and said that the white wolves and riders hid in the mines of their world. Should he get rid of them? He frowned, thinking that he knew that some of the wolf Valeria did not have time to escape with Zhang Gang and hid somewhere in his divine realm. They cannot be left alive, they may start to destroy his other representatives. However, it would be a waste to simply kill them. He ordered him to capture them, but not kill them, he needed them alive. Hearing the order, he went to search, and after 2 hours he dragged them to his god. After looking at them, he decided to sacrifice 24 wolves and 1 billion ordinary locusts, after which a tornado swirled around him. The system gave him 3 options to choose from: an alpha mechanism, a level 1 artifact, a smelting furnace blueprint, which allows you to create a large furnace capable of producing sacred-type equipment. And he also got 3 observation towers, which provides visibility and prevents sudden attacks by the enemy. MC said that the alpha mechanism is of course good. But will he be able to control it through his brainless locust? And a furnace, how will the locusts make anything in them? An observation tower, what will he even be able to see from such a small height? Among the 3 options, there is not a single one worthwhile. He remembered that he had a couple of 100 orcs left, which he received after defeating Zhang Bin, and he wondered what they were doing now. Widening his eyes, he activated the falcon eye and saw what the orcs were doing now. They were digging ore and building a city, and seeing that the deity was watching them, they thanked him for giving them a wonderful life. After that, Han Wu remembered that after the victory, he ordered them to mine the clan and said that apparently this clan was originally predisposed to mining ore and creating something, and Zhang Bin spat on all this and made ordinary warriors out of them. He continued to observe and said that they really did have a talent for this. Perhaps he could turn them into equipment manufacturers, then the furnace might come in handy. He put the structure in front of them and said that he would give them a smelting furnace, and hoped that they would live up to his expectations. The orcs were very happy and exclaimed that God had given them a furnace, they would not let him down. Meanwhile, the teachers of the school called a meeting. Teacher Lu Letian turned to his colleagues and said that he thought they all already knew that the school was going to hold tests for promotion to another class for Han Wu, Qin Shuang, and Zhang Xiaolong. The school entrusted them with preparing the tests. What do they think about this? One of the teachers asked. What is there to think about? They are very grateful to him for such a gift. After all, 3 of the best students in his class will come to one of them at once. Teacher Lu said with displeasure that he will say it directly. He does not care what kind of tests they prepare for Qin Shuang and Xiaolong, but he demands that the difficulty of the test for Han Wu be raised to the highest. They must somehow punish the student who does not respect his teacher. He has never crossed them and supported them in every way, so he asks them to give in to him this time. While waiting for an answer, he thought that Su Mei almost ate him alive yesterday because of the sudden transfer of these 3. Because of this, the performance of his class for the semester has noticeably dropped, so he is obliged to put Han Wu in his place. The other teachers agreed to his proposal, saying that they will never forgive themselves if they cannot thank him for his kindness. The day of the test came. When all the students gathered in the classroom, he handed out tests to 3 of them. Xiaolong received a level 1 test. He must defend against 1,000 intruders, and Qin Shuang received the same. But Han Wu was clearly amazed by his assignment. In order to move to another class, he must defend against 10,000 intruders. This is a level 10 test. Su Mei asked the teacher if he didn't think he was too biased towards the student. He replied that this was the decision of all the teachers, not his personal decision. The protagonist said that everything was fine, the teacher just wanted him to demonstrate his abilities to the new teacher. He stepped aside and his homeroom teacher displeasedly told him not to be so self-confident. Qin Shuang approached her old friend and said that her offer still stood. If he agreed to become her slave, no one else in the school would dare to bully him. He thanked her for her concern and said that they would see each other after the tests. She frowned with displeasure and said that he was ungrateful. Xiaolong meanwhile smirked and mentally told Han Wu that he was an idiot, he was digging his own grave. Soon the test began. An army of goblins appeared in the protagonist's god realm, and the students who were watching this asked, "Can they see it?" Han Wu's difficulty is much higher than those 2. Another student asked, who asked him to anger the teacher? Now he is paying for his pride. MC meanwhile cursed loudly and began to curse Teacher Lu, saying that there are red goblins with excellent fire resistance, and there are so many of them. Lu Letian meanwhile smirked and said that it was his own fault for turning his back on him. An army with 10,000 red goblins will simply sweep away his locusts and quickly reach his core. One of the observers of the battle congratulated him on his victory in advance, and he replied that this was not a victory, but a useful lesson. There can be no enmity between teachers and students. Han Wu will soon understand this himself. Su Mei, without taking her eyes off the screen with concern, encouraged Han Wu, and in the meantime, he ordered his army to attack. Seeing this, the goblins touched their chests, igniting fire in their hands, and then swung them, throwing fireballs. Upon collision, the fireballs began to explode and Han Wu thought that ordinary locusts did not affect them at all. Realizing this, he ordered the self-detonating locusts to join the battle and the goblins were frightened, seeing the insects quickly approaching them. After this, many explosions occurred, which killed 400 red goblins. At this time, Xiaolong and Qin Shuang came out of the capsules and one of the students told the others to look. They had already completed their tests. Qin Shuang went to the deputy, and she told her that it seemed like Han Wu would have a hard time this time. She thought that she knew it. In the end, locusts are still locusts, trash among other representatives. No matter how hard he pumped them, they still can't compare to the others. Meanwhile, the magma locust entered the battle. He was able to kill 3,000 red goblins with shrapnel explosions, but the rest were already at his core. One of the disciples said that this time he was definitely finished. Even his hero couldn't handle 6,000 red goblins at once. Qin Shuang became worried and said that this was some kind of madness. the red goblins were going to destroy his divine core. Su-mei contacted MC and told him to just admit defeat. There was nothing shameful in it, he fought with dignity. She was sure that he would be able to master this test with time. He confidently replied that he had already made his decision, and she couldn't dissuade him. He would fight until his last representative. Besides, he hadn't lost yet. At this time, the Sword Emperor used his storm slash and swung his sword several times, releasing a shockwave. But the monsters screamed loudly in response and raised their hands to the sky, releasing many streams of flame and directed them straight at the old man. Many explosions occurred, and one of the disciples said that even a hero has a hard time. Let them just look at this. Han Wu is definitely finished. The emperor found himself under incessant fire, and it was difficult for him to resist. Seeing this, Teacher Lu was happy and said that this would be his last lesson for him. Let him remember this well, because soon he will be left without his divine sphere. The guy standing next to him, surprised, told him to look at the screen. Meanwhile, an army of orcs arrived on the battlefield, which was determined. One of them raised an axe up and shouted that they would protect their god. Seeing them, the goblins were very scared, after which the main orc ordered to kill them and his brothers rushed into battle. One of the students asked in surprise, "Is this Zhang Bin's orcs by any chance?" The guy next to him asked, "Where did he get such talent from? At this rate, he will be in the top 10 by the end of the year." At this time, the orcs finally dealt with all the goblins and Han Wu was very happy, saying that they tried hard. Qin Shuang and the vice principal were happy about his victory, and Teacher Lu gritted his teeth and cursed. After that, different teachers began to call the 3 students to their classes. One of them called out to Qin Shuang and asked her to transfer to his class. He would provide her with all the necessary resources to quickly cultivate her thunder gods. Another teacher turned to Xiaolong and said that he had a secret technique for cultivating demonic representatives. He would get it if he transferred to his class. Another teacher turned to Han Wu, asking him to transfer to his class, and said that he would provide him with a very formidable army of orcs. Xiaolong ignored them and turned his gaze to his lover, thinking that where she goes, he will go too. Han Wu turned to Vice Chief Su and asked if he could find out why his test was harder than the others. She replied that all the teachers were working together to set the difficulty of the tests. Apparently, there were more of those who thought this level of difficulty was right. The protagonist grinned and asked, "Is that so? Can he see the list of those who voted?" She handed him the decision of the Teachers' Council, and the teachers who voted to increase the difficulty realized that Han Wu would not choose them now and began to curse Lu Letian. Finding those who voted against, Han Wu thanked them for it and asked if he could find out what to expect from transferring to their classes. One of them said that today he had clearly demonstrated his ability to strengthen orc creatures to them, so he decided that if he joined his class, he would provide him with an orc army of at least 10,000 individuals. With such a formidable army, he would be among the top 10 of their school in no time. After this, he might even think about entering a good academy. The second teacher named Tianwen said that he believed that the main thing for each of them was to improve and strengthen their main representatives. He had several special methods at hand that could be useful for improving insectoid types. If he joined his class, he would help him achieve the emergence of all types of locusts. Hearing this, MC immediately made a decision and said that he would like to join his class. After him, Qin Shuang wanted to join his class, and then Xiaolong also wanted to join. Tianwen was very happy and thought that at this rate, he would become the best teacher this year. 3 talented students at once decided to transfer to his class. It couldn't be better. He handed them the building cards and said that they were small gifts. Han Wu got the second-level building card, the Hive. It occupies 1 square kilometer and produces 1 million insects per year. Effect: takes over all the effects that he applied to his other insectoid representatives. The protagonist was delighted and thought that this card was literally made for him. If he places the Hive in his god sphere, the insects born will immediately receive the effects of the explosion heart and the fiery lava crystal. It turns out that this card will allow him to get 1 million magma locusts per year. As a sign of gratitude, he bowed to the teacher, and he told him not to rush to thank him. Let him show his gratitude better through good results. After that, Su-mei turned to the other teachers and said that she thought that this could end their tests for today. However, she wanted to remind him that there would be important exams in a week, the success of which would determine the ratio of resources distributed among the classes. Let them prepare their students well. After some time, Han Wu was already in his god realm. Currently, in his realm, there were 2,040,000 common locusts, 5,000 self-detonating locusts, 300 magma locusts, 52 red orc blacksmiths, and 1 representative of the heroic life form the Wind Sword Emperor. Looking at this, he said that it looked sad. He was afraid that if he had to take the exam tomorrow, he would end up at the very bottom of the school rankings. He urgently needed to multiply the magma locusts as much as possible and improve the other types. He finally noticed that some red orcs had appeared in his realm, and he suddenly rose into the air, deciding that he had to see it with his own eyes. He flew to the place where the red orc was right now and saw the description of this creature. This is an elite type of creature that evolved from ordinary orcs after a bloody battle. The creature has a talent for forging and fiery blood. The level of faith is fanatic. It gives 20,000 faith power per day. Reproduction, 1 individual per year. The life cycle is 80 years, 5 of which are infancy, 10 years of youth, 55 years of maturity, and 10 years of old age. The talent for forging increases the level of understanding in the field of blacksmithing, and fiery blood significantly increases resistance to high temperatures and facilitates the development of skills related to the attribute of fire. After reading the description, MC thought, so the orcs themselves were able to evolve into an elite type of creatures. This is simply amazing. It would be great if they became its main representatives. In that case, he could use the growth acceleration ability on them and significantly increase their numbers. 4 days later, he finally waited for the ordinary locusts to breed to 7,300,000,000 individuals and said that this should be enough. It was time to begin his favorite sacrifice. Having swirled the locusts in a fiery tornado, he sacrificed their lives and received a reward for this. The first option gives him a sacred broken artifact of the second level, the Law of Gluttony. The main representatives of the divine realm receive the ability of gluttony. As soon as the energy they consume increases by 10,000 times, they evolve into creatures of the type above. The artifact is broken, works only on the ordinary type of creatures. The second option, the hero template, the creature that received the template functions up to the heroic type of creatures. The third option gives a little divinity. The main character's eyes lit up with admiration, and he said that these are such wonderful options. His eyes are already running wide. The Law of Gluttony will be able to turn all of his normal locusts into elite creatures. But right now, he just doesn't have enough locusts to evolve. The hero template sounds much better compared to the first option. The heroic creature type has tremendous power. A little bit of divinity is about 100 billion faith points, or 1 million divine power points. It's like winning the lottery. He chose the first option, saying that he doesn't need to be too greedy. He needs to start using the full potential of his primary representatives. He doesn't have much normal locusts left, so he'll have to grow them in a hive first. 3 days later, when he entered his god sphere, he was very surprised and said that he never would have thought that his locusts could grow to such enormous sizes. Approaching the insect that had grown to the size of a horse, he named it a Magma Locust Plus. Sometime later, at school, before he could even sit down at his seat, Qin Shuang approached him with her favorite question: would he like to become her slave? He didn't have the support of a rich family or the necessary resources. At this rate, it would be hard for him to stand out even among the children of demigods. He had improved his locusts well, but they would soon reach their ceiling. They had too little potential. Did he understand that? His orcs were good too, but in the end, they weren't his main representatives. He replied that he was still grateful to her for caring, but she should stop asking him the same question. She would see everything for herself during the exam. She sighed in displeasure and said that he was so stubborn, after which she began to say something furiously to him, while Xiaohong watched her attentively and gritted his teeth, mentally telling Han Wu that one day he would make him disappear from his beloved's sight. Their homeroom teacher said that this exam is very important to all of them, as their results will determine whether their class will receive the school's resources and equipment, so he asked them to give it their all. The school holds sacred artifacts, additional lands for their realms, core shards, legions of various creatures, and other useful materials in their hands. However, they will only receive them if they can perform well in the exam. Now, he asked them to familiarize themselves with the rules of the exam. The exam consists of 2 stages, the selection stage and the ranking stage. During the selection stage, all students are put through tests of the same difficulty level. Those who can handle it receive 1 point and move on, while those who cannot will be expelled. After completing the first stage, students who pass the second stage can choose between refusing the ranking test or agreeing to it. The second stage involves defending against endless waves of invaders advancing on their god realm. With each wave repelled, their class will gain 1 point, and their personal ranking will increase. Han Wu asked. Do they expel people from school right away? That's pretty cruel, then the rewards must be really worth it. After that, they showed the rewards. The students who are in the top 100 are given a random card of basic resources, land for the divine realm worth 100 points of divine power. If the student is in the top 50, he will receive one sacred artifact of the first level, and if in the top 30, then one reproduction card. This allows you to increase the reproduction speed of creatures by 5 times, the duration of 10 years inside the realm. If the student is in the top 20, he will receive one first-level building called a temple, which spreads a first-level sacred aura within a radius of 100 meters, accelerating the recovery of wounded creatures. If the student is in the top 10, he will receive one divine weapon worth up to 100,000 points of divine power. The weapon style is chosen by the students themselves. If the student is in the top 5, he will receive one elite seed. This allows his being to feel the power of an elite type, which increases the propensity to evolve into an elite type. The students in the top 3 places will receive one additional level of their core, and the one who ranks first will receive 1 point of divinity. Han Wu was very happy and said that for such a reward, he can do anything. After that, their teacher said that the exam was beginning. The first stage is about to begin, so let them prepare for the test. He started the countdown, and when the time was up, Han Wu teleported to the God realm and, leading his army, ordered them all to prepare for battle. Seeing the lizard-headed monsters in front of him, he exclaimed that these were demonic golems. Isn't this too much for the first stage? Although they are considered normal types of creatures, their strength is close to elites. Tough scales, strong limbs, this monster is not an easy opponent. But fortunately, they are too slow. He pointed his hand forward and ordered 50,000 locusts to move forward and destroy them with their lava. A hail of fire from the locusts fell on the golems, and they screamed loudly, and the protagonist laughed and said that it smelled like he was at a barbecue. He wondered if he could feed them to the locusts. He called out to the red orc blacksmiths and ordered them to drag their bodies here. After 10 minutes, the locusts ate the monsters, leaving only their bones, and the protagonist asked, so he can still feed them to them? This is no longer an exam, but home delivery of food. He hopes that everything will continue in the same spirit. Meanwhile, the teachers were observing the exams. Teacher Lu said discontentedly that another student was expelled from the exam, and he had high hopes for him. Teacher Tian said that 20 students from his class have already been expelled, almost a third of the entire class. Their colleagues said that things are even worse in his class. Half of them have already passed. Do they think the school went a bit overboard by raising the difficulty level of the exams so much? Sume said that today their principal and his deputies are fighting the abyssal demon invaders in the borderland. She thinks he had his reasons for choosing demonic golems as their students' opponents for today's exam. It's not for them, demigods, to talk about such things. Tianwen saw his student on the screen and happily said that he had a good idea. His locusts just started devouring those demonic golems. And they seem to be doing just fine. Have they ever heard of creatures that could just eat the flesh of demons, ignoring their toxins? Another teacher asked in surprise, do they ignore the toxins contained in demons' bodies? He had never heard of such a thing. It was urgent to study it. Lu Letian asked, what's so unusual about that? The fact that they were immune to toxins didn't change the fact that locusts were just trash in terms of strength and power. It was just luck. His colleague replied that luck was also part of strength, so he shouldn't forget that. This type of locust that Han Wu had bred was very strong and useful. Let him see for himself, locusts had already become an elite type of creature, and in terms of their potential, they were at the very bottom of the list of creatures that could transition from a normal type to an elite type. Teacher Lu told him not to make him laugh. These creatures weren't even comparable to normal goblins in terms of strength. Teacher Tian said that he felt that he was being too one-sided. He shouldn't just compare the locust's shortcomings with the advantages of other creatures. Which one did he think reproduced faster, locusts or goblins? Lu Litian crossed his arms and replied that he wasn't going to argue with him about that. He has a student in his class, Lu Mo, whose main representatives are goblins. They'd better see which of the two ends up in the final ranking. Tianwen agreed and said that something told him that he didn't just start this, let him talk. Teacher Lu turned to the teachers and said that he would give the other colleagues a 5-star divinity rating if they witnessed their argument. Teacher Tian agreed and his colleague smirked, thinking that he was a complete idiot. Lu Mo was his nephew, so naturally he had given him far more resources than he should have. Could he boast the same towards Han Wu? Soon, the system reported that 430 students had passed the selection round of the exam, and 300 students had decided to participate in the ranking round. Lu Litian asked, did 130 of them simply refuse? They were all worthless cowards. His colleague said that he shouldn't talk about their students like that. The difficulty level of this exam was indeed higher than usual, so there was nothing shameful about it. The other teacher said that it was even for the best. They could only teach those students who could overcome their fear and survive this difficult battle. Meanwhile, the second stage of the exam began. An army of skeletons came out of the gate, and the teachers were very surprised, asking, "Isn't it too easy?" MC disappointedly said that they must be kidding. He has more than 1 billion starving locusts here, and they offer them to gnaw their bones? But there is nowhere to go. He ordered his army to eat them, and a huge swarm of locusts circled in the sky. The skeletons looked up to the sky, and the fight began. 2 hours later, Han Wu was already bored and said that it would be enough for a snack. A new wave came. The skeleton warriors came out of the gate again, and the protagonists began to undermine them with locusts. Looking at the crack inside which the skeletons were bathing in fire, he said that if the lava continues to accumulate, then these skeletons will not even be able to get close to him. In addition, this process can be slightly accelerated. He called out to the red orcs and ordered them to pour molten metal from the great smelter over them. They obeyed his order and walked up to the very edge of the crack, starting to pour hot metal from the barrels. Looking at the blazing fire below, the protagonist said that this was great. Now the skeletons would die immediately after they emerged from the portal. He didn't even have to do anything, he was so smart. One of the teachers asked in surprise how he came up with this. Tianwen proudly replied that it was all about proper training. Teacher Lu asked him with displeasure if he had relaxed too much. After all, it was only the 7th wave, and his disciple Lu Mo had also already reached the 7th. Meanwhile, Lu Mo stood in his sphere and looked at the enemy skeletons along with his goblin army. Behind him were 13 first-level ballista towers, 9 first-level lightning towers, and 12 fireball towers. The teachers looked at this and exclaimed in surprise. How much did he spend on all this? Lu Litian wondered who else among them, idiots, had invested as much of their students' resources? That's right, no one. Lu Mo simply had to take first place in this exam. Suddenly, one of the teachers told the others to look at Qin Shuang's sphere, and he immediately turned his gaze to the screen. In her sphere there was a flock of elite thunder gods, consisting of 300,000 individuals, and 100 ordinary wood giants. The only structures in her sphere were 100 lightning towers. The teacher said that the daughter of the Qin family was very strong. Before, he thought that she was in the top 3 in the school, but now it seemed that she was the best. Another teacher agreed with him, and said that it was useless to even compare her with others. Their colleague said that even he, a demigod, did not have as many creatures in his arsenal as she did. Lu Litian became angry because of this and began to curse Han Wu in his mind. Soon the 10th wave ended. There were 18 surviving students left. The next wave will be radically different from all the previous ones, so they need to be prepared for anything. The students prepared themselves, and from the gate into their spheres, a single monster entered. One of the teachers exclaimed in surprise that this was a hero-type creature. A bone collector appeared in front of the students, who had the skills of manipulating bones and fusing bones. As soon as he took his first steps in the sphere, he immediately found the bones and lifted them with magic, after which he took out a staff and began to spin it in the air, connecting the bones and turning them into the skeleton of a monster. The collector waved both hands and ordered the monster to go forward and kill them all, after which the bone giant rushed to attack. He slammed his hand on the ground, slapping the students' army, and then stomped his foot, causing an explosion. The teachers were worried and said that not even 3 minutes had passed, and already 8 students had dropped out. This was too difficult for them. Teacher Lu said that something was wrong. Why was the bone giant in the Han Wu realm so small? He obviously cheated somehow. Meanwhile, the bone giant in the MC realm was barely holding on to the rocks, trying not to fall into the fire. Tianwen asked, "Isn't it obvious?" This was because most of the skeleton warriors were drowned in the magma that Han Wu created. Naturally, the bone collector simply did not have enough materials to create a bone giant. At this time, the emperor entered the battle and, using the iron sword style, cut the bone giant into several pieces. The protagonist yawned widely, and the system reported that he successfully withstood the 11th wave. Teacher Lu became angry and indignantly exclaimed that he definitely cheated them somehow. He did not believe it. He must have somehow found out about the monsters that were going to appear in the exam in advance. Teacher Tian asked, "Did he have any proof of this?" He asked back, "Did he think he was covering for his student, right?" Let him be careful with this, he might as well report it to the right people. It's clear without proof, everyone saw what Han Wu did to the skeleton warriors. No one in their right mind would be cleaning up the body parts of damaged monsters. Unless, of course, that someone knew that in the future there would be a bone collector who would use them. His colleague told him to stop talking nonsense, and he replied that it was not nonsense. He had reason to suspect Han Wu. The schools should look into this and give him a severe punishment. Su Mei replied that it was absolutely impossible, the principal was personally handling the monsters in the exam. Even she didn't know the details of the upcoming exam. If Han Wu really had received any information about this, then it would mean that the information had leaked from the headmaster's side. Did he really think that their powerful headmaster would make such a mistake? Lu Letian became nervous and replied that he hadn't even thought about it. Apparently, this student was just very lucky. It was just so unfair to the other students, so he became indignant. The vice headmaster looked at him with displeasure and said that he, as a demigod, should understand how absurd he had just said. Each person cultivates their own god realm as they wish. There can be no talk of any justice in this matter, only the strongest survive. If Han Wu didn't break any rules and achieved these results through his own work, then he deserved it. By the way, do he think it would be fair for him to take advantage of his position to provide his nephew Lu Mo with resources at the expense of the other students in his class? Or is it fair for Qin Shuang, whose family spent millions to strengthen her god realm, to participate in this exam? Hearing this, Teacher Tian called him an idiot and said that now he understood why he proposed that bet to him. There is a saying, he who digs a hole for others will fall into it himself. His disciple Han Wu had already passed the 11th wave, but his nephew had just begun. Now they would see who would win. Meanwhile, Lu Mo, who was left alone with the bone giant, said that this seemed to be his limit. He loudly announced that he gave up, and Teacher Tian said that his nephew had failed, he had won the bet. He wouldn't back out in front of so many witnesses, right? Where are his 5 divinity points? Lu Letian handed him a card and told him not to spend the points yet, he would definitely return them soon. An hour later, the 13th wave passed, 3 students remained, Han Wu, Qin Shuang, and Huang Fei. One of the teachers looked at the table and said that now they just had to figure out who would take what place. When the 14th wave came and an army of skeletons appeared in front of Huang Fei, he raised his hand and said that he surrendered. On the 16th wave, Qin Shuang also surrendered. Su Mei was very happy and said that Han Wu took first place. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued the 20th wave and was still full of strength, as were his locusts. He ordered the magma locusts to move forward, and the insects exploded upon contact with the monsters. From the bones of the fallen comrades, a bone giant rose again, but the Sword Emperor immediately attacked him, not allowing him to take a step. After 15 minutes, silence finally reigned in the realm of the gods. The system reported that the 20th wave of the invasion had been successfully repelled, the 21st wave would begin soon. The next wave would be much more difficult than the previous ones, let him be prepared. He frowned and asked, another wave? He thought the 20th would be the last. Bright sparks began to come out of the portal inside the gate, and the protagonist looked up in surprise at the monster that appeared, asking what kind of giant it was. A majestic woman appeared in front of him, sitting on a throne. Upon seeing her, the teachers exclaimed in surprise that it was the skeleton lady. MC said that he didn't expect to see a lord-type creature here. He was afraid that he wouldn't have enough strength to deal with this huge thing. He raised his hand and said that he gave up, which surprised the skeleton lady very much. She began to be pulled back into the portal and she spread her arms out to the sides, saying that she wouldn't let him leave so easily. The gate was about to pull her back in, but she continued to resist it and screamed in rage, after which she waved her hand, throwing a bone at Han Wu. It flew past him at high speed and exploded upon impact with the ground, and he turned around and exclaimed, "What the hell is going on here?" After that, the gate closed and the protagonist returned to the real world. The system reported that he took first place. Tian Wen's class scored a total of 252 points, beating another class that took second place by 20 points. Lu Lishan's class scored a total of 192 points and took 8th place. Seeing this, Teacher Lu got angry and said that he should have taken first place. His colleague looked at him with a satisfied smile, and the other teachers were very upset, and one of them said that he did not want to be fired. Everyone immediately congratulated MC on first place, and he laughed happily, saying that now all the rewards are his. An hour later, he received many cards as a reward. He received 1 unit of iron ore, land worth 100 divine power points. A level 1 sacred artifact exchange card. The first level card that the temple gives, and the divine rank weapon that can be exchanged, but the cost should not be more than 100,000 divine power points. He also received 1 elite seed, which turns ordinary creatures into elite ones. He received a divine core enhancement card and 1 divinity point, as well as 1 reproduction card. When the students saw his rewards, they were very surprised and said that this guy is now a real rich man. Meanwhile, the protagonist thought about it and said that he needed to think about how to use all this wisely. His homeroom teacher told him not to worry, he would help him choose the best options. Han Wu was happy and thought that he could be relied on. After that, he entered his god realm. The card with lands for the realm was successfully exchanged for 20 square kilometers of dense forest terrain. The sacred artifact exchange card was successfully exchanged for a first-level sacred artifact, a poisonous fog pearl. The divine core level increased by 1, and the construction of the first-level temple was also completed. He decided to use the exchange card and was presented with different options, among which was the whirlwind sword. He thought about it and said that the card could only be exchanged for 1 divine rank weapon. 4 swords would be enough for his hero, so he would not take the 5th for now. He needed to look for something like a hammer for the Red Orc blacksmith. He found a war hammer called Purgatory, worth 99,999 divine power points, created from the core of a Lord-type Purgatory Hydra. Minimum requirements for use: a heroic type of creature with the fire attribute. After reading the conditions, he said that he would not be able to use it right now. He would have to wait until the Red Orcs had a hero. He decided not to be upset and said that he had gotten it for free anyway. Another hour later, all the students gathered in the classroom and their homeroom teacher said that the main exam was a very difficult test, after which, in his opinion, only the strong remained. And he would like to ask the top 3 of this exam to come to the board. Han Wu, Qin Shuang and another guy came to the board and the teacher said that Han Wu had achieved the highest result, so he would receive 100 class points. He could also choose any of the treasures provided to the class. The protagonist thought that he was now even curious about what was in the class treasury. A system window with a list of items appeared in front of him. Giant Fists, Life Spring, Iron Mind Core, Frost Rocket Level 2 Skill, Goblin Nest Level 2 Construction, and the Elite Liger Creature Type. The protagonist chose Life Spring and his teacher thought that this was a wise choice. He did not pursue momentary strength and decided to start by developing his strengths. He had great potential. After a while, a student named Su Zhu came to their class and congratulated the protagonist on how well he did. Let him quickly sell him the divinity point he received. He will give 105 million divine power points for it right now. Han Wu looked at him with displeasure and thought, who the hell is he to order him around like that? So he even added 5 million points on top of the normal price. There's definitely something wrong here. He asked, why does he need it? He asked back, what's the difference? Let him agree, 105 million will be his in a second. This amount is enough for him to change his main representative and change his fate. MC frowned and refused his offer, but he continued to ask him about it, saying that, to be honest, divinity is what his grandfather needs. He lacks just a little bit to become a true god. If he sells him 1 point of divinity, not only will he get millions, but he will also become his debtor. Hearing this, Han Wu thought about it. 105 million is a huge amount. With this amount of energy, he will be able to increase the number of locusts that fit in his sphere tens of times and also acquire a debtor. He was about to agree, but suddenly a message came on his phone. Qin Shuang, who apparently overheard their conversation, wrote to him that she could buy a divinity point from him for 150 million. Did he agree to this? He was very surprised by such an amount, and wondered how much money her family had. She wrote a new message in which she asked if he really thought that 1 divinity point was only worth 100 million. He should have at least done some research before starting to trade divinity. Divinity can indeed be obtained by compressing 100 million points of divine power, which is created by condensing the faith points of his beings. Such a divinity would indeed cost a little more than 100 million. Such a price is due to the fact that when another god tries to absorb this divinity, there is a chance of failure. This is all because such a divinity will have the faith of another god. Does he understand this? That is why his divinity point is worth at least 145 million, which is not available on the market at the moment. After reading this, MC thought that everything became clear to him now. It turns out that Su Zhu was simply trying to rob him. Immediately after that, he turned to his classmate and discontentedly told him to get out of here, and he walked away saying that he cannot be arrogant just because he took first place on the exam. After that, 150 million divine power was credited to the protagonist's account, and he was very happy, saying that now he was literally swimming in money. After some time, in his realm of gods, he looked at the newly erected city and said that he thought the temple should be built in the Red Orc settlement. He built a temple there, and placed a life-giving spring in the desert, hoping that over time this land would also become fertile. The people of the Red Orcs knelt before him and thanked him with all their hearts. He placed a hammer in front of them and ordered them to raise their heads. He did not come empty-handed. He brought a divine artifact for them, the battle hammer of purgatory. He showed them the seed and said with a smile that he also brought this. He handed it to one of the orcs and said that he would bestow this elite seed upon him, which would raise his potential. He hoped that one day he would become a hero and lift this hammer. After that, he soared into the sky, and the orcs wished him a long life. The protagonist looked at the poison mist pearl in his hand and said that he listened to the teacher's advice and took it. But why does he need it? After these words, his teacher immediately contacted him and asked if he wanted to talk to him about something. He replied that he wanted to say that during today's exam, he and teacher Lu had a bet on something. In the end, he outdid his nephew and won him 5 divinity points. He decided that it would be fair to share some of the winnings with him. He showed him 2 items and said that this was a card that was worth about 150 million divinity points. He thinks that he himself understands the value of this card, so he better tell him about the second option. This is a trophy he received during the battle in the outside world. This is an egg created by the insect king himself, the heavenly demon. They have already killed it without damaging the egg itself. However, this thing, even though it is dead, can still produce a huge amount of demonic energy every day, which can eventually turn his locusts into low-level heavenly demons. From the beginning, he told him that he should prioritize cultivating his core beings, and this egg will help him do that. After listening to him, the protagonist thought that teacher Lu and the others thought of him as nothing because locusts are a very weak type of being, but teacher Tian is different. Instead of mocking him, he gave him an opportunity that will allow him to turn his low-level locusts into heavenly demon beetles. Of course, they are not comparable to Qin Shuang's natural elite thunder sparrows, but at least they will be equal to ordinary beings like goblins and orcs. The teacher told him to remember that he can choose one of these rewards. He replied with a confident smile that he would choose the egg then, and he said that he had no doubt about it. By the way, the poison attribute goes very well with demon cultivation, so he could pour the power of the poison mist pearl into his core right now. The result would definitely surprise him. Han Wu thanked him and said that he would try to live up to his expectations. After a short pause, he asked if he knew where he could buy a large amount of cheap meat. He didn't care about the quality, the main thing was the quantity. It was just that it was too expensive in ordinary stores. Tianwen was surprised and said that if he wanted to feed the locusts, he didn't advise him to buy meat in stores. It was too expensive and of little use. The director had recently taken part in a battle with an abyssal demon. There were still a huge number of demonic golem corpses lying on the battlefield, so he would ask him about it. MC thanked him and ended the call, then began to walk through the forest, thinking that the effect of the gluttony artifact was too strong. His locusts were literally sweeping away everything in their path. The power of his core was not enough to feed them, he urgently needed to find alternatives. He placed the egg at the roots of a tree and said that he thought if he placed it near a century-old tree, the process of secreting demonic energy would go faster. Perhaps it would even satisfy the hunger of his locusts a little. 2 days later, he returned to this place and saw how the egg had grown into the trunk of the tree. He said that it looked like one locust had already managed to eat its fill of demonic energy. He can't wait to see what will come out of it. He wondered how many days they develop. Suddenly, the egg cracked and he excitedly said that it was hatching. A heavenly demon beetle, a normal-type creature with a talent called cruelty, crawled out of the egg. The degree of faith fanatic gives 1 point of faith power per day. The life cycle is 200 days, 30 of which are the larval stage, 150 days the adult stage, and 20 old. The main character was delighted and said that it was hard for him to believe that this was an ordinary type. This beetle was 100 times stronger than his locust. But there was no breeding point. Apparently, beetle demons would only appear after absorbing the energy of the egg. If he understood correctly, then the energy released by the egg in one day would be enough to transform 200,000 locusts. Noticing that the insect had sharply doubled in size, he said that apparently the effect worked on them too. It turns out that the transformation of beetle demons into an elite form would not take much time. He decided that now it was time for him to use the pearl of poisonous fog and threw it into the air, after which the color of the insect changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, the creature had already become elite? This is a poisonous demon bull beetle. Meanwhile, the school principal looked at the huge pile of corpses in front of him in shock and wondered, how did this happen? And what should he do with this mountain of demon corpses now? Even if he manages to seal them inside card, sooner or later the divine power of it will run out, and a huge pile of corpses will once again pour out into the world, poisoning the environment. Suddenly Teacher Tian called him and asked, is he on some business? He awkwardly greeted him and apologized for distracting him, but he had one question. One of his disciples would like to buy the corpses of the abyss demons from him. He asked in surprise, why does he need the corpses? He replied that he was going to use the corpses as food for his creatures. Its main representative is Locust, which at the main exam already demonstrated to them that it can eat the corpses of demons without any consequences. The principal asked, is this by any chance the genius who defeated the demigod a couple of days ago? He never thought that his Locust could be so useful. It was a pity that the Locusts simply wouldn't survive in the abyss. They could have saved their divine power points and simply released his creatures right onto the scene. He handed the card to the teacher and said that there were 1,000,000 demon corpses inside, and that he should pass it on to him and say that there was no need to pay. The next day, Tianwen called him again and awkwardly said that he wanted to tell him that yesterday's demon corpses had already run out, and his student asked if he could arrange a regular supply of these corpses for him. The director was very surprised by this, and the teacher, seeing his reaction, said that he had told him that it would be too impudent of him. The director didn't let him finish and asked him to wait, after which he cleared his throat and said that he should pass it on to him, that it was a one-time action. Now they were talking about a regular supply. He can't throw his divine power points around like that, so for every 100 corpses, he'll have to give him 10,000 divine power points. 5 minutes later, the teacher called him again and told him that his student agreed and said that he wanted to start with 1,000,000 divine power points. A few days later, the locusts multiplied again and MC thought that the time had come. He sacrificed billions of lives, after which the system gave him 3 options to choose from. By choosing the first option, he can get 5 giant warriors, an elite type of creatures. The second option, 3rd level skill crystals, poisonous explosion. After fusing the crystal with its core, its creatures can master the basic technique of poisonous explosion. Also, heroic types of creatures can master this technique, raising it to the ultimate technique of poisonous explosion. The third option, disintegration mechanism. This allows you to split matter and extract pure energy. The protagonist was happy and said that these are pretty good options for sacrificing 12 billion elite creatures. Even the first option doesn't seem that bad to him. Everyone knows that giant warriors are a very formidable force. Even from one such giant, you can get at least 10 million points of divine power. Despite this, he decided to carefully study the other options and said that poisonous explosion is a perfect match for his bug demons and poisonous fog artifacts. However, right now, his 3rd level core simply won't be able to accommodate this crystal, so the second option is useless to him at the moment. He chose the third option with the thought that if he understood everything correctly, the decay mechanism will split the materials and give him energy crystals. They say that such crystals are needed for the development of creatures that rely on magic, and they are very expensive. Now he will be able to earn money without doing anything. A huge mechanism appeared in front of him, and he threw iron ore into it, and after 5 hours he took out an iron crystal from the mechanism. He took it in his hands and asked disappointedly, "Is this the crystal that is usually used in forging equipment as food for some special races?" If he remembered correctly, each of the crystals was worth 5 points of divine power. This was certainly not what he expected, but it was still good. In the long run, he could really make good money from this. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in his head, addressing him as a great god and saying that while they were working, they were attacked by unknown undead. 3 of their workers were injured, and their leader, armed with the hammer he had given them, was trying to hold off the enemy alone. They were begging him to save their people, the Red Orcs. Han Wu was surprised and thought that it seemed like the temple was broadcasting the pleas of its creatures to him. But how did the undead get into his god realm? He frowned, using the Hawkeye skill, and then saw that the Red Orc was fighting a skeleton. Taking a closer look, he wondered why the skeleton was giving off the aura of the monster from the exam. The skeleton continued to resist the orc's attacks, and MC said with a smile that he was strong. he asked the system to give him information about him, and it reported that the identification attempt had failed. The creature was not his follower, so he could not reveal information about him. He got angry and called out to the Sword Emperor, ordering him to go there quickly. Immediately after his words, the old man appeared on the battlefield, and as soon as he noticed the skeleton, he immediately chopped it into several pieces. The bones scattered on the ground shook, and then reunited into a single skeleton. Meanwhile, the protagonist himself arrived on the battlefield and ordered the skeleton to submit to him and believe in him. Only then will he be able to reincarnate. But in response, the monster only hit him, but was unable to cause any harm. Hanwoo said that he was so naive. As long as the core of his divine realm existed, there was no way he could hurt him. He turned to his subjects and ordered them to continue chopping him up until he surrendered. 3 days later, the skeleton, along with his comrades, knelt before the deity and said that they wanted to submit to him. MC patted his head with a smile and praised him, asking, "Now he will be able to see information about him, right?" The system showed the information. It is a Lord-type creature, but at the moment it is weakened, incomplete, and sealed. Has a talent called Crystal Bones and Resurrection, Faith Level, Devout, gives 1 million faith power points per day. A new day has come. Hanwoo returned to school and the homeroom teacher asked, "Are they ready for the next exam?" He will say it directly. This exam will greatly increase the gap between them, since the result will determine which academy they will enter. MC began to listen to him more carefully, and thought that before his death, his grandfather asked him to find his parents in the chaotic sea of stars of the Imperial Academy. From all appearances, this academy is one of the best educational institutions in this world. Tionwon said that this time their test will be in Dimension C793826, the Abyss of Demons. They will receive the details of the exam immediately after they are transported there. They have his hour to prepare, so let them spend this time usefully. One of the students said that in the Abyss, everything is said to be shrouded in a demonic aura. There was a good chance that the creatures they sent would be infected with that aura and turn into uncontrollable demons. No one but demons and undead could last longer than an hour there. He had also heard that there were crazy undead wandering around there that would attack any living creature. Who even thought of holding an exam there? Another student asked if anyone had a demonic representative. He wouldn't mind working with that person as a partner. Xiaolong was very happy and thought that this was perfect for him. It was his time to shine. He would see how Hanwoo would get out of this. Suddenly, an unfamiliar number called him, and he walked out of the classroom after answering the call. Teacher Lu greeted him, and he asked in surprise if he wanted something from him. He replied that he wanted him to help him get rid of a certain person. Xiaolong asked if he was talking about Hanwoo. He didn't even have to continue, he had been planning to do that himself. Lu Lutian said that it was not for nothing that he considered him his best disciple. If he did not fail, he could count on a good reward. He pointed his finger at the creature card and said that for now he could take this small gift. He was sure that it would help him a lot in the exam. As a gift from him, Xiaolong received a demon dragon and exclaimed, "This is an elite type of creature that is not inferior in strength to heroic ones." Soon the exam began and everyone arrived in the Abyss of Demons. The conditions of the exam. First, the student can choose his incarnation and summon creatures. However, if his divine appearance dies, then the student himself will die. Secondly, they can only summon their creatures once a day. The number of summoned representatives is 100. Thirdly, the final ranking of the student will be based on the points earned on the exam tasks. The tasks themselves are listed below. The first task is to destroy the skeleton camp. A huge camp of demon golems has appeared in the Valley of Demons. Let them get rid of 90% of the demon army and destroy the banner of their camp. Hint: there are 8 to 10,000 creatures in the demon camp. Types of inhabited creatures: normal and elite. As a reward for the task, they will receive 60 points and 1 random sacred artifact of the first level. MC did not read the second task and the system asked him to choose in which incarnation of his creature he wants to appear in this dimension. He can choose to incarnate Locust, Red Orc Blacksmith, Whirlwind Sword, Skeleton Lord. The protagonist chose the fourth option thinking that it was obvious. The undead are the only type of creatures that will not be susceptible to the destructive effects of demonic aura. Streams of dark energy swirled around him and he was scared, and then he looked down and saw that he had completely turned into a skeleton. He looked around and said that the Abyss of Demons is a real paradise for the undead and demons. He pointed his finger forward and summoned 100 locusts, but they were immediately swallowed by the demonic aura. Hanwoo said that he thought so. Ordinary locusts simply would not survive here, but it was worth a try. He summoned his new demonic insects and said that he was counting on them. Moving forward through the abyss, they came across demonic fruits and he pointed his finger at them, telling the insects to collect them. While they were busy doing this, he suddenly felt someone's presence behind him and turned around to see the undead slowly walking towards them. He prepared for battle and said that he was just about to test the power of the skeleton lord. After 10 minutes, a huge pile of corpses had accumulated behind him, and he crossed his arms over his chest, saying that they were weak. At this time, his insects returned to him along with the fruits, and he said that they had collected so many things, and the system only rated it at 20 points. But he definitely doesn't intend to fight demigods for 100 points, he doesn't think he has a chance against them. Let's decide that he needs even more fruits. He ordered the insects to focus on collecting. A day later, he looked at the thick deck of cards in his hand and laughed, saying that he had cleared out all the trees with demonic fruits. Now no one would be able to complete the 49th task without his help. A plan matured in his head and he wrote in the class chat, asking if anyone wanted to buy from him 100 demonic fruits needed to complete the 49th task. He agreed to an exchange. One of the students wrote that this was a real scam. How was this even allowed? Another student asked him what he even understood about this. It was just profitable, he would take one fruit. Now he was ready to pay 50 points of divine power. Another student said that he would also take and pay 50 points. Teacher Tian warned that they could only trade and exchange resources that they had mined in this dimension. After 3 warnings, they would be disqualified. After reading the message, he said that it was not bad. It turns out that he had obtained the universal currency of this dimension. Meanwhile, Xiaolong also read the chat and said with a smirk that he was an idiot, he didn't even have to look for him. This time, he would definitely finish him off. Taking on a demonic form, he and his pack of wolves began to wait for him. A few hours later, Han Wu noticed that everyone around him was rising in the rankings on the list. His representatives were too weak to fight strong monsters. But if he didn't start taking difficult tasks, he would very quickly end up at the bottom of the rankings. What should he do? Just then, a squad of skeletons appeared behind him. They looked up in surprise, and then the main one with bright eyes screamed. Han Wu walked up to them, surrounding himself with an aura of dark magic. He didn't know if he could subdue the local undead with the incarnation of the skeleton lord, but it was worth a try. They turned around and tensed up when he asked if they recognized him. The entire squad immediately fell to their knees and bowed. Each monster was an ordinary skeleton. They have strong bones, a strong degree of faith, giving 500 faith power per day. Han Wu was very surprised. What, it really worked. Before he could even say anything, he already had a small devout squad of skeleton warriors. He told his followers to stand up and lead him to their camp. They raised their heads and looked at him. An hour later, Han Wu stood in a dark, scary place. An entire army bowed to him, and at their head was a huge skeleton on a giant wolf. This is an elite-type skeleton knight. Talents are iron bones and summoning undead. Strong faith, gives 50,000 faith power per day. The protagonist was shocked. He happily thought that now he has a real army of the undead. The skeleton knight told his lord that he was once a member of the first legion of skeletons. However, after the battle with the demonic golems, his squad had to separate from the main army of skeletons. He had to establish his own camp there. The golem invasions are becoming more and more violent, so he had to send his warriors to squeak demonic fruits that can strengthen their bodies. Han Wu thought, if they are now his followers, then it really would not hurt to somehow strengthen them. The next day, Han Wu was in 178th place and continued to descend. He realized that there is no point in postponing any longer. In front of him stood a giant wolf and a skeleton knight who knelt down. Han Wu handed him a demonic fruit. He said that he would give him the fruits he had managed to collect. He should distribute it himself among his squad members. 10 minutes later, an army of evil skeletons stood in front of him. He said that their target was the lair of the demonic golems. Now they were starting. They walked forward among the rocks. Han Wu thought. The quest said that there were 8 to 10,000 creatures in the demon camp. He only had 1,000 skeletons. It would not work to go into direct conflict. He would have to act cunningly. He turned to them and told one of the skeletons to lure 10 demons to them. The skeleton stood at the entrance completely alone. Then screams were heard. A small squad of evil demons was running towards him. They stopped abruptly and were shocked. Many skeletons appeared in front of them at the same time. They began to cover themselves with their hands when the skeletons attacked and waved their weapons. Han Wu looked at the cloud of dust that covered the scene of the fight. He said it was convenient that after the demonic golems died, they could be turned into skeleton warriors. They killed enemies and built up their own army. That's why he loved the undead. In just an hour, Han Wu's skeleton army already numbered 7,000 warriors. He stood in front of the cave with his army and was very confident. He said that now there were 3,000 creatures left in the demon lair. It was time for a large-scale battle. After that, he stretched out his hand forward and shouted for everyone to go to battle. After 3 hours, the skeleton presented him with a beautiful sphere and called him his lord. The protagonist smiled and said that they did a great job. The task was completed. Han Wu received 60 points and immediately rose sharply in the ranking to 108th place. The creepy wolf felt someone's aura. Xiaolong said that this is bad. Where is this Han Wu even going? He looked at the ranking and asked in surprise, did he get 60 points? Apparently, he had cleared out the demon golem's lair. Well, he had exceeded his expectations, the bastard. But that was his last achievement in life, because he was going to die soon. There was a large army at the entrance to the lair. Xiaolong asked in surprise, skeletons, did he secretly acquire 10 skeleton warriors? He was very cunning, wanted to use them to rank higher in the exam? He could not dream of such a thing. He shouted for his hellhounds to attack. They began to run in a pack, opening their mouths and growling loudly. When they approached, Han Wu turned around, but the skeletons blocked him. They shouted that they needed to protect the Lord and attack the hellhounds, but they also confidently and viciously attacked. Xiaolong said that this was only the second day of their stay in the demon abyss, and Han Wu had already managed to gather a large army. He asked, what will happen in a few days? Then even he will not be able to deal with him. He must kill him now. He took the form of a dragon and screamed loudly, opening his mouth. His body was enveloped in fire magic. At this time, the skeleton knight was fighting the hell dog, and Xiaolong himself approached Han Wu. He asked why Xiaolong attacked him and his creatures. If he remembered correctly, there was never any feud between them. But Xiaolong screamed angrily. He may think that he just doesn't like him and die. After that, he began to scream loudly, waving his claws, and Han Wu tried to resist the shockwave of his scream. Suddenly, a claw touched him and the excited skeletons began to call out to him. Xiaolong thought that he had already killed Han Wu and flew away, saying that he would not waste time on trash like them. The angry skeletons bared their teeth and growled, and Han Wu woke up and clutched his chest. He said it's lucky that the skeleton lord has the talent of resurrection. He ordered the skeletons not to stand still and gather all their troops. They are leaving. The protagonist frowned angrily and said that Xiaolong had decided his own fate. Their next meeting would result in his death. He, a scoundrel. After a while, Xiaolong looked at the rankings and asked, why is Han Wu still not on the list of those eliminated? He looked at the system panel in shock and screamed, this is terrible, he is not dead? He flew up and screamed that he will still kill him, even if he has to waste his precious time. When he came to his lair among the rocks, he saw emptiness. Then he ordered the demonic dogs to start searching immediately, not to miss a single undead. At this time, Han Wu stood in front of his army and raised a brightly shining crystal. He said that he would bestow them with a stone crystal. He thought that due to Xiaolong's sudden attack, he only had 5,000 skeleton warriors left. They needed to be strengthened urgently. It seemed that he would need a lot more stone crystals. His skeletons began to shine, leveling up. Han Wu looked at the system panel and said, besides, his ranking is not very good. With this result, he will never be able to enter the Imperial Academy. His task was to clear the lair of fallen demons. As a reward he would receive 80 points, a level 2 skill crystal, a chained fireball. He said that fallen demons are the main inhabitants of the demon abyss dimension, but other than toxic fumes and some cunning, they have nothing. If they were rated at 80 points, then there should be at least 1,000,000 of them in the lair. Well, this is excellent fodder for expanding the undead army. He told his army that they will go to the lair of fallen demons. 2 months later, the teachers gathered in the meeting room to discuss. The first teacher said that a student from his class, Huan Fei, was able to make an army of 100,000 demon goblins. He has earned 3,200 points in total and has firmly established himself in first place in the ranking of participants, which has met his expectations. As for second place, it is currently occupied by Lu Mo, who was also able to find a way to evolve his goblins into demonic ones. At the moment, he has 3,010 points. If he puts in some effort, he might even be able to compete for first place. The second teacher asked, by the way, how is teacher Tianwen's student Han Wu doing? He took first place in the exam, but now he is nowhere to be seen. Teacher Lu said displeasedly that he warned him, this guy took first place just because of luck. In his class, he was always at the very bottom, and suddenly blinded teacher Tianwen mistook him for a treasure. He turned around and said that he asks you not to forget that he is a teacher. Such words are unacceptable towards students. Mr. Lu asked, what is he doing wrong? This guy is a waste of time and resources of their school. The other disciples would become much stronger if they received the first place awards from the last exam. He thought, it was hard to say whether this boy would come out of the test alive. Teacher Tianwen bared his teeth and said, if he was so sure of it, then they would make another bet. He would bet that Han Wu would take first place again in this exam. Teacher Lu asked, what would the bets be? He decided to bet 10 divinity points. Would that be okay? He clenched his fists resolutely and said that he didn't have 10 points now. He could bet something of equal value. If Teacher Tianwen agreed, then the bet would be valid. He decided to bet his level 3 divine healing. Tianwen said that they had agreed, but he wanted to say that Han Wu had recently taken on a task of 80 points. He felt that it would soon be completed. Everyone knew that only tasks that could be considered practically impossible for a high school student were valued at 80 points. If he can do this, he will ensure an invitation to a prestigious academy. His place in the rankings will not matter. Demon Abyss, Dimension C793826, the lair of fallen demons. Originally 1,000,000 demons lived in the lair, but by now there are about 100,000 left. Han Wu looked at the huge arena, standing on a cliff in front of his army. His strategy was working. Now he has over 900,000 skeleton warriors under his command. The time has come. He ordered the monsters to charge, and they began to roar angrily and jump off the cliff. The skeleton knight immediately attacked several demons. They screamed. The wounded demons looked warily at the skeleton. He asked why they didn't just surrender and hope for the mercy of their lord. 20 minutes later, Han Wu happily stood on the cliff with a huge skeleton flag. He and the skeletons shouted victory. The skeletons used the spell Divide, and the energy of the dead demons reached out to their hands. Bright magic surrounded the bodies and dried them out. The skeletons absorbed their powers and changed their shape. Now it is an elite-type skeleton resurrector. The monster has strong bones, can resurrect skeletons. A devout degree of faith gives 500 faith power per day. The protagonist asked in surprise, what? This skeleton resurrector is stronger than even his skeleton knight. Having collected the last of his energy and turned the demon into a skeleton, the resurrector roared, and the former demon woke up, becoming undead. The protagonist looked at this from above and said that this is great. All the warriors of his army are back in action. A skeleton knight came up to him from behind and knelt down, giving him a magic item, saying that this is a trophy for a respected lord. He took this artifact and looked at the system panel. This is a level 1 sacred artifact, a staff of flame. If you place this artifact in the core of the divine sphere, its main representatives can get the initial skill fireballs. The destructiveness of the skill will depend on the strength of the creatures themselves. The item can be used as a divine weapon. Hero Template Fragment, a quarter of the whole part. If you collect the entire hero template, you can get a heroic type of creatures. The Source of the Fallen gives the race of creatures the properties of fallen demons. Creatures gain resistance to negative effects and ignore the demonic aura of the demon abyss. The protagonist thought, the Source of the Fallen is a real treasure for this dimension, so later he will summon his locusts. He became more confident. Well, now he has a 1,000,000-strong army of skeleton warriors. He is not afraid of this nasty Xiaolong. He asked to show the rewards, and a system window appeared in front of him. He received 80 rating points. His place is 401. He received a level 2 skill crystal chain fireball. Han Wu thought, okay, he figured this out. It seems there was another task on the list to clear the lair of the local demons. He needs to hurry. He stood on the cliff and shouted for his army to move forward. His skeletons screamed and were surrounded by dark magic. Even the sky darkened. 3 days later, the teachers looked at the system panel. The ranking was updated in real time. Han Wu completed 2 tasks for 80 and 70 points in a short time. Han Wu rose to 4th place. The teacher said, this is amazing. In just 3 days, Han Wu was able to rise from the last places to 4th. There really is a genius in Teacher Tianwen's class. Mr. Lu folded his arms in dissatisfaction and said, what difference does it make even if he has 4th place? It's not 1st place. They heard an announcement. This is a message from the first echelon of the Fury of War. After the exam is completed, they are inviting Han Wu's disciple for an interview. A message from Hidden Dragon Academy. They invite disciple Han Wu to an interview after the exam is over. A message from 2nd Tier Green Mountain Academy. After the exam is over, they invite disciple Han Wu to enroll in their academy, without exams. Dissatisfied and surprised, Teacher Lu told Vice Principal Su that this was unthinkable. Why did she report invitations from academies only for disciple Han Wu? But she replied that there were no other messages yet. He shouted that he didn't believe it, he was only ranked 4th. How could the academies not notice 3 other disciples who were higher in the rankings? She replied that the academies had an unspoken rule, they only send invitations to those disciples who were able to score at least 3,000 points. They also had to complete one task worth 80 points, so far only Han Wu had met these requirements. Just now, the Qin Shuang student had completed the 80-point quest and scored over 3,000 points, and the War Fury Academy had sent her an invitation. He smiled and thought, he didn't care about these invitations, as long as Han Wu didn't take first place. He contacted Xiaolong and said that the Tianwen class only had 3 quests left, he had to get ahead of Han Wu and complete all of these quests before him, and not let him get ahead. He heard him and replied that he understood everything, he thought he could complete the 90-point quest before him. The protagonist stood on a cliff and looked at the system window with a list of impossible quests. The 100-point quest was to destroy the followers of the Dark Frog demigod. The 90-point quest was to destroy the Minotaur demon tribe. Another 90-point quest was to destroy the Dark Forest Ants. He currently has 3,480 points, ranked 3rd, and is 130 points short of first place. He needs to complete at least 2 tasks to win the exam, but it looks very difficult. On the other hand, he can't be considered weak either. 20 million skeleton warriors, 2 heroic creatures, and 190 elites. He has a good chance, well, he'll deal with the demon minotaurs first. There was a huge fire explosion in the demon minotaur tribe's territory. Yang, in his werewolf form, laughed and said it was cool. Xiaolong should try harder, he doesn't want Han Wu to get ahead, does he? He told him to stop talking casually, if he wanted him to win, he wouldn't have teamed up with Yang. A giant minotaur raised its weapon above them and roared. An hour later they were still fighting and were also heavily injured. They were very scared. Xiaolong said that this was a nightmare, they had to run away, otherwise they themselves would be killed. Yang said that he agreed, if they couldn't complete the task even by uniting, then Han Wu definitely wouldn't do it. But then Yang looked up and was shocked, he asked what was this. In front of them stood an army of skeletons of different sizes, with an oppressive and scary aura. He asked where the undead came from, what should they do now? They saw that the Minotaur began to fight the skeletons, they attacked in a huge crowd. Xiaolong and Yang heard scary sounds and he said not to be afraid, although there were many skeletons, but these were ordinary skeleton warriors, they would simply break through them. The protagonist screamed from the cliff, did they want to escape? He wouldn't let them go so easily, he ordered the bone collector to attack. A giant skeleton knight appeared in front of them, roaring loudly, he was summoned by a skeleton in a robe. The evil monster hit the ground, and the resurrector began to read the spell again, Huyuluma. A human skeleton surrounded by magic began to fly out of the lizard's body. They screamed in fear and panic, they need to forget about the creatures, it's time for them to save their lives. A giant skeleton knight stood in front of them and told them to stand still, and the students asked what he would do with them. Han Wu stood on the skeleton's shoulder, he greeted his classmates, and the surprised Xiaolong asked Han Wu, where did he get such a powerful undead? Its main representative species was a locust. But the protagonist said that only out of politeness he would not torture and mock him, but would kill him quickly. The monster swung its huge leg to strike, and Xiaolong screamed in panic and asked to stop. Right in front of the frightened Yang's face, the monster's leg loudly hit the ground, raising dust. He said that there had never been any disagreement between them, he could apologize for this misunderstanding, but his death would do no good. Han Wu said that was true, but he couldn't let him go just like that either. Yang cried and screamed, he would give him all the treasures he had gotten from that dimension. He was just asking to let him go. Han Wu said that they had come to an agreement, and now he had to leave. Yang escaped, and 5 hours later, the protagonist stood in front of a huge mountain, defeated by the Minotaurs. The remaining warriors fell to their knees and bowed, saying that they surrendered and were ready to submit to His Excellency. He looked at the system window, he had completed the task and received 90 points. His points were now 3,570, the disciple in first place had 3,610 points, he had 2 tasks available. He thought that was great, no one had yet managed to complete the second task for 90 points. But then he saw that the task for 90 points had been completed. He asked in surprise, what, someone just completed one of the remaining tasks? But who could do that? Immediately, a message appeared that Qin Shuang scored 3,580 points and rose to second place. He said that he was not surprised, which meant that he would only be able to take first place if he killed the half-god frog of darkness. He thought about it. The difficulty of this task is beyond the capabilities of ordinary students. But if he wants to attract the attention of the Imperial Academy, he simply must rise to first place. He appeared in front of 3 islands and shouted for his army to begin an invasion. The teachers said that the rest of the students had already left the dimension. Only the students of Teacher Tianwen remained there. In second place is Qin Shuang with 3,580 points, and in third place is Han Wu with 3,570 points. Teacher Tianwen said Qin Shuang, second place, Han Wu, third place, and Su Yang in seventh. What are they doing there? Mr. Lu said, dissatisfied. Just having fun, don't you understand? They only have one last task left to kill the demigod. None of these weak students dare to fight such a powerful creature. Besides, if they lose, they will lose everything. No one has ever completed this task in the history of their school. Teacher Tianwen said that this is exactly what they are going to do. Shuang and the protagonist have already gone to this demigod, and very soon they will all see what will come of it. He, unlike Mr. Lu, believes in his students. At this time, Shuang's birds were flying, surrounded by her lightning magic. She sent them to attack the frog monster. This monster was not alone. There were also explosions everywhere. While the frogs were burning, they screamed loudly. The demigod raised his paws up. A spiral of dark magic appeared. He called her a reckless woman. After that, he activated a protective barrier. A huge dome appeared from the ground, into which lightning struck. He screamed. How dare she attack his tribe? He will kill her and all her followers. Shuang felt something was wrong. She was in the form of a bird and said that it was bad. She was attacked by strong magic. The wounded bird began to fall down. But in the air she was able to use the magic of the divine tree of purification. Shuang confidently looked forward and spread her wings and used a lightning strike that fell on the dome. After that, she created a ball of strong energy that was approaching the dome. She gathered other creatures around and told the thunder sparrows to use a lightning strike. All the birds created such balls that exuded lightning. After such a powerful strike with many balls, the dome crashed and shattered into pieces. She said that it worked. A demigod frog appeared and told his demonic toads swallowing mountains to attack. She was scared and asked what? At the same moment, the shadow of a giant toad covered her. The monster stood on its hind legs and began to attack with its long tongue. The toad managed to grab Shuang and swallow him. Inside she used her lightning and said that this is bad. The toad is too big. Her lightning does not harm the monster at all. If this continues, she will die. She saw a call from Han Wu and thought in confusion, Han Wu? He is calling at a terrible moment. She is actually dying. But then she answered. He greeted her happily and said that she looks fine. But where is she? Shuang said irritably that it is none of his business. He asked if they could team up for a while. Otherwise, in 10 minutes, there will really be nothing left of her and her sparrows. She asked why she should agree at all. But then she immediately changed her tone to a more friendly one and said, okay, but she will take the god's body for herself, and give him all the rest. Is that an agreement? He replied that they had an agreement, but she must order the thunder sparrows to deliver him and his elite creatures. It so happened that he was in an incredibly remote area and could not reach the battlefield. Shuang ordered the sparrows to lead them to the swamp. Her army of birds began to fly forward, flashing lightning. Han Wu immediately saw them and said in surprise that they were very fast. He began to wave his hand and call them, and then jumped on one, ordering them to fly. He also said that they should not forget his skeletons. His army flew on huge birds to the dark swamp, where the sparrows immediately attacked the frogs. The skeletons also began to attack other monsters, but after a while Han Wu saw a mountain of bones. He thought that the skeleton warriors were too weak individually. They crumbled from the touch of a frog. But at least there were quite a lot of bones there. He said that it was time for the bone collector. After that, a resurrector appeared on the mountain of skulls and began to spread his aura. He cast a spell and ordered them to obey the god. Bones shrouded in magical smoke reached out to him. Soon a giant skeleton knight began to rise above the ground. On a swamp path, frogs were sitting in a circle and, raising their hands up, surrounded themselves with a magical protective circle. A skeleton knight broke through to them and began to destroy everything with his feet, raising dust and trees. The protagonist concentrated and ordered the skeleton resurrector, the Minotaur shaman, to attack. A huge bull and a skeleton ran in that direction. The Minotaur powerfully hit the ground with his hammer. The frogs began to fly away from the blow and scream. The resurrector glowed with a dark aura and ordered the dead to come out of the frogs' bodies and unite. Human skeletons flew up from the corpses. They were surrounded by dark magic, and a new squad of frog warriors stood in front of them. Thunder sparrows attacked from above and incinerated the monsters with their lightning. The demigod said that he underestimated them. He would have to become a little more serious. He crossed his arms. Streams of dark magic appeared around him. Hanwoo flew high above the swamp. He thought it was a terrifying spell. The monster instantly killed all his skeleton warriors. What to do now? He gathered all his creatures, but victory was still too far away. Suddenly, he heard Jianfeng and was surprised. He told the respected god that he wanted to fight. The other monsters said they wanted it too. He happily asked, "Is this the wind sword and his red orc blacksmiths?" The protagonist frowned and said that they were in time. If the new followers can't cope, then he will have to use the power of the old ones. A huge portal in the form of a gate appeared, from which there was a bright glow. The wind sword came out and prepared all his swords. He was at the head of the orc army. They began to run to attack and shout that they would destroy them. Another bright portal appeared in the sky, from which many explosive and magma locusts flew out. They said that they made their choice. He can sacrifice them to win. Hanwoo was surprised, but then he made up his mind and began the sacrifice. The whirlwind took away the monsters' lives. He looked at the system panel and said, it was unexpected that the reward would be so useful. Was the heavens really watching over him? He received the sacred flame of hope, a special item that dispels the darkness, negative effects on creatures. The item strengthens his creatures, a gift from the creatures whose lives he sacrificed. Hanwoo took a large torch and said, the sacred flame of hope shall dispel the darkness in his path. The frog monsters were surprised and began to worry, and he smirked and said that their time had come. The shocked demigod asked, how is this possible? How could some pathetic artifact dispel his dark spell? He does not believe it. Hanwoo flew over the swamp and his torch shone brightly, dispelling the darkness and magic. The frogs screamed as dark magic came out of them as well. He approached the monster. It seemed that this toad swallowed Shuang. The protagonist said that it was necessary to quickly defeat this toad swallowing mountains. Jianfeng and the orc jumped out of the portal in the sky, saying that they obeyed the master. They began to inflict slashing blows on the frog with a sword, and the orc also hit him with his large hammer. The monster screamed, and when the toad's stomach was badly wounded, Shuang flew out and the demon looked up. She quickly created a ball of strong magic and attacked. The toad was in the very center of the explosion. Everything around was in dust and lightning. Shuang with an army of sparrows and the orcs Hanwoo were approaching the monster at the same time. Nothing could be seen at that place because of the huge fiery explosion. The skeleton knight crushed the rest of the frog monsters with his giant legs. The demigod said that he would kill these impudent scoundrels, but he failed to use dark magic. He turned around and asked, "What?" Hanwoo flew behind him with a torch, which easily dispelled his magic, and Shuang attacked from above, burning the monster with lightning. The demigod fell to the ground and dark smoke came from him. They happily flew. Shuang repeated that she only wanted the body of the demigod, and he would take the rest for himself. The protagonist and Jianfeng approached the frog. He said that he would give them everything he had in exchange for his life. Hanwoo folded his arms in displeasure and said that after he died, everything that was his would go to him. The demigod began to worry, and Jianfeng raised his sword then brought it down hard on the frog. After 30 minutes, they stood in front of a giant mountain of treasures. Shuang told him not to worry, she would not take his loot. He asked, is she sure? She could take a few artifacts. But Shuang refused and said that she was good at keeping her promises. Everything except that toad's body was his. He put the crown on her head and said, okay, she can count this as interest on the debt. Shuang blushed and turned away, proudly saying that she would accept it then. Teacher Tianwen contacted him and said that they had done a great job. The management of their school and representatives from some academies wanted to meet him after he returned. He was surprised, and the teacher said that he would collect the bones of his skeletons himself. He did not have to worry. They walked along the corridor. Tianwen asked them to be very polite. All these people were true gods. They should not be trifled with. They entered the office and saw a long table with various representatives from the academies. Hanwoo wondered if these true gods would notice his unique talent and ability to sacrifice his life. The man said they will start with Shuang. She is a descendant of a very influential true god family, right? Also, in this exam, she received the body of a demigod. If he understood everything correctly, then she plans to use it to create a lord-type creature. How many divinity points does she have at the moment? The teacher looked at him in surprise and thought, Shuang is going to create a lord-type creature without even becoming a demigod. This is an incredible result. Even they, the school leadership, being demigods, could not get close to such creatures after years of effort. Shuang replied that this is true, she has 4 divinity points. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and thought, 4 points? Her family had to spend at least 450 million divine power, such amounts he cannot even imagine. The satisfied representative of the academy said, in that case, he wants to please her. She fully meets all the requirements of their 3 academies. As soon as she creates a lord, she can immediately apply to any of the academies. She would be informed in advance of all the details of the training in the academy she had chosen. Shuang thanked him. Then the man frowned and said, now her classmate Han Wu. They had looked at his results. His main representatives are locusts, right? He confirmed this, and the teacher drew a cross in the column of the representative of the god realm. He asked, at the moment he possessed 1 point of divinity, right? He said that was correct. Then the teacher put a cross in the column of the amount of divinity. The teacher said that they had one last question left. They were very interested in this. How did he obtain a heroic creature of the Wind Sword Emperor type? And also, although weakened, but still the incarnation of the Skeleton Lord? Han Wu thought, apparently they do not know about his unique ability, then he has no reason to reveal this information. He asked if he could not answer this question? The teacher answered yes, but then he would have to disappoint him, although he took first place in the last 2 exams, but he does not meet the other requirements. If he wants to enter one of their 3 academies, he must maintain this primacy in the entrance exams. The deputy director was upset and said that she was sorry, but she repented that the representatives of the academies did not appreciate his outstanding achievements. The protagonist looked at her confidently and asked her not to be upset. He would show himself in the entrance exams. The teacher from the academy wished him luck and waved his hand. Tianwen took him by the shoulder and said that he admitted that the top academies have high requirements, and it was normal if he could not enter. But he should remember that he had invitations from second-class academies. Han Wu replied that he did not need it, he wanted to enter the Imperial Academy. He left the office, and Shuang was already waiting for him. She asked, did he hear? After she creates a lord-type creature in her realm, she will be able to enter the preparatory course of one of the best academies. He probably understands himself that there will be much more resources for development there. And he wants to go to the Imperial Academy? The protagonist replied that it was true, he was sure that he would enter. He thought that he had to fulfill his grandfather's last wish and find his parents. Shuang blushed with embarrassment and said that she also wanted to enter. She had already made her choice a long time ago. Well, there was still a long time before the entrance exams, and she would be entering the preparatory course of the Imperial Academy soon. By the time he entered, he would no longer be able to compare with her. So now, while she was busy with the Lord, he had a chance to become her slave. He should think about it. He replied that he was doing well without her, too. She had seen his results herself. He saw no point in becoming her slave. Well, he needed to sort out the trophies. He would go. Shuang blushed even more and told him to think about it. She thought he was a fool, but his small skeleton form looked cute. In the realm of gods, Han Wu was beautiful as always. He took out a card that exuded strong streams of magic. He used divine card absorption, then an information panel appeared in front of him. Now he has 2 divinity points, 3.5 million divine power points of his own production, 76 million production of other creatures. He also has 79 million faith power, level 3 god realm, level 2 faulty artifact gluttony, level 1 sacred artifact poisonous fog. The representative of the god realm is Locust, 219 super elite creatures, 49 million elite creatures, 2 billion ordinary creatures. He also has other representatives, a heroic type creature, the Emperor of the Wind Sword. Heroic type Orc, God Hammer. There are also 2 super elite type creatures, 58 elite type creatures. He has a Skeleton Lord, 2 heroic type creatures, Bone Collector and Skeleton Resurrector. In the sphere, there are also 190 Bull Demon Shaman creatures, 14 super elite type creatures, 2,589 elite type creatures. He has buildings, a smelter of the 1st level, insect nests of the 2nd level, a temple of the 1st level. In the sphere there is a life-giving source, a decay mechanism, a flame of hope. He looked at the types of creatures and grinned, saying that he could buy equipment for his strong creatures with all the money. But the first task is the evolution of his main representative, the Locust. To begin with, he decided to use the source of the fallen. Streams of magic appeared in his hand, and then insects flew in front of him. He said that now they are more tenacious, stronger, and have great resistance to negative effects. They also have a complete disregard for demonic aura. Well, that's what he will call them, fallen locusts. Another army of locusts was shrouded in black magic. They flew to the dark heart among these streams. He said that he will strengthen the second group with the dark magic of that frog's heart. A locust monster appeared in front of him. Hanwoo said that they can now fly stealthily and impose various negative effects on opponents. Then he will call them damned locusts. He heard that the orcs were asking the magnanimous god for forgiveness because their representative dropped a sacred relic there while working with ore and the decay mechanism. They were asking for forgiveness. The protagonist became worried and said, "What artifact? We need to check everything." He immediately ran to that place. The god's hammer and his younger brother were kneeling in front of him. The orc was worried and said that he was asking him for forgiveness, asking to spare their lives and this loser who damaged the artifact. Hanwoo went down to them. He felt awkward. He was forgiving them for the first time, but this should be a lesson to them. Suddenly, flames gushed out of the furnace. Hanwoo saw several items at once: 2 flame crystals, a gold crystal. There was also a source of a sacred artifact that could be used to improve and repair sacred artifacts. Hanwoo was surprised and asked, "Is this for repair? If gluttony was faulty, then can it be repaired?" He connected gluttony and the source of a sacred artifact. A bright light enveloped the space. Now ordinary creatures can evolve into elite ones after fully restoring their energy 999 times. The protagonist said, "What?" He saw that this indicator was 1,000 before, but now it is 1 less. So if he improves gluttony, he will be able to completely repair the item and use all the power? But this will require 1,000 sacred artifacts. Where can he get that many? He looked at the system panel and began to search for information on the internet. He wrote that he needed help. He has divine equipment, which is also a sacred artifact. He found it during the battle on the outer front, but it turned out to be faulty. Does anyone know how to repair such a thing? Of course, he will give a reward. In the comments, people wrote that it is better to give up, it is useless, someone has already tried to repair such an item, it is a waste of money and time. Hanwoo asked, "So there is no other choice?" He will have to slowly fill this scale himself. But then he saw that someone had replied, maybe he could be helped, they could chat in person. Then Hanwoo decided to write to the user. At that moment, the system window showed a call screen. The protagonist looked at it in surprise and asked, "So quickly?" The person on the other side of the call asked, could he really help him repair his divine weapon? Hanwoo replied, he would not give him 100% guarantee, but his post had been lying on the forum for a long time, so he had no choice but to try his method. If he wanted to try, then let him send him a couple of sacred artifacts that he did not really need. The person replied, he would warn him right away, he had a divine application from the anti-fraud organization, so he should not even try to deceive him. What sacred artifacts does he need? If below the 4th level, he will give it to him right away, and if higher, it will take some time. The protagonist thought, higher than the 4th level? Yes, this person is incredibly rich. He said the 1st level is enough. At the same moment, a package fell from the sky for Hanwoo, who fell to the ground and screamed, "Wow! He got so many artifacts so quickly." The protagonist said in surprise, "Holy heavens, there are over 100 sacred artifacts there. Maybe I should just disconnect from the connection and run away?" Hanwoo put his hand to his head and imagining the image of the person said, "No, it's better not to risk it. What if the anti-fraud representatives really show up?" He got to work and threw gold stones into the stove. A bright fire burst out, and the work began. 2 hours later, a large number of repaired artifacts lay on the ground. This is a sacred artifact source with 109 units. The protagonist looked at the system window, where it was written, Sacred Artifact Source of 100 units send. He said that you need to pay for the help, so he will keep 9 sources for himself. He doesn't think he will notice. Hanwoo pressed the send button. At the same moment, the man called him and joyfully screamed, "Master, he is his real savior." He asks him to help him, Yuanzhong, and in the divine realm, this is very important. The protagonist pointed to his ears and thought, Yuanzhong? A hostile race. He laughed and thought, this name suits him. Hanwoo smiled and replied, these are 2 big words, it was not a burden to him, so he will try to help. Explanation: Yuanzhong is consonant with Yuanzhou, so all the differences in the different stress, which cannot be explained. But it is translated as a hostile race. After a while, Teacher Tian was sitting in the room and forming a flow of energy. He remembered how Teacher Lu said, "Here, let him keep his sacred artifact of healing the 3rd level." He frowned and said, "But do not rush to sell it, Teacher Tian. Perhaps he will have to return it to him soon." At present, a call from Han Wu appeared on Teacher Tian's screen. Teacher answered and said, "A very unexpected call." "Something happened, Han Wu?" The protagonist greeted Teacher Tian and said, "No, nothing happened. He just wanted to know if he knew a way to get the resources needed to increase the core of the God realm. He searched the internet, but found nothing." Teacher Tian replied, "And it is not surprising that he did not find anything. Such rare resources as divinity, divine core fragments, and so on are bought up almost instantly by large corporations. Ordinary people do not have a turn there." He said that if he helps him defeat Lu Letian, he will share some of his collection with him. The protagonist replied, "Okay, thank you, Teacher Tian." The teacher said, "In fact, there is another way, but he may not like it." Once, he also got his hands on several high-level sacred artifacts, which he simply could not use due to the low level of the core. Then one of his well-connected seniors brought him to a place called the Bloody Arena. The organizers of these games reward the winner of the arena with a fragment of the divine core. But this is a very dangerous undertaking. All sorts of people gather in this arena, and sometimes even representatives of other civilizations drop in. There is a high chance of losing a huge number of your representatives and rolling back your progress far. Let him think carefully before making his choice." Han Wu looked at the system window and thought, he had just spent a huge amount of resources on improving his representatives and wanted to check their current strength. "This is a great opportunity." He replied, "It is not a problem, Teacher Tian. He needs resources, and he already has more than enough locusts." The next day in the Bloody Arena, the protagonist looked around and said, "Wow, the scale of this place is really amazing." Teacher Tian handed him a mask and told him to hold on. This mask will hide his personal information from the demigods and divine beings. After all, this is the outside world, so you should be careful there. They walked up to the table and the representative asked him to fill out this registration form. Teacher Tian folded his arms and said, "The battles here are divided into 3 types: between divine beings, between demigods, and between true gods. Unless the participants themselves ask for it, then battles between participants of different levels are not held. There is no limit to the number of creatures used, but you can admit defeat only if you lose at least 50% of all your creatures. But especially stubborn participants can resist until they lose absolutely all of their representatives." A system window appeared in front of the protagonist, informing them that they have selected an opponent for him. "Let him prepare to move." Han Wu asked, "Already?" At that moment, he began to be sucked into the portal and he asked fearfully, "Where is he being transferred?" He was transferred to another space and a man appeared in front of the protagonist who said, "Hey, youngster, although he cannot read information about him, he does not need this to understand that he is still a beginner." The guy pointed at himself and said not to worry, "The rat uncle takes great care of the newbies, so he will lose quickly and almost painlessly." The people in the stands were surprised. This guy is still very green. Is this his first fight? Poor guy, in his first fight he will have to face the ruthless rats of this scumbag. Come on, everyone has to go through this. This flower, who was raised in greenhouse conditions, just needs to understand the cruel rules of the outer worlds. Han Wu frowned and thought, judging by the chatter of the audience, this rat is a very difficult opponent. The system window asked to call his creatures. The fight will begin in 3 minutes. The rat raised his hand and laughed. He was sure that he had never seen so many creatures from the enemy. He understands his confusion, young man, so he offers to surrender without resistance. He promises that he will let him go right after he destroys all his representatives. The rats approached him and he laughed. The protagonist sent his insects forward and asked, "Is he trying to scare him with his numbers?" Rat laughed and asked, "Is he comparing his pathetic locusts with his rats?" "Let him not fool around, little boy, just surrender, and Uncle Rat will definitely take care of him." The system window reported the start of the battle. Rat shouted, "Ratmen, to the gun." These ones pulled the arrows and fired them upward. The protagonist frowned and ordered the fallen locusts to provide protection. The sharp arrows pierced the insects' wings and nailed them to the wall. Rat shouted, "Let them not stop, but continue shooting further." Han Wu screamed, "It's the turn of these damned locusts, let them disorient the enemy." At this moment, the insects moved forward and distracted the rats, and the protagonist shouted, "And now they, the heavenly demon beetles, let them kill all of these." The insects released their stingers towards the rats and a voice rang out, "This is a crushing defeat for the rat." The scoreboard showed the score: Hanwoo, 99% of the surviving creatures. Rat Clan, 22% of the surviving creatures. The rat stretched out his hand and shouted, "Stop, let him stop, enough. He doesn't want to continue the fight anymore, he surrenders." In the arena, there was a huge pile of rat corpses, above which a bright crystal was shining. Hanwoo looked at it and said, "A fragment of the divine core." He touched it and said, suspiciously similar to his ability to sacrifice life. The voice said that the fight was over and the winner was Hanwoo. Let him prepare to move to the waiting area. Teacher Tian put his hand on his shoulder and said, "You did well, Hanwoo. Such a confident victory, even though it was his first fight. He must be happy to have received such a coveted reward, huh?" The protagonist adjusted his mask, and the teacher said since he hadn't lost even 1% of his creatures, he was probably eager to clash with the next opponent in the arena. He would say right away, if he won the second one, he would get a core fragment 10% larger than the previous one. Hanwoo smiled and said, "Then continue." "He needs a lot of fragments." 32 days later, the protagonist said he won again, but lost about 100 million of his elite and even super elite locusts. He looked at the crystals of different sizes and said, "But how many divine core fragments did he get for 89 victories?" At the moment, he could easily upgrade his core to level 7. The protagonist thought about it, but with each level, the requirements for upgrading become greater. To reach level 8, he would need more fragments than for upgrading all the previous levels combined. Teacher Tian said he wanted to say that with the current strength of his creatures, he could even compete with some demigod. Hanwoo looked at him and asked, "But would he get more fragments as a reward if he challenged such a formidable opponent?" Teacher Tian replied, "Of course, for defeating a demigod, he would get a reward 10 times greater than what he had previously received. And since he had won 89 times, all of this would be multiplied, giving him a fragment 90 times greater than a normal core fragment for defeating a demigod." The protagonist looked down and thought. The guy handed him an application form for an inter-rank battle. He asked, "Is he really sure of his choice?" "It is very risky." Hanwoo replied, "Yes, he is sure." At this moment, the people on the platform began to talk. The brat got cocky. He had heard about this brat, who had been in the arena for over 30 days, and apparently it went to his head, since he challenged the demigods. Let him be shown his place, he bets on the demigod. The guy looked away and said, "Demigods have a completely different level of divine core, can use high-level sacred artifacts, and have many divine spells." What was he thinking when he agreed to this? The spectator replied, "He thinks it's his overconfidence." He checked his statistics. In all this time he lost only 3 times. Apparently, this was the basis for his groundless overconfidence. Teacher Tian looked at Hanwoo and said, "He knows people don't really believe in him. The odds are 1 to 100. The protagonist replied, "Teacher Tian, he himself cannot bet, but asks him to bet 10 million points of divine power on him." Teacher Tian laughed and said, "And he does not doubt himself at all. Okay, he will bet another 5 million on him and his own money, so that it will be more interesting to watch. In case of his victory, he promises to buy some divine weapon." Hanwoo smiled and thanked the teacher. He frowned and said, although this did not add much motivation to him. He was already looking forward to this battle. The protagonist took off his mask and thought, he has not yet added a single sacred artifact after upgrading the core. Where to start? He moved to his god realm and standing on the mountain said, he does not think that gluttony or poison will somehow help him in the upcoming battle. At this moment, a call came to his system window, "Respected master, has he already taken out today's portion of sacred artifact sources?" Hanwoo frowned and asked, "By the way, he said that he could get artifacts up to the 4th level, right?" Yuanzhong replied, "Yes, master, his god realm has a whole bunch of sacred artifacts from the 1st to the 3rd level. If he needs any of them, he can just say so." The protagonist frowned and said, "Well then, he will not refuse. He needs powerful sacred artifacts of the 2nd level, preferably with the attributes of poison, earth, darkness, and fire." At the same time, a huge package fell next to him. Hanwoo screamed, "This guy is incredibly rich." 2nd level sacred artifact, Magma Sphere. It carries the power of the fire and earth attributes. Increases the defense and resistance of creatures, and also accelerates the recovery of this. 2nd level sacred artifact, Shadow Nail. It carries the power of the darkness attribute. After absorbing the artifact into the divine core, divine realm creatures can obtain the skill Shadow Nail. The Shadow Nail fixes the target's shadow in one place, preventing it from moving. Han Wu read this and said thoughtfully, "It's quite suitable for the fallen locust and the cursed locust. It should be used." The two artifacts hung in the air next to each other. A bright beam illuminated the surroundings and the protagonist pointed forward. The huge insects moved forward and Han Wu said, "Great, his locusts have successfully evolved. Now the upcoming battle doesn't seem so hopeless anymore." The system window reported, "Participants, please return to the arena to begin the battle." The protagonist pushed off the ground and headed upward. The spectators shouted loudly, "Mammoth Lord, let him crush him. Let him show him what mighty demigods are capable of, Lord. Locusts, let them hold out for at least 3 seconds, otherwise he will lose the bet." Xiang Meng stood in the arena, folding his arms and saying, he never thought he would be so lucky. Show the arrogant newcomer his place and earn some good money at the same time. This is a real gift from heaven. Well, young man, is he ready to part with all his creatures? He is amazed by his courage, but this should not be confused with feeble-mindedness. Today he will show how terrible a demigod can be in anger. The protagonist looked at him and said, "What a talkative man he is." Xiang Meng shouted, "Let his glorious legion of mammoths show themselves." Huge mammoths appeared behind him, and he raised his hand up. The spectators loudly demanded to crush him. "The Lord of Mammoths, let him crush him. These are giants, it's breathtaking." Xiang Ming climbed onto the head of the giant thunder mammoth and said, "Now it's his turn, young man. Let him try to at least amuse him a little." Han Wu stretched out his hand and shouted, "Forward, swarm! Poisonous sky demon beetle, raised from demon eggs in a nest using poisonous fog and gluttony. Magma fallen locust, raised in a nest using gluttony and a magma sphere. Shadow curse locust, raised in a nest using gluttony, dark curses, and a shadow nail." Xiang Meng frowned and said, "Not bad for a beginner. He can't wait to get started." He shouted, "Forward, his legion!" The protagonist waved his hand and shouted, "Shadow cursed locusts, their turn." The insects moved forward and released their stingers. It pierced near the mammoth and the audience shouted, "Let them see, the mammoth just froze. What kind of ability is this? It hit the shadow, but it affected the body. I've never seen anything like this." Han Wu shouted, "Poisonous sky demon beetles, now they are." Their poisonous stings pierced the mammoth's forehead, and Xiang Meng laughed and said, "It's all useless, a youngster, let him just put up with it." Yes, he was able to stop his thunder mammoth, but what's the point? His locusts, even if they are super elite, can't even scratch his giant. Han Wu frowned and asked, "Is he so sure about this?" Bright explosions rang out in front of the mammoths. Xiang Meng thought with displeasure, horror, he didn't expect this. Does that mean he's trying to take out his strongest creature with the number of his suicide bombers? It won't work. He shouted, "Let them protect the thunder mammoth, everyone to him." The mammoths moved forward and Xiang Meng shouted, "Let them stop these." Bright flashes of explosions appeared next to the mammoth. Xiang Meng used beast magic, thick skin, blood aura and healing. The mammoths lay down on the soft floor and raised their trunks. The insects crashed into these and exploded. Xiang Meng folded his arms across his chest and said, "The fact that he forced him to use his magic already says a lot. Therefore, he offers him to surrender, in which case he will leave exactly half of his creatures alive." The protagonist frowned and asked, "Surrender? Why did he assume that he had already lost?" He screamed, "Surrender is not in his rules." Han Wu waved his hand and shouted, "Forward, his demon minotaurs." Huge creatures came out from behind him. These moved forward and screamed loudly. Xiang Meng asked in fear, "Where did he even get the demon minotaurs?" The creature grabbed a pipe and hit the mammoth on the head. At that moment, a large portal appeared, from which skeletons began to emerge. The protagonist screamed, "Skeletons, their exit." The Lord of Skeletons sat on the large throne, and next to him stood the Resurrector of Skeletons and the Collector of Bones. Han Wu sat down next to the Lord and said, "Resurrectionist, he is counting on him." At this moment, the Lord frowned, and the Resurrectionist rushed forward. It swung its staff and struck the dead mammoth. Xiang Ming cried out in displeasure, "Terrible skeletons, they are resurrecting his creatures. Don't let him think that a demigod is so easy to break." He shouted, "Giant war mammoth, let him activate his war stomp ability." The mammoths rushed forward and began to smash the bodies of the skeletons. Xiang Ming shouted, "Yes, Lord, let him crush this overfed brat, trample him." The protagonist waved his hand and shouted, "Demon minotaurs, get back. Collector, he knows what to do." It stepped forward and stomped its foot and began to collect all the parts of the skeletons. Xiang Meng looked up in fear and asked, heroic type of creature? And such a strong one at that. Xiang Meng put his hand forward and said, gigantism. The mammoth instantly grew in size and screamed loudly. The collector got angry and grabbed the mammoth by the horns, opened his mouth and spun its body. It dropped the monster and rushed forward, swinging its fist. The elephant's trunk wrapped around the skeleton's hand and hit the ground. It jumped up and screamed loudly. The collector rushed forward and swung his arm and began to strike the mammoth. The protagonist screamed, now, let him finish this. The collector continued to strike and grabbed the horn, pulled it out. Xiang Meng screamed in fear, no! Let him not give up, but get up! The collector grabbed the second horn and tore it off. Tears flowed from the mammoth's eyes. Han Wu looked at the skeleton and said, wow, it was not for nothing that he ordered the collector to learn the art of close combat. But this exceeded all his expectations. The mammoth jumped up and swung its trunk and rushed towards the man. Xiang Meng shouted, giant mammoths, let them all attack together, surround and wear him out. The collector became huge again, and mammoths rushed towards him. It swung its leg and threw the monsters aside. The collector swung its leg and threw back several more mammoths. It began to strike with its fists, and then with its knees. The mammoth approached the collector and hit him with its horns. These began to climb up his body, and Xiang Meng ordered to crush him until the collector himself appears. And they will not dare to let this one get away. Han Wu waved his hand and shouted, demon minotaurs, let them cover the collector. Help this one break free. The minotaurs rushed at the mammoths and began to strike them. The collector grabbed his robe and screamed loudly. The mammoth skeletons began to rise. These stopped in front of the mammoths, and the battle began. Suddenly a voice rang out, this can't be. Let them just look, the demigod only has 1/10 of all these creatures left. The invasion of the evolved locusts was too deadly. The newcomer actually defeated the demigod. Xiang Meng knelt down and said, he surrenders. At this moment, energy began to emerge from the mammoth's bodies. It gathered into a large crystal and fell into Han Wu's hand. He thought, the fragment of the divine core for defeating the demigod will be bigger. At this moment, a voice behind him said, Mr. Han Wu, the leadership of their blood arena invites him to a meeting. Energy began to accumulate near the protagonist's body. He was transferred to a new location and the voice said, do not worry, the leadership of the blood arena, will not harm him. Han Wu asked, is that so? And what did they want from him? The voice said they closely watched the progress of his performance and noticed a couple of his tricks. But this does not change the fact that he was really able to defeat an opponent who was a rank higher than him. He proved to them that he is worthy of becoming the heir of the blood arena. The blood arena was originally conceived as a place to identify the owner's opponent. Anyone who could defeat an opponent who was head and shoulders above him in strength would be honored to become this very heir. So Han Wu, is he willing to accept this role? Han Wu asked in surprise, to become the heir? He thought about it. A huge number of people flock there every day, and other races too. He couldn't even imagine how much the management made from this. And now he was being asked to become the heir to all this wealth? There was clearly something fishy there. Han Wu exhaled and said before making a decision, he needed to know how many heirs there were in the blood arena, as well as understand what benefits and responsibilities this status entailed. A systemic image of a person appeared next to him and said, he surprised them, Mr. Han Wu. Not everyone could detach themselves from thoughts of huge money like that. Since they asked with good intentions, they would explain everything to them. At the moment, the blood arena has 349 heirs. Of these, 221 are divine beings, 118 demigods, 9 true gods and 1 supreme god. Becoming the heir, he will receive the eternal coordinates of the blood arena. Also, without any artifact, they will be able to teleport to any of the worlds associated with the bloody arena. Naturally, you will have to pay for this. 1 million points of divine power. The system man said that along with this, he will receive permission to build his own arena inside his divine sphere to train and support the evolution of his creatures. It spread its arms in different directions and said, and with the responsibilities, everything is simple. As soon as there are 500 heirs, then the struggle for the title of the true heir will begin. The fights will take place in the bloodiest arena. The true heir, as expected, will inherit the arena. Participation in the inheritance is mandatory. The main character thought, given the customs of the arena and the creatures that come there, this inheritance will be a test. For the right to possess such a treasure, the contenders will be ready to fight to the last drop of blood of their creatures. But now there are only 349 contenders, he will become 350, and all 500 are needed. Perhaps by the time the required amount is collected, he will have already become a supreme god. The system man asked, so does he agree? Hanwoo replied yes. The system window reported, congratulations, now he is the 350th heir of the bloody arena. Suddenly, an energy flow pierced the protagonist's body and he looked forward in fear. He was transferred to another room and Teacher Tian said, Hanwoo, he himself is a real treasure. Now they are both rich. The protagonist looked at him puzzled. Teacher Tian put the phone in his hand and told him to hold it. The protagonist looked at the screen in surprise and wondered where so many zeros came from. 1 billion? Teacher Tian looked at him and said, Hanwoo, let me warn you, spending 1 billion is not as difficult as he thinks. He advises him to buy strong artifacts first. The protagonist spread his arms in different directions and asked, strong artifacts? Teacher, he is still only a divine being, so he is not sure if he can use any really strong artifact. Teacher pointed at himself and told him not to worry so much. Teacher will take care of everything himself. He knows one store where they will definitely be able to pick out a suitable artifact for him. The protagonist thought about it. In fact, he was planning to do this himself. What a lucky coincidence. Suddenly, Mian Ming ran into the room and shouted loudly, Locust Guy, he finally found him. Hanwoo hid behind Teacher Tian and shouted, Teacher, let him help. Teacher spread his arms out in different directions and shouted displeasingly, as long as he is around, no one will dare to harm his disciple. Xiang Ming stopped in front of them and waved his hands and said they misunderstood him. He did not even think of taking revenge on him. He stretched out his hand and said he was looking for him only to establish friendly relations with him, since he considers him a capable guy. His name is Xiang Ming, a freshman at the Imperial Academy. The protagonist walked towards him and shook his hand and asked, a freshman at the Imperial Academy? Now it makes sense why he is so strong. Xiang Ming thinks he is still a schoolboy. Which academy is he thinking of applying to? Has he already passed the entrance exam? Hanwoo adjusted his hair and replied, no, in fact, he has not entered any entrance course yet. An ordinary high school student. Xiang Mei's eyes widened and asked, what? He poked the protagonist with his finger and asked, is he making fun of him? This is simply impossible. Hanwoo pointed his finger back and asked, why would he lie to him? By the way, his teacher can confirm everything. Teacher Tian cleared his throat and said, he told the truth. True, he was invited by many universities, but he decided to enroll in the Imperial Academy. However, the representative of this academy was not interested in his candidacy. Xiang Ming replied, I see. And he has a keen eye. The Imperial Academy is the most powerful among the 3 higher academies. He put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that he himself was convinced of his considerable abilities, so he hoped that he would still be able to become his junior. He would definitely inform the academy about his very promising candidacy. Xiang Ming thought that the leadership would still want to test him. When he returned, he should not waste time, immediately start pumping up his main representatives. Let him take full advantage of the given chance. Hanwoo asked in surprise, would he really help him? Xiang Ming turned around and laughed. Of course, he has potential. The path to becoming a real god is long and thorny, and only loyal comrades whom he trusts can make it a little easier. Xiang Ming raised his finger up and added, in addition, the academy will give him a bonus in the form of resources if the candidate he proposed passes the test. You can't refuse free gifts, right? The protagonist put his fist to his palm and thanked him, Brother Ming. Xiang Ming went forward and answered, now everything depends only on him. He advises him to focus on breeding the hero of his main representatives. This will make his task much easier. Although one should not underestimate the trials of the Imperial Academy, good luck. After a while, on one Bailey Street, Hanwoo and the teacher came to an artifact store. The protagonist read the inscription on the signboard and thought, what a banal name. Teacher Tian pushed the door and told them to go already. At the entrance, they were met by a girl who smiled and said, welcome to their artifact store. What level of artifacts are they interested in? Or do they want to meet the forging master right away? After a while, the girl went forward and said to contact Master Nign and tell him that Mr. Tian has arrived. Hanwoo thought about it. The teacher did not even consider the assortment. Is this master really that good? The girl pointed to the portal and asked their gentleman. The protagonist exchanged glances with the teacher, and they stepped inside. Hanwoo came out of the portal and looked at the standing Master Tony. he said. He hopes that he has not come empty-handed, Tian. The protagonist thought fearfully, maybe it is not too late to get out of there? Teacher Tian cleared his throat and pointed his hand and said, Master Tony, in general, this is his disciple. The master scratched his bald head and asked, Old man Tian's disciple then? Okay, then first he will explain to him the rules of his store. Everyone is welcome there, but he does not have discounts for disciples and students. The protagonist frowned and thought, is he serious? Any other store would have at least a minimal discount for disciples. In fact, it is not so easy for them, disciples, to earn this money. He was able to save 1 billion only through hard work and a bit of luck. Teacher Tian pointed his hand forward and said, Han Wu, Master Tony has a sharp tongue, but his heart is kind. In addition, he creates really high-quality artifacts. Master Tony smiled and said, Old man Tian, he didn't know that he could talk like a human. How many years have they known each other, and only now did he say something normal? He frowned and thought, is he the one with the sharp tongue? Let him remember himself, he's still babbling like that in front of his student. Master Tony opened the curtain and said, Okay, let him come in, he will show him his works. The protagonist followed him and found himself in a large room full of weapons. The master pointed his finger down and said, Each of these products has its own mark, meaning that it is handmade. After a while, Teacher Tian asked Han Wu, did he like any of these? The protagonist remained silent in response. He put his hand to his chin and thought, now he first of all needs to prepare for the Imperial Academy's tests. For this, he will need a goo jar, which costs 4 divinity, and in points it is slightly less than 600 million. He pointed his finger up and said, he needs a 2-star artifact goo jar. Goo, this is a poisonous parasite. Goo jar, a 2-star artifact, the first function is goo purification. Allows 100,000 insects to be placed inside to conduct a goo purification ceremony. Insects will fight each other, and the last surviving creature will evolve. The highest possible level of evolution, this is the heroic form. The second, additional, function is to attract insects. Attracts insects from the surrounding area. The radius of the function depends on the amount of divine power invested in the jug. Teacher Tian looked closely at the protagonist and thought, 2-star artifacts are not famous for their high power, but the goo jug is perfect for Han Wu, an excellent choice. Master Tony approached him and said that the jug would cost him 4 divinities or 580 million points of divine power. Can he handle it? Teacher Tian put his hand on his shoulder and said, Tony, let him give him a discount for old time's sake. Or throw in another artifact. If not, he will still find a way to recoup. Master Tony remained silent in response, and then took out the thing and said, Okay, for 600 million he will throw in another very useful artifact, the Eye of Identification. After a while, Han Wu came out with bags and happily said, Well, we're done with the shopping, now we can go home. At that moment, Master Tony asked him to wait, his dear guest. He came up and coughed and said, Recently fragments of technology from an ancient civilization fell into his hands, and he created one interesting artifact. The protagonist turned around and looked at it in surprise. The master thought it would suit him perfectly. Teacher Tian took the thing in his hands and asked to take a look. He put it to his eye and thought about it. The teacher got angry and shouted with displeasure, Horror, Tony, he was treating him like a friend, and he was trying to deceive him. He checked this useless ball, there was not a drop of energy in it, and he did not notice any functions. Does he take him for an idiot? Master Tony put his hands on his shoulders and asked him to calm down, and at least listen for a start. If he understood everything correctly, the ancients called this artifact a hungry wolf. This, as he said, useless ball is capable of improving itself by absorbing other artifacts. The hungry wolf is an artifact belonging to an ancient civilization that lived and prospered by stealing and collecting various artifacts. However, such artifacts are bound to their owner and cannot be used by other gods while the original one is alive. After the fall of that civilization, the ruler of the Ming dynasty began collecting their most valuable artifacts and was greatly disappointed when he learned about the peculiarity of these. Then he ordered his most skilled craftsmen to begin studying these. And so, after several generations, the craftsmen finally managed to uncover the secret of one of the artifacts. They created the hungry wolf. The hungry wolf is able to improve itself by absorbing other artifacts. At the same time, this powerful artifact inherits the functions and effects of those it devoured. Dozens of civilizations declared a hunt and began to destroy the hungry wolves so that no one could take possession of such a powerful artifact. In the end, the Ming dynasty itself disappeared under the onslaught of dozens of enemies. Master Tony looked at Han Wu and said, "Dear guest, he sees that he knows a lot about artifacts, so he decided to offer him a hungry wolf. He is in a good mood today, so he is ready to give it to him for only 1 billion points of divine power. What does he think?" The protagonist looked at him carefully and thought, for 1 billion? Somehow too cheap for an artifact, because of which several civilizations were erased at once. Is he trying to deceive him? Master Tony spread his hands in different directions and said, "But he will warn you right away, the hungry wolf he created has shortcomings. After all, only part of the technology fell into his hands. His artifact is also capable of improving by absorbing other artifacts, but the improvement itself will be 10 times slower than the original. Also, his hungry wolf can only inherit some passive skills and is absolutely unable to retain any divine skills." Teacher Tian said, "He was right, just a useless ball." Master Tony pointed his finger at him and said displeasedly, "Old man Tian, he can insult him as much as he wants, but he will not allow him to offend his children." The protagonist looked at the master and said, "Master Tony, he is willing to buy this artifact for 400 million. Teacher Tian waved his hands and said, "Han Wu, 400 million, this is quite a large sum. Besides, money does not grow on trees." The protagonist grinned and thought, in fact, even with such shortcomings, the hungry wolf is still a very useful artifact. The function of devouring other artifacts can be especially useful. For example, if he encounters an enemy who owns some powerful artifact, he can greatly weaken him if the hungry wolf deals with the enemy's main weapon. Han Wu said, "Teacher Tian, he probably misunderstood him. The fact is that he admires Master Tony's work. He, having only fragments in his hands, was able to practically recreate one of the most powerful artifacts in history. That's why he wants to support Master Tony in this way. But honestly, 400 million is all he has left, and he's not sure that Master Tony would want to part with his brainchild for such a pittance." Master Tony stroked his head and asked if he really thought so, or was he just trying to get a discount. Han Wu replied, he was being completely honest. Master Tony smiled and said, "Okay, he'll give it up for 400 million. So to speak, money can't buy trust, a hungry wolf can take it now." The protagonist handed the card to the master, and he took the artifact and said, "Thank you." After a while, Han Wu was sitting on the floor in the house, with artifacts lying in front of him. Everything around was covered in energy. The protagonist dropped a drop of blood on it, and a clot formed in the jug. Han Wu smiled and thought, great, the goo jug recognized him as its owner. Suddenly, a frog jumped out of the jug and Han Wu pointed at it, and said, "We can begin." He looked thoughtfully at the ball and asked, "Why didn't the hungry wolf react in any way? Just don't let him tell him that he wants more blood." The golden sphere sparkled and a small gray wolf jumped out and landed in front of him. He looked at the beast carefully and thought, "Is this the hungry wolf? It looks more like an ordinary puppy." Suddenly the wolf howled, saying that it wanted to eat artifacts, and Han Wu thoughtfully rubbed his chin, thinking that he had only summoned it, and the gluttony effect immediately affected it. And where could he get an artifact for it? He himself was broke right now. He took a crystal out of his pocket and threw it to the side, and the wolf turned around and immediately caught it with his teeth, after which he began to gnaw on it. MC decided to see what his creatures were doing there and closed his eyes, seeing that the locusts were eating grass, the orcs were mining ore, and the minotaurs were reading some ancient chronicles. The Sword Emperor was meditating, and the skeleton was eating crystals. He thought that they had plenty of motivation. Thanks to the source of sacred artifacts that he got from that guy, he was finally able to fix the law of gluttony and raise this artifact to the 3rd level. But he could not imagine that the effect would be so strong. Now his creatures can evolve to the elite form, just by eating normal food. His eyes lit up with delight, and he thought that if he continued to improve this artifact, then very soon absolutely all of his locusts will be able to evolve to the elite form if they have enough food. These are tens of billions of elite creatures. A week later, he entered his god's sphere in order to make a new sacrifice. Waving his hand, he shouted that he was making a sacrifice of 13 billion locusts, after which a tornado appeared nearby that absorbed the creatures. After absorption, a system window popped up in front of him, and he was surprised by the rewards, saying that last time he sacrificed no less, but this time the result was much better than the previous one. The system said that he could get one of 3 reward options. The first option gives him 10,000 Night Demon Hunters, a super elite life form. The second option gives him a 3-star sacred artifact, Steel Blade, which allows his main creatures to summon the artifact during battle and use it as a weapon. The second effect increases the effectiveness of his attacks against beast-type creatures by 15%, and the third effect gives a divine art called Invulnerable Body. The third option gives him a Tier 2 sacred artifact, Enlightenment Sphere. After combining with his divine poison, it grants his main creatures a humanoid form. Before this, his main creatures were not supposed to have a humanoid form. He was intrigued by the third option and thought it sounded funny, he should try it. An enlightenment sphere immediately appeared in front of him, which he smashed, after which a bright beam of light shot into the sky, hitting the locusts. The insects immediately acquired a humanoid form, and Han Wu, with eyes shining with delight, looked at them, exclaiming that this was simply incredible. Now his main monsters were called human locusts, a super elite class of creatures. Talents: flight, rudimentary intelligence, humanoid body. Degree of faith: fanatic. The power of faith is 50,000 per day. Reproduction 5, produces higher quality eggs. Life cycle 10 years. After reading this, he exclaimed that the power of faith is also so great. Suddenly, Teacher Tian called him and he answered the call. Tianwen told him that a representative of the Imperial Academy called the school and said that they were ready to conduct a retest for him. The representative will arrive tomorrow, so he should prepare well for it. Han Wu happily replied that he understood everything, and the next day he came to school. His classmate Su Zhu came up to him and greeted him, asking how he was doing with the divine realm. Does he need resources by any chance? There is nothing interesting on the internet right now, but the demigods of his family will have no problem getting everything they need. So let him contact him. He turned around and asked, how about the divine core fragment? Can his family get it for him? He needs to advance from level 7 to level 10 right now. He replied that they could get it, but it would cost him a lot of money even with their good relationship. An order of at least 400 million. MC frowned slightly and replied that he understood, and then thought that if he had that money now, he wouldn't have to bother with the core any longer. His classmate smiled and said that there was another option. His family said that the 400 million could be exchanged for 1,000 super elite skeleton knights. How does he like that offer? Han Wu immediately agreed, and the boy became nervous and thought that he didn't think he would agree so easily. He should have asked for more, he should have offered to exchange it for a collector. At this moment, the teacher entered the classroom and told Han Wu that the representative of the Imperial Academy had arrived and was waiting for him in the staff room, so they had to hurry. After that, they proceeded to the staff room, and when the representative of the Academy saw him, he was slightly surprised. He thought that this was the same guy he had rejected last time. And how did he manage to get an internal recommendation? But even so, it didn't make any sense. The Imperial Academy's tests were much more difficult than the high school exams. Besides, in order to avoid any shortcuts, their academy's tests could only use their core representatives. But his were only locusts, a lower form of creatures. He said that today he would test him on behalf of the Imperial Academy. Did he have any questions for him? MC replied that he didn't, and the man said that he was to invade the border city of Dolong, a small civilization. At the core of this civilization was an elaborate career hierarchy system that would reflect on both him and his core representatives. He will warn him right away. As soon as this system recognizes him as a demon destroyer, the most powerful masters of the city will open a hunt for him and will not rest until they find and destroy the source of danger. This is where the goal of his test comes from. He needs to kill at least one master guarding the city. Han Wu asked if he could find out how many troops of such defenders there are in this city, and he replied that despite the fact that the town itself is small and located practically on the outskirts, about 10 million people live there. More than 10% of them are masters, and there are only 5 defenders. He will have to get the rest of the information himself. He has 1 hour to prepare. After that, MC turned to the teacher and said that he would like to exchange the class points he earned for 3 sacred artifacts of the first level. He agreed and they went to choose an artifact, after which Han Wu entered the god sphere and connected a small fragment to a huge crystal, the divine core. The system reported that the divine core had been upgraded to level 10, and he said that he could now upload 3 more sacred artifacts to the core. He uploaded the level 1 sacred artifact, poison glands, to the core. Its main representatives could acquire the poison attribute and poison glands with some probability. The second sacred artifact was the earth core, with which its main representatives could acquire the earth attribute and additional defense with some probability. The third artifact was the goblin short bow, which was both a sacred artifact and a divine weapon. Its main representatives could learn to summon the goblin short bow during battle with some probability, and the owner himself also received this ability. The artifacts were successfully uploaded, and a bright glow appeared in the god sphere, after which Han Wu grinned and said that most of the heavenly demon beetles had acquired poison glands, half of the fallen locusts had their defense greatly increased, and in addition to this, almost all representatives of the locust man species had the ability to wield the goblin short bow. Now he could fight. The hour allotted for preparation was over, and the representative of the academy showed him a crystal ball, saying that as soon as he touched it, he and his main representatives would be teleported to the outskirts of Dolong City. MC touched it, and when it began to emit a bright glow, he was very surprised, after which he was transferred to the city. The system immediately reported that an intruder was detected. Let him leave this world as soon as possible, otherwise the inhabitants of this world will recognize him as a destroyer demon and destroy him. Since the intruder refused to leave this world, he was recognized as an enemy. The code name of the intruder is the Demon King of Locusts. The demon level is assessed, the interface opens. Han Wu was slightly surprised and, seeing a new system window in front of him, asked, "Is this something like his status?" The system window displayed the code name, level, profession, talents, equipment, skills, and what he can summon. He swiped to the right and wondered if he could see the information about the recently appeared humanoid locust. The system window showed that his representatives were level 60, had no profession or equipment, but had talents called magma explosion, brutality, gluttony, flight, humanoid body. Skills: magma spit, goblin shortbow summon. He asked what this level 60 meant. It was hard for him to judge levels without comparisons or explanations. One of his representatives reported that they were attacked by local creatures, and he, writing it, said that they should quickly go there to assess the enemy's strength. Meanwhile, a guy named Thorn, a reconverted professional adventurer, took out his sword and looked at the swarm of locusts, exclaiming that there are so many demons here. Where did they even come from? Fist of Fury, a professional adventurer, struck one locust and said that he should be happy that they were in the right place at the right time. The more demons, the higher the reward. If they killed everyone, they could get enough money for the rest of the party to also undergo a second transformation and become stronger. The water sage, who was also among the adventurers, killed one locust, and her little water spirit offered her a crystal, for which she thanked it. Meanwhile, the fire mage fiercely swung her staff, burning the locusts. Thorn told them to remain vigilant and watch their surroundings. Han Wu, who was watching their fight from the air, used the eye of identification and looked up the adventurer's information. Thorn Evans is a level 37 adventurer, a dragon blood warrior of the second transformation. He wields a divine rank steel sword and also has holy rank steel armor. Talents: fighting spirit, giant sword mastery, dragon blood. Skills: crushing strike, giant slash. After looking at the others' information, he thought that all four of them had the same emblem. The only difference is that Thorn's emblem is silver, and the other three are bronze. Apparently, this Thorn is the leader of their four. Thorn meanwhile cursed loudly and exclaimed that there were too many demons, let them prepare to retreat. MC decided to test what they were capable of first, and the humanoid locusts went into battle. The monster landed in front of them and said that they would not leave, which caused the adventurers to immediately stop, and Thorn exclaimed that this was at least a third-rank demon. They needed to leave quickly. The locusts began to slowly approach them, and Thorn told his team to quickly leave here, and he would try to buy them some time. After that, he used the giant slash skill and swung his sword in front of the locust, striking, but seeing that only a small cut remained on its body, he said in surprise that this creature was too strong, he did not have a single chance. After that, the monster kicked him hard and rushed after the other adventurers, shouting that they would not leave. In the end, they were unable to leave, and Han Wu tied them up, and in their eyes, he was the most ardent demon. Fist of Fury called him an ugly demon and ordered him to stand there and not dare to approach them. Because of these words, Han Wu's face twisted in displeasure, and he said that in front of him, there was a handsome guy. Why the hell is he calling him ugly? He crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure, and said that if they wanted to live, they would have to answer a few questions. What does he look like in their eyes? Fist of Fury replied that he was not going to answer the filthy demon's questions, after which the locust immediately punched a hole in his chest, causing MC to be surprised. He abruptly approached his creature and exclaimed that he just wanted to scare them. Why did it do that? Seeing what happened with the Fist of Fury, the girls were very scared and screamed, and Han Wu told them to shut up. Thorn asked what he wanted from them. He suddenly approached him and said that he already asked his question. What does he look like in their eyes? Thorn excitedly answered that he has huge eyes, long antennae on his head. MC imagined this and thought, so does this mean he looks like a locust man? Does this world deliberately disfigure aliens? He smiled slightly and praised Thorn, telling him to continue answering his questions. 3 hours later, he finally finished with the interrogation and untied the adventurer, saying that this is all he wanted to know from him, so he can leave. Thorn immediately stood up and ran towards the city, thinking that he needed to quickly inform the Adventurers Guild about the demon army's appearance, and Han Wu, riding an insect, followed after him and seeing the city ahead, thought that this was his main goal. He was sorry, but he couldn't let him enter the city yet, so let him be a good boy and lie here until he completed his task. After that, the locust shot at the adventurer, causing him to lose consciousness, and Han Wu thought that according to their words, there were millions of people like him living in the city. It would be stupid to just attack and go against their entire army with just 3 of them. Even though his locusts were rank 3 by the local standards, he needed more of their strong combat units. He lowered his gaze and suddenly noticed a whole crowd of goblins in front of him, who were smiling and stretching out their hands to him. He said it was better than nothing, and the goblins knelt before him, and he thought that most of them were just ordinary low-level creatures, but their leader had already reached level 62 and risen to rank 3. But how did he get a profession? He went to the main goblin himself and asked him to tell him how he managed to get his profession. He answered that he ate many fragments of professions left by adventurers. MC was happy and asked, "So you can get a job here by eating fragments?" It turns out that his locusts can do that too. After that, he turned to the swarm of locusts and ordered them to keep a close eye on any adventurers they spotted and bring him all the fragments they could get. 3 days later, his creatures brought him many crystals, and he decided that they could begin. Lifting the crystals into the air with light waves of his hands, he called up a system window, which asked him to choose a profession: mage, fighter, warrior, archer. He chose the archer profession and thought that it would be perfect for his special locust. Now his magma demon locusts had acquired a profession, and he, seeing the bow in the hands of one of them, happily exclaimed that it worked. Let them continue to develop their skills. Now they are not just third-rank demons, but demons with the archer profession. Now even one of the local heroes will have a hard time handling it. A small locust flew to him and said that they had found a cave nearby, but the pressure coming from inside stopped the exploration. Han Wu asked to take him there, and soon they found themselves in a huge cave together. MC immediately felt an aura with particles of divine power and said that it was interesting. He needed to find out who was hiding there. He walked to the very edge of the cliff and saw a sleeping dragon below, shackled. It was the sealed level 103 Black Dragon Alphys, but its original level was 149. Its profession was rebel, and its equipment and divinity were unknown. It had the talent Dragon Blood and the skill Breath of Darkness. Suddenly, the dragon opened its eyes wide and the locust seemed to be hypnotized. The 2 creatures walked toward the exit and MC exclaimed, "Where were they going? Let them stop." They immediately stopped, and the dragon climbed up to Han Wu and asked, how dare he interrupt the meal of the great rebel, the Black Dragon Alphys? It would devour his flesh and soul. It opened its mouth and began to gather energy, and MC, seeing this, rushed toward the exit and ordered its locusts to run. After that, there was a powerful explosion, and 5 minutes later, Han Wu returned to the cave and asked, "Is he finished?" The dragon immediately opened his mouth and shouted that he was worthless. How dare he tease him? He would never forgive him for this. MC immediately rushed to the exit and cursed loudly, exclaiming that this time he would have to run even further away. 5 minutes later, he returned to the cave again and said that he did not come here to insult or tease him. On the contrary, he would like to help him. Having caught his breath after a series of attacks, the dragon said that he immediately recognized his trick, so let him get out of here, otherwise he will eat him. Han Wu took out a bow and aimed at him, asking, "Does he think he is able to eat him? Now he will test what he is capable of." He fired an arrow at him with a smile, but it bounced off his hard scales and he, calling him a despicable worm, said that his armor is invincible, he will not be able to scratch him. But this time MC took out his sword and rushed to attack, saying that he would try again, then swung and struck, but did not leave even a scratch. He decided to attack in a jump and exclaimed that he was so stubborn, apparently they would not be able to talk until he hurt him. He used 10,000 points of divine power, and dealt several powerful blows that pierced the dragon's thick scales, and he asked how he dared to injure the great rebel? Han Wu did not let him finish and pointed his sword at him, saying that he still had many different weapons in reserve. If he continued to threaten him, he would definitely die. The dragon asked what he wanted, and he replied that he had a dream. He wanted to kill one of the heroes of Dolong City's defenders. However, he was not yet strong enough to go against such a monster alone, so his help would be very useful. Elphus asked how he could help him if he had been wearing unbreakable shackles for hundreds of years. The chains holding him were a divine artifact specially created by the Adventurers Guild to seal him once and for all. Even his dark energy could not destroy it, much less his vaunted weapon. MC clarified, that is, his goal is an artifact? He confirmed his words and said that he never lies, for his word is unshakable. Han Wu took out a golden sphere and said with a smile that in this case he had a great idea. He brought the sphere to the chain and told the wolf cub that it was time to eat, after which the chains began to burn in the fire, and the dragon was very surprised, saying that this one works, let him destroy all the other chains right now. He orders him to free him from the shackles. MC's face darkened and he asked displeasedly what he said. Elphus answered that now is not the time for questions, let him free him right now, this is an order. Han Wu said that he showed him his sincerity and destroyed one of the chains that deprived him of freedom for many hundreds of years. How did he decide to answer him? He began to order him around like some kind of slave. Elphus asked what he wanted for this. He wanted him to kill a hero for him. He agreed, and now let him free him. He rubbed his chin with a smile and said that he had changed his mind. Now he wanted him to serve him for 100 years after saving him. The dragon got very angry and called him a pathetic insect, after which he exclaimed, has he completely lost his fear? He would never bow down to anyone. MC frowned and displeasedly told him not to forget that he could either save him or kill him. If he did not agree to his terms now, he would simply become another step on the path of his perfection. He had heard that dragons were walking treasures. He wondered what kind of weapon would be made from his unbreakable bones. Elphus remained silent, thinking about the situation, after which he reluctantly agreed and said that he would serve him for 100 years, and now let him remove the rest of his shackles. He did not want to feel the weight of these chains on himself for another second. Han Wu opened the system window and told him to take his time with a smile. They would have to sign the contract first. The system window flew up to Elphus and he looked at it in confusion and exclaimed, he wanted to make a slave out of him. Dragons have never been and never will be slaves. He immediately fell silent when he saw the crystal appear in the man's hand, and he said that he felt how much he had weakened over the centuries, so after signing the contract, he would provide him with this darkness attribute crystal as a snack. Elphus became excited and then clicked on the system window, and Han Wu told the wolf cub that he could continue. After that, the little wolf gnawed through the rest of the chains and Elphus broke through the ceiling of the cave and shouted that he had finally gained freedom. Meanwhile, in the Adventurers Guild building of Dolong City, the strongest masters gathered together to discuss the recent events. The martial artist said that the black dragon had broken free of its chains, but that it must be weakened by now, so he suggested that they join forces and finish it off once and for all. The saint named Rose replied that the black dragon would probably try to find a secluded place to recuperate after being freed. They didn't know exactly where it would go, so they would have to use all the adventurers to search. The swordsman of ice and fire said that the dark energy emitted by the black dragon affected the monsters that were near it. This would add to their troubles in the form of demons strengthened by dark magic. They had to strike first before these demons, intoxicated with power, rushed into the city. A windrunner named Carl Smith asked what they were so excited about. It was just some weakened dragon that had broken free of its chains. He turned to the dragon slayer and asked what he thought about it. He replied that it was an ordinary dragon, and there was no need to panic over nothing. He had once single-handedly dealt with a wind dragon. It had been difficult for him, but not so difficult as to call all the adventurers in the city. So there was no reason to worry. The martial artist said excitedly that the black dragon was completely different. According to the ancient scriptures, he was a rebel of the dragon race, meaning he was a traitor. They should not underestimate him. The dragon slayer gave him a stern look and asked, did he doubt his strength? He was a dragon slayer who had gone through the fourth transformation, chosen by the heavens themselves. He existed only to kill these scaly creatures. The martial artist fell silent, not knowing what to say to that, and he said that he would deal with that dragon himself, and let them take care of protecting the city, that was all. Windrunner raised his hand and volunteered to go with him, after which they both headed for the exit, and he promised that he would not interfere. Meanwhile, MC gathered his army. Spreading his arms to the sides, he turned to the demons and shouted, will they continue to drag out the existence of ordinary game for hunters? The great rebel, The Black Dragon Elphus calls on them to unite in an alliance of demons and fight back against the Damned Adventurers Guild. From this day on, they themselves will begin to hunt these idiots. The demons were surprised by his offer, and one of them asked if they could do it. Will they have enough strength? Han Wu thought that now the number of his own creatures was very limited, so he would have to turn these demons into real warriors capable of going into battle. He took out crystals and said that he would help them gain this power. Each member of the Alliance of Demons will be rewarded with energy crystals, equipment, and fragments of professions received for killing adventurers. Several days passed. The dragon collected a huge cauldron of his blood for MC to bathe in, and said that his dragon blood would help him break through the third transformation, but losing so much blood would greatly affect his condition. He thinks he will need at least 500 darkness crystals to replenish his strength. Han Wu pinched his nose from the unpleasant smell and told him not to play poor. He thinks these crystals grow on trees? He won't be able to get that many in a short time. The system reported that his second-tier profession had gone through the third transformation and transformed into a Black Dragon warrior, and he also received a new talent, Black Dragon Blood. This increases his physical attributes by 50%, increases resistance to each element by 50%, and also greatly increases the power of skills with the darkness attribute. He received the Black Dragon transformation skill. Rising to his feet, he spread his arms out to the sides to try out the new skill, after which he grew a tail, wings, and horns. The system reported that he was now level 125. The maximum level of the creature he could control was 85 plus 20. His new talents and skills were also displayed in the status window. Feeling his strength, he thought that he could now deal with the heroes of Dolan City alone, and then suddenly he heard a dragon cry above his head and looked up at it, asking what was going on. At that very moment, two bright flashes appeared before his eyes. The Windrunner and the Dragon Slayer arrived at their hideout. The Dragon Slayer turned to Elphus and said with a grin that he was sure that if he killed him, he would finally be able to raise the level of his profession. He turned to his partner and told him to take the rest on himself. Let him not let these pathetic demons distract him. The Windrunner told him not to worry, he would definitely deal with them. Raising his hand to the sky, he used the Storm Barrier skill, causing a large windy dome to appear above them. Seeing Han Wu, he asked, "Is he a level 125 Demon Locust King?" He didn't think they had such a monster by their side all this time. But he won't let him get in his bro's way. MC thought that he wanted to practice on ordinary adventurers first, and then go looking for heroes, but apparently fate was different. He frowned slightly and looked through the information about the Windrunner. His name is Carl Smith, he is level 131, and his job is the fourth incarnation. His equipment is the 1-star Wind God Blade, and the 1-star Green Lotus Bow. He has a talent for wielding daggers, an affinity with the air attribute, lightness of body, and the embodiment of the storm. From his skills, he has the hero's nobility, Storm Barrier, and Wind Blade Cut. Windrunner changed the form of his weapon and Han Wu, rising into the air, threw 2 swords at him, saying that the fight was about to begin. Carl immediately jumped up, dodging his attack, and then in an instant he was behind him and struck, and his double attacked from the front. MC gritted his teeth in pain and thought, "Are there 2 of them?" Nervously turning to the Locust, he ordered this barrier to be destroyed, and the Dragon Slayer meanwhile used the Dragon Slayer field skill. 4 winged lizard spirits appeared behind him at once, and they all rushed at the Black Dragon, starting to spew flames from their mouths. Elphus dodged their attacks, but at that very moment the Dragon Slayer appeared behind him and struck a powerful blow, wounding his wing. Elphus fell to the ground with a thud and his opponent stood on his head, saying that it was too easy. He turned to the dragon spirits, and ordered them to take the Black Dragon's carcass to Dolong City. After that, he turned to his partner, and asked if he needed help. Opening the barrier, he replied that he could handle it himself, so he could go, he would catch up with him soon. After that, the Dragon Slayer, along with the spirits, went through the hole in the barrier and headed to the city, and Han Wu ordered the swarm of locusts to destroy it at all costs. The locusts began to beat against the barrier, trying to destroy it, and they still succeeded. They penetrated the dome through a huge hole and headed towards their deity, and Carl exclaimed in surprise, "Did he break it after all?" After that, the locusts pounced on him and he began to fight off the attacks, asking how many of them are here. Having killed several insects, he realized that things were bad. He would run out of steam if he continued like this, he needed to finish them off quickly. He continued to fend off the locust attacks with furious swinging of his daggers, but the huge swarm was stronger, and soon enveloped his entire body. The locusts devoured his flesh and left behind a skeleton, after which the Academy representative contacted MC and congratulated him on successfully completing his task. They would now open a portal leading back. Hanwoo asked him to wait and said that he could not go back now. The man asked if he really wanted to free the Black Dragon. He confirmed his words and said that he had to do so because they had a pact. The Academy representative smirked and told him to think carefully about it. If he went to save the Black Dragon, he would have to face the entire might of the city, which was millions of professional adventurers led by 4 heroes. Besides, the rest of the civilians would also be able to fight if they took up arms. With this scenario, even a demigod would have a pretty good chance of losing this battle, let alone him, a divine being. MC said that he understood this, so he asked to be allowed to use the power of all his creatures. In exchange, he could raise the difficulty level of the exam and make it his goal to capture the entire Dolong city. The man was very surprised and accepted his request, after which he said that now he would appear in this world in his true form, so he had no right to fail. A huge portal appeared in front of Han Wu and all his creatures came out from there, among which was the level 140 Sword Emperor, level 113 Red Orc, Divine Hammer, and level 135 Demonic Minotaur Shaman, as well as level 75 Bone Collector, level 132 Skeleton Lord and level 86 Skeleton Resurrector. Seeing them, MC rubbed his chin with a smile and thought that there really were too many adventurers in the city. His creatures, although strong, were few in number. Apparently the Alliance is destined to make its mark on this world after all. He waved his hand and ordered the locusts to carry his word to all the demons, then turned to the Sword Emperor and the Minotaur Shaman, saying that they would go with him. Meanwhile, the demons found out about the latest news and the werewolf said that the Black Dragon had already been killed. What's the point of this demon alliance? Do they just need to go to certain death at the hands of adventurers? This is just ridiculous. Should they follow this guy's orders to climb into Dolong's mouth? Does he look like an idiot? It would be much easier and better for them to just kill him and take away all the energy crystals he has. He wanted to say something else, but his head was immediately cut off, which scared the goblins very much. Han Wu called them a bunch of scum and asked with displeasure, not only did they betray him, but they also decided to appropriate his wealth. Apparently, they were tired of living. One of the goblins pointed a finger at him and exclaimed that they had served the great rebel even before he appeared. Who was he to ask them for this? He didn't let him finish speaking and sent a stream of energy in his direction that threw him back and said that he was not asking them for anything, he was ordering them. Those who did not obey would only die. The goblins immediately bowed before him, waiting for his order, and he headed towards the city and said that their goal was Dolan. Meanwhile, in the main square of the city, the Black Dragon was chained again and put on display for everyone to see. Some guy approached the dragon slayer sitting on the throne and said that the preparations for the execution ceremony were complete. Lady Rose also asked him to find out from him where the Windrunner had gone. The man thought that half a day had already passed. Did he really have some problems on the way back? He replied that he might have been delayed somewhere. As soon as the ceremony was over, he would personally go after him. Suddenly, a loud howl was heard, which scared him. The guy blew his horn and said that a horde of demons was rushing towards the city. All adventurers needed to prepare and accept the fight. There were too many demons, so women and children should take refuge in underground shelters, and men who could hold weapons would fight on par with the adventurers. Meanwhile, an alliance of demons appeared at the gates of the city. One of the adventurers said that it was the first time he saw ants, goblins, and trolls acting together. And there were locusts flying in the sky. The warrior pointed his finger at the monsters and told the magicians that their priority targets would be the demons in the sky. Let them shoot them down with everything they had. But before they could begin the fight, their bodies were pierced by long arrows fired by humanoid locusts. The rest of the mages took action. They stretched out their hands and sent a magical stream at the locusts, but they successfully avoided the fire. Meanwhile, one of the monsters ran to the gates of the city and hit them with a huge hammer, and MC told the Resurrector and the Collector that it was their turn to join the battle. Riding the locusts, they headed to the battlefield and the Resurrector revived all the fallen adventurers, turning them into skeletons, after which they headed towards their former comrades. Meanwhile, the monster knocked down the gate, but behind it, the Holy Maiden was already waiting for them. Rose pressed her hands to her chest and giant vines emerged from the ground, which headed towards the monsters, but stopped right in front of them, blocking the passage. Meanwhile, the dragon slayer arrived at the scene and swung his sword, setting the vines on fire so that the monsters would definitely not be able to get inside. The martial artist also stepped in and ordered the warriors to prepare to face the enemy, and ordered the mages to fight with all their might, let them not let the demons break through. The mages stretched out their hands forward, creating a huge magic circle in front of the gate, after which powerful streams of flame fell on the monsters from above. The goblins and other monsters were scattered in different directions by the explosions, and the dragon slayer decided not to waste time and began to execute Elphus. Spreading his arms to the side, he turned to the proud adventurers and told them not to spare their strength against these demons, and as a reward for their valor, he would take the life of this black dragon. Han Wu, meanwhile, ordered the collector to act, and he jumped off the locust onto the ground, scattering all the bones around, after which he ordered the skeletons to stand up. The bones immediately began to fall into place, forming the body of a giant skeleton. He headed towards the city gates and got close to the flaming vines, after which he grabbed it and began to pull it towards himself, opening the way. MC along with the others ran through the gates and called out to Elphus, saying that he had come for him. The dragon immediately opened his eyes and seeing him in front of him, asked in surprise what he was doing here. Meanwhile, the heroes settled on the roof of the building and the dragon slayer said that he had no shortage of courage since he personally came here. The martial artist became very angry and rushed towards Han Wu, shouting, "How dare this demon act arbitrarily in their city? He will deal with him." Pouncing on him from behind, he clenched his hand into a fist and wished him death, but the Minotaur immediately stopped his attempt to attack and shouted that anyone who insulted their god would perish into oblivion. Rose came down from the roof and cursed all the demons while sending vines towards MC, but the divine hammer riding on a locust attacked the vines with the hammer, protecting his god, which surprised Rose greatly and caused her vines to burn. Meanwhile, the dragon slayer approached Han Wu and told him not to dare interfere with his plans, otherwise he would destroy him. He summoned 2 dragon spirits, and they both rushed to attack, but the giant skeleton immediately hit one of them on the head. The dragon roared menacingly, and they began to strike each other many times. The skeleton lord, who was sitting alone, scratched his head in confusion and said that he was hungry, then pushed off the ground and jumped on the dragon, and then sank his teeth into its flesh and began to devour. The dragon started writhing and screaming, trying to throw him off, and the dragon slayer, noticing this, pounced on the skeleton and exclaimed, "Why the hell is it sucking on his dragon spirit? Is he also eager to die?" He swung his sword, dealing a powerful blow, from which the lord of the skeletons fell to the ground and his bones crumbled. But a second later, his body parts immediately fell into place, and he jumped up with a smile, heading towards the dragon again. He continued to devour him, and the man exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of monster is this?" MC meanwhile nicknamed the wolf cub and said that it was time to eat. While the wolf was gnawing at the chains that bound Elphus, he addressed Han Wu as a loyal ally and said that he would forever remember his gesture of goodwill. MC said that if he wanted to thank him somehow, then let him add a couple more centuries to the term of service to him. He threw some crystals into his mouth, and said that with this he would recover. Sensing something was wrong, he immediately turned around and saw that the vines had pierced the red orc's body. He became worried and ordered the locusts to quickly provide him with support. He gritted his teeth and thought that the situation was smoothly turning into a critical one. If they did not leave the city soon, then very soon he would lose his army. Elphus said that he wanted to show his favor in return. So he decided to bestow his name on him. Today he, his loyal ally, will become the next great rebel. His sparkling eyes illuminated Han Wu and he began to cast a spell, causing streams of energy to envelop his body, and the system reported that he had acquired a new talent called Rebel, effects unknown. Feeling a surge of strength, he crouched, then grabbed his sword and rushed towards the demon slayer. Seeing that he was going to attack, the man became worried and immediately put his sword in front of him. But due to the force of the blow, blood spurted out of his mouth and he thought, where did so much power come from? While he was holding back Han Wu's sword, the skeleton lord sneaked up on him from behind, after which he pierced his heart with his hand. As soon as the hero's body fell to the ground, the skeleton lord summoned a blood knight from his corpse, which was a heroic mutant creature. At this time, MC aimed at the saint and kicked her with all his might, causing her to fly back a few meters, after which she got up and clenched her teeth, saying that he killed him. He replied that she was next, and then turned to the divine hammer, and said that he could pay her back twice as much for what she did to him. He thanked it, and clutching the hammer in his hands threateningly walked towards her, after which her blood spurted in all directions. Of the 5 heroes, 2 remained. The swordsman was currently fighting the Sword Emperor. Han Wu came to his aid and attacked the hero from behind, but he quickly reacted and turned around, blocking his blow, but at the same moment the Sword Emperor stabbed him in the back, using the 1,000 blades technique, from which the swordsman quickly died. Seeing this, the martial artist rushed to run and shouted that it was all over, they could not be defeated. Suddenly, he braked sharply, seeing that a blood knight blocked his path, and the Minotaur behind him swung his club at that moment, after which he delivered a powerful fatal blow. MC broke the city flag, marking his victory, after which he turned to his loyal subjects and shouted that they had won this difficult battle. All that was left was to clear out the rest of the city. Let them drag all the treasures to him, in return he will reward them with the desired crystals. The Alliance warriors cheered as he returned to the Black Dragon and said that he hoped that he would soon regain his former strength. Elphus burst into tears and thanked him with a smile, saying that he would now follow him without a doubt. After that, the Academy representative contacted Han Wu and congratulated him on successfully completing the exam. He literally did the impossible. His portal home was already ready. He had 3 hours to collect his loot. Han Wu thanked him and said that he had one question. Could he open a permanent portal here from his own realm? He would not even regret giving him all the loot he had obtained here for it. The man thought for a moment and said that he understood that he wanted to put down roots in a good civilized world. But did he know about the considerable risks of such a decision? Creating a stable portal is not at all difficult, but at the same time he condemns himself to a potential invasion of his divine realm. If the locals or other creatures get to its core, things will end badly. He replied that he had already weighed the pros and cons. The teacher agreed and said that he would arrange for a stable portal to be provided to him within 10 days and would share an alarm device that would warn him if someone else used the portal. 10 days later, standing in the main square of Dolan with the Lord of the Skeletons, he said that from now on this city will come under his control. He will leave all the skeletons and minotaurs here. After all, there is a risk of an attempted invasion by adventurers. He immediately warns him that they do not need to be heroes. If he understands that the situation is not in their favor, let him immediately retreat to the portal. Let him try to do without unnecessary losses. He confusedly replied that he understood everything, after which MC opened the portal and returned to school. Walking down the hallway, he met Teacher Tian, who was very surprised by his appearance and asked what was wrong with his eyes. He took out his phone and saw that the whites of his eyes had turned black and his pupils were now glowing, asking if it had something to do with gaining the rebel talent. He opened the status window and clicked on the rebel talent, but the system said that he needed to reach the rank of a demigod to access the information. He was slightly surprised and said that he didn't think that he would need a higher level even to view the talent description. A representative of the Imperial Academy approached him and said that he had done an excellent job of passing the test. He invited him to enter the Academy's preparatory course, but he would need to fulfill some conditions before entering. Han Wu inquired about what these conditions were, and he replied that in order to enter the Academy, he needed to meet at least 2 of the 4 requirements. First, the main representatives must be born as elite forms. Second, cultivate a heroic type being. Third, have 4 or more divinity points. Fourth, be a saint type being. As far as he knew, he met the second requirement, so it was just a matter of time. He hoped that he could do it in time. MC scratched his head in confusion and said that it even sounded difficult. He replied that it all came down to his diligence. The doors of their academy were always open to him. After that, Han Wu turned to Teacher Tian and asked if he by any chance had any idea where he could get a divinity point in the near future. He replied that he had returned a bit late. If he had asked yesterday, he would have certainly lent it, but unfortunately, he had already used up his reserves. There was an exam in a month. If he took first place, he might get a divinity point. MC frowned slightly and pursed his lips, and the teacher told him to stop looking at him like that. He wasn't lying to him. After that, Han Wu returned to his divine sphere and, summoning a tornado again, exclaimed that since there was no other way out, he would have to take a risk. He sacrificed the lives of his representatives, but received nothing. Upon learning this, he sighed heavily and said that no one said it would be so easy, so he would try tomorrow. The next day, he sacrificed the lives of beings, but again did not receive divinity points, and said that there was nothing to worry about, he should keep trying. 7 days later, he was already ready to cry, because nothing worked. He once had this divinity point. If he had known that he might need it at the most inopportune moment, he would never have exchanged it for 150 million. If the heavens take pity on him and grant him another point, he swears that he will cherish it. Suddenly, the system notified him of a new message. Yuan Zhong wrote to him that he had found the perfect place to collect sacred artifacts. After reading this, he thought that he had already reached the rank of a true god. Maybe he has some divinity points lying around, so he should at least try. He asked if he could lend him a divinity point, and Yuan Zhong thought about it after reading the message. Why would such a powerful being need to lend something? He was sure that his master was an elder god, and elder gods would never have a shortage of resources. Maybe he was testing him somehow? In any case, he didn't want to upset his master, so he loaned it to him. He sent him a gift, and Han Wu was very happy, exclaiming that true gods don't fuss about small things. He received a message with the location of the Divine Gorge ruins, and he decided to look for information about it. The Divine Gorge ruins are an unfinished project of an ancient civilization. Due to the excessive depletion of the mineralogical composition of the land of this world, the ruins began to emit harmful radiation. More than 90% of the surviving creatures of this world underwent random mutations due to constant radiation and eventually turned into unimaginable monsters. These monsters adapted to the new living conditions. Their bodies began to purposefully absorb harmful radiation to enhance their own mutations. With excessive use of radiation condensates can appear in the monsters' bodies, which in turn grant the monsters the ability to controllable mutation. Later, these condensates began to be called gene stones. It turned out that gene stones can be used to develop their own creatures. Even the lowest quality gene stones are comparable in effectiveness to third-level sacred relics and are worth millions of divine power points. Therefore, these stones are very popular among demigods and even true gods. After reading the information, he became nervous and wondered how highly Yuan Zhong thought of him, since he decided to tell him about the place where demigods and true gods hunt. He wondered how much such an invitation cost him. The system reported breaking news: an unknown elder god decided to breed gene stones and went broke. After reading this, he thought, was he trying to breed mutants? Suddenly he remembered that he already had a decay mechanism. It would make a perfect crystal even from the most worthless ore. Accordingly, if pure radiation was absorbed by mutants, he would get high-quality gene stones. This could work. He went to the city behind the ruins of the Divine Gorge and, putting on a robe and mask, said that he still did not want to show his face to everyone he met, confidentiality above all else. Some guy approached him and said that he believed that he was in the Divine Gorge area for the first time. Would he like to use the services of an honest and reliable guide? MC cleared his throat and asked him to name at least one reason for this. He replied that he knew the location of at least 18 places where mutant monsters accumulated. Naturally, mutants from different habitats will differ from each other, and he, the guide, knows their special features. He also has information about the various supply points of the city. He knows who is honest and who likes to cheat. He assures that as long as he is around, he will receive a decent payment for his work. He wanted to say something else, but Han Wu waved his hands excitedly and told him to stop. He was not interested in the mutants themselves. He came here for radioactive ore. Do they sell that kind of thing here? The guy squinted slyly and asked, so he is interested in ore? Perhaps he does not know about it yet, but recently one of the true gods went bankrupt due to the fact that he purchased low-quality ore. His mutants simply were unable to complete the formation of gene stones and died due to excessive radiation. The case, in which more than 100 billion points of divine power were invested, simply collapsed. All because he refused his services. MC turned around, feeling a presence behind him, and saw a man, who asked the guy who was with him. He called him Master He and said that this was his esteemed guest. He was interested in buying radioactive ore. He decided to introduce his guest to Master He. He was the owner of the largest mines in the ruins of the Divine Ravine. The man confirmed his words and said that more than 70% of all the ore in their world passes through his hands. All his goods are carefully checked, so he does not sell low-quality ones. His reputation will not let him lie. Han Wu said that this is great. He would like to purchase samples to test their effect on divine realm beings. Let him give him as many samples as 10,000 points of divine power will allow. Master He replied that there was no problem with that, after which MC went to the ruins of the Divine Ravine. He looked at the bag in his hand and said that he purchased 21 crystals for all 40,000. The price/quality ratio suits him quite well, but he still doesn't know anything about their effectiveness. He'd better test it here before dragging it to his world. He noticed a level 1 mutation beast nearby and thought it must be a wolf, a normal-type creature that had gone through the initial mutation. If he remembered correctly, their life cycle was only 20 days. In order to prolong their life, they needed to constantly consume radiation and strengthen their mutation. He pulled one crystal out of the bag and threw it aside, deciding to test its power on the wolf. The beast happily ran after the crystal and started licking it, then suddenly a horn grew on its head, and its body increased in size. Seeing this, Hanwoo was very surprised and thought, had it licked the crystal just a couple of times and already evolved into a level 2 mutation beast. After that, the creature threw the crystal into its mouth, and as soon as it chewed, its body increased in size again. MC was very surprised that in a couple of minutes it went from the first level to the third and thought about what would happen if he fed these crystals to his creatures. Suddenly, the mutated wolf exploded, leaving behind a red crystal. He came closer and said that the risk should not be forgotten. Radiation is a dangerous thing. The body of this wolf was literally torn to pieces due to the excessive power that it absorbed. But he still achieved the main thing. The mutant left behind a gene stone. Now he does not have to doubt the effectiveness of the crystals. He picked up the gene stone, and the system reported that the third level of permission is required to use it in the divine sphere. It causes a mutation of the jaws, as a result of which creatures acquire long fangs, and their life cycle is shortened by 3 years. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice behind him, saying that if he valued his life, let him give him this gene stone and not forget about the bag of crystals. He thinks he himself realizes that he doesn't have much of a choice. Hanwoo turned around and was very surprised to see the demigod Zhang Gang in front of him, and then thought, what the hell is he doing here? Apparently, he didn't recognize him because of the mask. He asked what would happen if he refused. Zhang Gang waved his hand calling his wolves, and told him not to ask obvious questions. After that, the wolves rushed towards Hanwoo, and he, biting his finger until it bled, transformed into a black dragon, causing the wolves to freeze in place and open their mouths wide in shock. After that, MC rushed to attack and began to throw creatures left and right, and his opponent raised his hand and ordered the wolf cavalry to attack. Many wolves rushed towards Hanwoo, but suddenly he sharply rose into the air and the wolves were very surprised. Flying above them, MC smiled and asked, is he trying to wear him out? This tactic is as old as the world. He smirked and called his opponent a fool and asked, now does he understand that it won't work on him? Zhang Gang asked, a fool? He didn't think that some pathetic weakling would start insulting him instead of begging for mercy. He activated divine magic, the shackles of heaven, and ordered him to descend to the ground. Idiot. The protagonist felt a shaking and screamed in fear. He fell to the ground and thought, where do these demigods get so many trump cards from? Hanwoo turned around to face the wolves, and Zhang Gang shouted, go ahead, let them tear him to shreds. Suddenly, Hanwoo saw a sign on the side that said no entry. He ran forward and shouted, damn it, apparently these people don't care much about this ban. The wolves quickly ran after him, and Zhang Gang ordered, quickly, let them catch up with him. The monsters that were sitting on the branches woke up and rushed towards Hanwoo. He ran away and said, horror, these idiots don't look weak either. The best solution in this situation would be to run away. Suddenly Zhang Gang struck the monsters and ordered them to get lost. He stepped on this one's body and asked with displeasure, horror, so where did he go? He turned around and said to his wolves, what a strange aura there is, okay, get out of there. The main character got to the river and looking at his reflection said, phew, it seems he broke away. He scooped up water in his hands and spoke, his throat went dry. Suddenly a huge fish with legs appeared in front of him and his eyes widened. Hanwoo screamed, what's going on? Is the local water also saturated with radiation? We need to get out of here quickly. He opened the map and thoughtfully asked, where did he even end up? This river is not marked on the map. He couldn't have gotten lost, right? At that moment, monsters with glowing red eyes appeared in front of him. The protagonist frowned and thought, well, now is not the time to panic. Since he still wandered there, why not start collecting gene stones? There are plenty of mutants there. He threw stones towards the monsters and shouted, dinner is served, guys. It blew up and Hanwoo laughed and said, getting gene stones is not that difficult. A few hours later, he stood on the top and looked at the bright glow in the mountains. He said how quickly it got dark. Spending the night among wild mutants is not the best idea. We need to find some secluded place. And what kind of light is that? The protagonist frowned and said, it seems like there are some ruins there. Perhaps it is an abandoned city of an extinct civilization of this world. Ruins are better than nothing. He will spend the night there. He performed the black dragon transformation and headed up. He flew up to the castle and thought, It seems like some old abandoned castle. Han Wu went down and looked around and thought, he does not think that someone has managed to take a fancy to this place, but it is better to be on guard with the local mutants. He looked down and saw scattered sheets of paper. The protagonist thought, paper? He looked around and thought, he feels some kind of energy disturbance. Han Wu saw several people in robes and thought, who are these anyway? And what are they doing? He leaned against the wall and began to listen to the conversation. The man in the robe said their master lost 100 billion points of divine power, but at the same time gave them the opportunity to perform this ritual. They have no room for error, success or death, there is no other way. The guy looked at the sky and said, the time has almost come, it's time to start. A full and bright moon appeared in the sky and the stones on the ground lit up. A huge bright trace quickly flew up above the castle. The seal quickly rose and illuminated the building. The guy screamed, it worked. They finally loosened the seal left by the Divine Gorge Ruins civilization. Han Wu frowned and thought, the network said that the civilization of this world stopped and sealed their research due to some risk. Apparently, the master of these people was secretly studying this seal, hiding behind breeding mutants and mining gene stones. He began to sneak up and thought, fortunately, due to a number of restrictions, only creatures with no more than 10 points of divinity can enter the world of Divine Gorge Ruins. He did not think that a creature who had lost 100 billion points of divine power due to some ritual would be able to penetrate there. So he is relatively safe, right? The system window reported, the beginning of the unlocking of the source of mutations of the ruins of the Divine Ravine. The monsters raised their heads and the voice said, it has begun. Suddenly, red system windows appeared in front of the protagonist, which meant their warning nature. It said, attention, attention. It was discovered that the initiator of the unlocking is not one of the supreme warriors of the civilization of the Divine Ravine. The process is suspended. Activating the security system. Gamara, a monster of the 6th level of mutation, has been released. The monsters and people in robes grabbed their heads. The system window reported, seal integrity violation. The source of mutation is becoming unstable. Beginning of source suppression. Han Wu crouched and thought in confusion, what kind of horror is happening there? Suddenly, a creature appeared and greeted them, the messengers of the divine worlds. They can call him the source of mutations, he is immensely grateful to them for saving him from the fate of an eternal slave. And in gratitude, he will give them the opportunity to become his carrier. As they understand, he will not be able to break into all of them, so they will have to arrange a selection. The people in robes began to ask in fear, who is it? The voice asked the question, why don't they play one little game? A green glow illuminated everything around, turning the space into emptiness. A green curved creature came out to the people and said they, as it sees, do not mind playing. Well, then he will explain the rules. They need to grow a mutant capable of defeating Gamara, a creature of the 6th level of mutation. Each of them will receive 10,000 radiation crystals, which will go to mutate their own creatures. The source of mutations grinned and said, the first of them who can create such a creature will become the carrier of this. The guy frowned and said, he was sickened by the very thought of becoming a carrier of such crap. If he does not release them from there right now, he will call creatures from his divine sphere there. They will not leave a wet spot of him. He tried to move and frowned, asking, what's going on? Why can't he contact his own world? The entity spoke, and here comes the first loser. A huge Gamara, a creature of the 6th level of mutation, appeared out of nowhere and attacked the guy in the robe. He only managed to scream loudly when the monster moved his body. The protagonist raised his hand and said in confusion, he also can't contact his divine sphere. So how can he then summon his creature, which is about to become a mutant? The people in robes turned around and asked in surprise, who are they? How did he even get there? The monster waved its appendage and said, don't worry, young man, there will be no problem. Han Wu looked towards the portal and thought, as he thought, the portal is one way, it will not be possible to escape from there. 3 hours later, the people in robes began to worry. The guy spoke, things could not get worse. Most of his creatures simply cannot withstand the radiation and die. About 10% survived, but even they only gained a little strength. And what about the rest? The others answered 80% of the test subjects died, and the others did the same. The protagonist sat next to a large locust and said, the decay mechanism is a real treasure. He fed it to a dozen unrefined ones and received 6,000 of the purest ration crystals. True, to obtain such a useful artifact, he, as he recalled, had to sacrifice the lives of hundreds of millions of locusts. The 3rd level mutation locusts quickly ate the crystals, Hanwoo said he believes in it, Brother Chang. Let him show them how good the accelerated regeneration of this one is. He held out the crystal and said, Here, let him take more. 3 months later, the guy in the robe shouted, Holy heavens, he succeeded. Behind the other guy stood a large monkey, and he asked what kind of monster he got. The protagonist stood next to a huge creature of the 6th level of mutation, a locust. The monster grinned and ordered to test these, Gamara. The creature began to move and the guys looked at it in fear. Gamara grabbed the mutation creature and someone asked, What? The monster mockingly said, The losers, as is customary, do not deserve to live. Gamara grabbed the people in robes and they screamed, No, let them help. They do not want to die there. The monster looked at Hanwoo and said it's his turn. The protagonist said that in order to strengthen Chang, he fed him absolutely all the gene stones that he had. However, evolution was complete. Because of this, the lifespan of Brother Chang was reduced to 1 day. He began to cry and wiped his cheeks with his fist. Hanwoo waved his hand and shouted, Go ahead, Chang, let him make these realize the value of their lives. The monster took a new form and said, A beautiful speech. He even flared up. His being is worthy of stepping onto the battlefield. The monster waved his hand and shouted, Gamara, forward. The battle of the monsters began. The locust briskly struck Gamara. It hit the locust's body and it flew up. Gamara got very angry and screamed, increasing in size. The monster folded his arms on his chest and said, Not bad, even managed to anger Gamara, a wonderful sight. 18 hours later, the battle continued, when suddenly the locust killed Gamara. The monster spread his arms in different directions and asked, It was great, doesn't he think so, his dear host? Hanwoo put his hands on his chest and asked, What other host? What was he going to do with his innocent body? The monster screamed, From now on they will share common flesh, his flesh. An energy flow was directed to the protagonist's body, and he screamed loudly. After a while, he asked the question, What, did he die? The system window reported name, Hanwoo, the source of mutations. Rank, Divine Being, Warrior with the highest gene of the 1st level. Divine Talent, Chosen Son of Heaven, Unique. Divine Abilities, Growth Acceleration, Life Sacrifice, Unique. Skills, Crushing Blow, Monstrous Cut, Dark Attachment, Dragon's Swift Strike. Divinity, 4 points, Source of Genetic Mutations, plus 1 point of Divinity. Divine Power Points, 29.5 million, own and 22.5 million from creatures. Power of Faith, 67 million. God Realm Level 10, 3rd Level Sacred Artifact Gluttony, 2nd Level Sacred Artifact Poison Mist Pearl. Divine Realm Creatures are unknown. The protagonist adjusted his hair and asked, Well, who is he now, Hanwoo or the source? Green then appeared in front of him and said, Already woke up, his dear carrier. Hanwoo said in surprise that was the last thing he needed. The monster asked why he was so cold. On the contrary, he should be grateful to him, because with his strength he would soon surpass everyone from their civilization of deities. By the way, he suppressed his ability to accelerate growth and replaced it with the acceleration of directed mutations. That's much better, right? The protagonist grinned and clenched his fist in displeasure, looking at the flow of energy. It said, he could not worry about his condition, because from now on they would have to get along with each other, and conflicts between them would not lead to anything good. It is the first and last super gene of the mutation of the great civilization of the divine ravine world. Getting it is akin to a miracle, you know? Hanwoo waved his hand and ordered them not to mess with his head. Let him tell him how to get out of there instead. The monster spoke, there was no problem with that. The only mutant of the 6th mutation level that guarded the seals was now dead. Nothing would hold them there anymore. The protagonist snapped his fingers and moved to the ruined castle. The voice said, by the way, he forgot to warn him about something. Removing the seals is a very noisy business, so all sorts of demigods and true gods flocked to the ruins. So, as soon as the last shackles fell off him, they would burst in. Hanwoo shouted irritably, why didn't he say this before? Do he think they would believe him if he said that he didn't take anything valuable there? They would strip him of everything and then kill him. He needed to get out of there, but he had no idea how. He knelt down and put his hand on the ground, activating the seal. He screamed, Right, the coordinates of the bloody arena. At that moment, all the people gathered rushed to run towards the ruins and screamed, The aura of the seals disappeared, they are coming in. They ran in and ordered to stop, it is theirs. Only a few leaves flew in the air, and the main character was gone without a trace. Zhang Gang squatted on the ground and picked up the locust. He thoughtfully said, "This is a dead locust, is that kid really?" After a while, the overlord screamed in his hall, "How is this possible? Useless idiots! Who dared to steal his prey?" He waved his hand and screamed, "Let them use all their creatures, search without rest, day and night, but find what rightfully belongs to him." At this moment, the protagonist moved to the bloody arena and put his hands in his pockets and said, "Yeah, spending 1,000,000 divine power points for one teleportation is too much." However, he simply has no choice. "Okay, it's time to go home." The system window said, "He has one reminder." Esteemed heir, they were just challenged by another successor, an evil dragon who is a divine being. Is he willing to accept this one's challenge? It reminds him that if he refuses the challenge 3 times or loses, he will be stripped of his status as the heir. Han Wu frowned and screamed, "Damn it, he just arrived and he is already being challenged." Good, his fists are itching. He activated the portal and walked inside. A moment later, the protagonist moved to the arena where loud shouts were heard, "Come on, dragon, let him smash him, go! Hey, the Locust King, he bet on him, so he can't let you down." The system window said, "Please let him prepare his creatures for battle." There was loud laughter and words. "Let him immediately call his bone collector, let him show this dragon his giant skeleton knight. Does he think this pile of bones can withstand an army of half-dragons? It won't work." Han Wu stood in the arena, arms folded. The spectators in the stands shouted loudly, "Dragon, he bet 500,000 on him, he can't lose." The protagonist grinned and asked, "A whole 500,000 on his defeat? Apparently, this guy doesn't feel sorry for his money at all." The dragon grinned and said, "He's heard about him, the so-called king of locusts. His main representative is locusts, but he usually wields skeletons. But this time he was unlucky with his opponent. Let him believe, he'll knock all the arrogance out of him." Han Wu sent his mutants in his direction and shouted, "Stop chatting already, they can finish quickly, he wants to go home." The dragon waved his hand, signaling the dragons and said, "Okay, since he can't wait to die, he'll gladly help him. Forward, his half-dragons." These rushed forward, colliding with the locusts. The dragon bared his teeth and asked, "Hey kid, does he think he's a weakling? Let him summon his undead there." Han Wu sat down on the floor and said, "Sure, but let him deal with his locusts first." The dragon screamed, "Idiot!" His mutants began to breathe fire from their huge mouths. The dragon screamed, "Half-dragons, let them use their skills." The protagonist stood up and screamed, "Locusts, let them listen to his commands. Fallen locusts, here's the defense. Heavenly demonic beetles, they're attacking." They began to strike at the dragons and Han Wu screamed, "Locusts of dark magic, they're waiting for an opportune moment to sneak attack." The mutants dealt damage with their arrows. The dragon shouted, "Let the half-dragons gather, burn these creatures. Half-dragon hero, let the shelling begin." It rose into the air and aimed many arrows at the locusts. The dragon folded his arms and said, "Stop kicking and let him summon his undead. If he continues like this, he will destroy his entire country." Han Wu clenched his jaws and thought, he was right about something, he was just sacrificing his creatures in vain. He would have to summon the divine hammer and the minotaur shaman. He raised his hand and said, "Divine sphere." The mutation spirit appeared in front of him and asked why he was putting up with all these insults from him. It was beginning to doubt the choice of its host. Han Wu asked discontentedly, "And what was it proposing?" The spirit replied, "Wasn't it clear? We need to crush these half-dragons with the forces of the locusts." The protagonist replied, "It itself saw that the locusts could not cope with these." The spirit asked, "Where did he get it from? Had he already forgotten who killed Gamara, a creature of the 6th level of mutation? There can be no weak races in the hands of the source of mutation itself. The main thing is to skillfully manage them. And now let him use his new ability, directed mutation, and destroy these pathetic half-dragons." Han Wu looked at the small locust on his finger and thought, this is a good opportunity to try out his new power. Moreover, if something goes wrong, he can always summon stronger creatures. Many energy flows were directed towards this. The spirit asked, "So what, has he decided what mutation vector he wants to give his locust?" Han Wu said, "Fallen locusts show themselves well in the role of a living shield, so I would like to increase their resistance to damage so that they cover other creatures." The system window reported, "First, this is an armor mutation, which thickens and strengthens the natural armor of the fallen locust, increasing its resistance to physical damage tenfold. The price, reducing the creature's lifespan by 50 days. Second, this is a gland mutation, the fallen locust will acquire new glands, allowing them to cover themselves in a resistant mucus, greatly increasing their resistance to elemental attacks. The price, reducing the creature's lifespan by 90 days. Third, this is a complete mutation, causing mutation in all areas of the creature, strengthening all aspects of the fallen locust. The price, reducing the creature's lifespan to 24 hours. The protagonist smiled and said these half-dragons attack with both fire and their physical strength, so you can't be greedy. The third option. The locust quickly grew in size and screamed loudly. It took off and headed towards the half-dragons, starting to strike. Hanwoo screamed, he did it, he was able to give his locusts the mutation vector he needed. The locusts attacked the dragons, driving them into a corner and biting them with their sharp teeth. The protagonist covered the bugs with energy and screamed, heavenly demon bugs, locusts of dark magic, he will deal with them too, it's time to gain mutations. The bugs flew up and began to shoot shadow needles towards the monsters who covered their heads with their paws. They screamed loudly from the damage, as suddenly a wild rampage was inflicted. The dragon screamed in fear, what was going on? How could they become so much stronger in an instant? He clearly used something forbidden. Where is the judge? Hanwoo smiled and said, and here are his humanoid locusts mutated. Large bugs that looked like mutated people came forward. The protagonist said, he will have to sweat against them, dragon. The locust pulled an arrow and shot it towards the half-dragons. Hanwoo pointed his finger at the monster and shouted, the half-dragon hero, this is the first target, let them deal with him first. The dragon fell to his knees and cried out with tears in his eyes, no, let him stop. He surrenders, there is no need to kill the creature. The man on the platform shouted, what about his 500,000, is he a scaly idiot? Let him fight to the end. The protagonist grinned and said he warned that betting on his defeat would not lead to anything good. He took out a fragment of the divine core and activated the seal of the blood arena. After a while, in the divine sphere of Hanwoo, the system window reported, a special structure, the blood arena, is a place where god creatures can hone their skills in battles with each other. The victorious creature gets a chance to break through to the next rank of creature types. There is also an extremely low chance that the victorious elite type creature can lower all intermediate ranks and immediately become a heroic creature type. The protagonist looked at the installed arena and said, a tiny chance to immediately turn into a heroic creature type? What a pleasant surprise! Suddenly, a divine core, a dragon, and a mountain of gold coins appeared in front of him. Hanwoo asked, wow, what's this? He seems to be getting suspiciously happy these days. The spirit appeared next to him and asked, hey, dear host, why are you so excited about all these little things? He already said that this is just the tip of the iceberg. With his help, they will reach much greater heights, let him believe it. The protagonist turned around and said, yeah, as he says, boss. Is that all? He wanted to do some pumping there. The spirit replied, yes, that's all. He can start. Hanwoo thought discontentedly, he will definitely get rid of him as soon as he gets stronger, terrible opportunist. He turned around and said, activating the ability to sacrifice life. A bright energy flow illuminated everything around. The system window reported, armor wake up, this is a sacred relic of the 4th level. When merging with the core, it gives the gods being the ability to summon storm armor during battle. A 3rd level structure, an observatory. When placed in the divine realm, it allows for precise control over a distance of up to 10,000 kilometers. A book on creating a golem. The created golem takes on the power and abilities of the creatures from whose flesh and blood it was created. The abilities and power of a completed golem cannot be changed or improved. Hanwoo thought, wow. Creating a golem? What if he combines the remains of Brother Chang and the mutant Gamara? He pressed a button with the image of the book and clenched his fists and thought, it seems like he will soon become much stronger. 10 days later, in Hanwoo's divine realm, he smiled and said now he has seen for himself that he has not wasted 10 million points of divine power and high-level materials. His golems, they are charming. A huge high-ranking golem stood in front of the protagonist. He said, horror? Yes, these golems are stronger than some heroes. The system window reported, the name of this little Chang, the rank of golem, the level of golem hero, and the talents of super regeneration, predator, strong fangs, crystal skeleton, dragon scale. Hanwoo smiled and said, and their regeneration is not inferior even to Wolverine. He laughed and said they will be his little Changs, in honor of the deceased brother Chang. He grinned and said, well, the time has finally come to challenge fate. Grandpa, he is already on the threshold of the Imperial Academy. He cannot worry about anything, he will definitely enter and go after his parents in the Sea of Chaos Stars. 3 days later, hunters gathered at the Imperial Academy. Han Wu clenched his fist and asked displeasedly, "So this is what the best academy of the Empire looks like?" It is noticeable, even on the outskirts of the city, half of the passers-by give off the aura of a demigod. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. "Let him forgive him, sir, he is Han Wu, a preparatory course student of the Imperial Academy, right?" The protagonist turned around and replied, "That's right." The assistant greeted Mr. Han Wu. He said the academy sent him to get him, so he asks to go with him. They are waiting for a helicopter. There is nothing to worry about, he will help him settle into the academy dormitory. They got into the helicopter and took off. After a while, they flew over the city and landed. The assistant got out of the helicopter and asked for him, "Mr. Han Wu, he will show him his room." The protagonist entered the room, which was completely decorated with gold, and asked, "Where are his neighbors?" The assistant replied, "This place is only for him, no neighbors." Han Wu screamed in surprise, "This is too much." The assistant went to the exit and said, "He can rest today. And he should not be late for tomorrow's classes." The protagonist approached the energy device and said, "Apparently, this place is teeming with all sorts of geniuses. He needs to start absorbing divinity as soon as possible." The next day, he walked down the corridor and heard conversations from every room. Someone asked, "Have you heard that they have some newcomer?" In response, the following words were heard, "Yeah, some scum who somehow got in there. Surely his family helped him somehow. Without connections, he would not have gotten in." Someone said, "Yes, he thinks he is right. After all, they got in through the official selection procedure. People like that only ruin the reputation of the best academy in the empire. Oh well, he will give him such a thrashing that he will expel himself." Han Wu raised his eyebrows and thought, apparently, he will not see a quiet life there either. Suddenly, Lena appeared in front of him and asked with a smile on her face, "He is the newly admitted student Han Wu, right?" He jumped back in fear and screamed. She smiled and said, "She is a teacher of the preparatory course of their school. He may know her as Lena's teacher. Class is about to start, you need to go to class." Lena entered the room and said, "Class, calm down." Qin Shuang jumped up from her seat and screamed, "Han Wu." At this moment, the guys in the class began to whisper. Someone said, "Hey guys, what's going on? Does their goddess know this new student?" "Apparently, yes." Lena smiled and said, "So she would like to introduce their new classmate Han Wu to them." She pointed her hand at the protagonist and said, "Before entering the academy, he studied in the same school as their Qin Shuang." Su Tai jumped up and slammed his hand on the table. He shouted, "Teacher Lena, he wants to know how this Han Wu managed to get into their preparatory course." Lena replied, "Su Tai's student, she doesn't know how he was taught in his previous school, and she doesn't care, but in her class, you have to raise your hand before asking a question." She looked at him with displeasure and said, "If he still hasn't learned it, then she will find another way to hammer the local etiquette into his head." Su Tai trembled and apologized to Teacher Lena. "It won't happen again, he promises." "He apologizes again." Lena smiled and said that it won't happen again. As for his question, it would be better if he asked disciple Han Wu himself. Su Tai pointed his finger at the protagonist and said with displeasure, "Han Wu, he doesn't really care how he got there, it doesn't matter. He just wants to personally make sure that he is worthy of studying with them. That's why he challenges him." The protagonist put his palm in front of him and said, "Crazy? He has to refuse." Su Tai jumped up and shouted in displeasure, "Cowardly scum! How is he going to study if he is afraid to even accept a challenge?" Everyone around him began to nod. "That's it, a coward! Scum, weakling!" Qin Shuang slapped her hand on the desk and shouted, "Enough! Han Wu did nothing bad to him, why is he picking on him?" Su Tai said in confusion, "But..." Han Wu looked at her and thought how similar to Qin Shuang. Even there, she managed to acquire nasty henchmen. After a while, Su Tai folded his arms across his chest, and his friends were standing next to him. He said, "Han Wu?" At this moment, Qin Shuang covered him with her body and shouted in displeasure, "Is he doing this again? If he wants to make fun of him, then let him deal with her first." Su Tai frowned and shouted, "It's none of her business, Qin Shuang, get away from him. Hey Han Wu, if he still has the courage, stop hiding behind a girl." The protagonist frowned and slammed his hands on the table. He stepped forward and said, he was too lazy to deal with him, but he also had his limits. What does he want from him? Su Tai walked right up to him and mockingly asked, "Han Wu, he's a lazy scum, okay? He has no right to study there, and he'll make him get out of there. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and shouted, "They'll beat him up until he expels himself." Han Wu turned around and mockingly said, "Qin Shuang, it must have been hard for her to study in the same class with those idiots for so long." She sighed and replied, "Well, they were pretty normal until that day. She doesn't understand why they are so angry with him." The main character smiled and said that apparently she hasn't had time to get close to them yet, so she probably won't mind if he beats them up good. Qin Shuang walked up to him and said dissatisfiedly, "Han Wu, he shouldn't underestimate Su Tai's strength. His main representatives are Steel Knights. The elite type does exist. He is very strong. Even her Thunder Sparrows are no match for his knights." Han Wu replied, "If she is afraid that he will cripple them, then let her say so." Qin Shuang waved her hands dissatisfiedly and said, "Oh, let him do what he wants, she doesn't care." Su Tai folded his arms and asked again, "Cripple them, is he serious? One of his knights is enough to kill all his creatures, scum." He turned away and said to go and meet in the arena. Qin Shuang looked after the protagonist and thought, well, why is he so stubborn? She can't even help him. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist, asking him to select a battle mode. The options were, a battle of heroes, a battle of super elite creatures, a battle of elite creatures, a battle of armies, 5 against 5 or 10 against 10. Han Wu smiled and said he didn't think there were so many modes in the arena. This was a great opportunity to try out his Chang babies. He chose 10 against 10. The guys were transported to the arena and Su Tai said he didn't know if he was an idiot or just overconfident. There was no way he could beat him in 10 against 10 mode. Had he already forgotten what Qin Shuang told him? His golems appeared next to the main character. Su Tai was surprised. Who are these? He summoned hero-type creatures, but they gave off some strange aura. Looks like he'll have to give it his all. He can't screw up when the goddess is watching them. Steel Knights appeared next to him and Su Tai said, "Let him prepare well, Han Wu." He laughed and said, "Even a Lord-type warrior will have a hard time against his horde." Qin Shuang was watching the battle through the system window at this time. She frowned and asked, "What kind of creatures are these? When did Han Wu manage to acquire such monsters?" The guy's eyes broadcast the battle and he said, "Han Wu summoned golems, and they are comparable to hero-type creatures. But man-made creatures will never compare to the living heroes of Su Tai. Why did he summon them? It will be funny to see his face when he loses his expensive army. He knew it was someone's rich son. Managed to get hero-type golems." Someone answered him, "Yeah, those are probably worth at least 30 million. Now it is clear how he got into their class." Qin Shuang thought, they are talking nonsense, not even knowing that Han Wu has no family left. He simply had no one to ask for such a large sum of money. But then where did he get those golems from? She'll have to ask him after the battle. At that moment, Su Tai waved his hand and ordered the knights to smash them. They began to strike, but the golems stood still. Su Tai spread his arms in different directions and asked, "Can he hear?" "These are the blessed sounds of the crunching bones of his quasi-heroes." He asked, "Did he fall asleep there or something? Or had he already resigned himself to his defeat?" Su Tai's eyes widened and he looked ahead in surprise. He saw that his knight's strikes did not damage the golems. He screamed, "What the hell? How is this possible?" The protagonist replied, "This is just the beginning, now it's his turn. Let them start pressing, kids." The golems swung and began to strike the knights. The guys who were watching the battle asked in surprise, "What kind of monsters are these? Are they pressing Su Tai's steel knights?" "Pressing? Yes, they beat these knights like kittens." Qin Shuang frowned and thought, Han Wu, he is so strong. At this time, the protagonist frowned and asked a question, "Hey kid, maybe he should give up already?" Su Tai shouted in displeasure, "Let him not dig himself in, scum, he has not shown even half of his true power." He sent an energy flow forward and said, "Steel Knights, unification." Han Wu grinned and asked, "What unification? Did he watch too many Transformers when he was a kid?" The knights began to gravitate towards each other and the protagonist, closing his eyes, asked what they were doing there. Can he not look at it? A bright flash of energy occurred in the center of the arena, and Su Tai laughed loudly. He asked, "Are you scared already?" The United Steel Knight gathered all the power of his creatures. "He is finished, cowardly scum." A huge knight appeared in the arena and rushed towards the golems. It struck them and Su Tai screamed, "Now he will show him the strength of someone who is truly worthy of studying in the Imperial Academy. Soon, he himself will realize that he does not belong among them." The protagonist made a surprised face and cried out, Oh, he is so strong. Sutai replied smugly, that's right. Han Wu, if he admits his defeat, then he will, so be it, spare his awkward idiots. But he should hurry. His offer will only be valid for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Han Wu looked at him and said 2, 1, 0. That's it, time is up, he can continue. Su Tai stretched out his hand and screamed. He himself refused, an arrogant idiot, so there's no point in crying later. What is he? He widened his eyes and asked, what? Han Wu's golems approached him and he asked fearfully, what's going on, were they healed? They surrounded the knight and the protagonist shouted, come on, let his little ones tear this tin can apart. The golems began to tear pieces of metal off the knight and release energy into the air. The academy students said in surprise, how cruel. The knight's head fell at Su Tai's feet. He fell to his knees and said, this can't be, this is the end, everything is lost. The protagonist walked out of the portal with a mocking smile on his face. Qin Shuang walked up to him and said, Han? Suddenly, a loud scream was heard from behind him, Han Wu. Meng ran up to him and hugged him tightly. He screamed, he really passed the academy's test. He didn't doubt him, brother, it was not for nothing that he gave him his recommendation. Han Wu asked in surprise, brother Meng? When did he manage to look so young? He looks like he lost 10 years. He remembered his previous image and looked at how he looked now. Meng laughed and said that he chose that image specifically for the arena, because he thought that he would not be taken seriously. But this is an academy after all, and there are a lot of girls there, so what? The student asked, does that mean that he got there thanks to the recommendation of an academy student? And he thought that it was through connections. The protagonist waved his hand and said, complete nonsense. The guys asked to forgive Han Wu, they all misunderstood. Meng put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said, he, Xiang Meng, is a freshman at the Imperial Academy. And from now on, people who dare to somehow tease his brother Han Wu will have to deal with him. Got it? They turned around and he said, let's go, brother, he will introduce him to his friends. Han Wu asked again, friends? After a while, they went up to another floor and Xiang Meng said, Xia Tian, Yi Ling, his junior finally got in. Xia Tian stood against the wall with his arms folded. He greeted the junior and said, his name is Xia Tian, and he is a freshman in their academy. Yi Ling smiled and asked, so it was he who defeated their Xiang Meng in the bloody arena? The protagonist greeted Senior Xia and Senior Yi. He said, his name is Han Wu, he is a preparatory course student in the academy. As for his victory over Brother Meng, it was more of an accident. Yi Ling smiled and answered him, it was not an accident, but due to luck. And luck is also a kind of power. They heard a rumor that in the next lesson, the preparatory course students would be sent to the Zombie City, a low-level secret realm from the collection of their rich academy. And they would like to ask him to bring them something from there. Han Wu put his hands in his pockets and asked, but seniors, they have already reached the demigod stage, why do they need the help of a newbie from the preparatory course? Yi Ling smiled and said, Junior Han Wu, don't be so modest. Newbie? Him? Xiang Meng only coughed loudly in response. Yi Ling frowned and said, Zombie City, this is a low-level secret realm in the Academy's collection, only for preparatory course students to practice. There is no way for them to get in. Xiang Meng touched his muscles and said, yeah, if he were allowed in, he would destroy the entire city in a couple of hours. Yi Ling smiled and said, yeah, it's really strong there. She presented the fruit and said, in short, in this secret realm, you can find an extremely valuable thing, namely, the fruit of wisdom. This fruit can help improve the intelligence of non-humanoid creatures, and they are willing to buy it for 1 divinity point each. The protagonist thought for a moment and thought, 1 divinity point each? That's just what he needs. He folded his arms and replied, okay, he'll take it. Yi Ling showed him a golden seed and said, here, let Junior Han Wu take it, this seed will be useful to him in the next lesson. After a while, he came home and lay down on the sofa, turning on the tablet. He thought that he would be able to turn into a demigod once he absorbed 6 divinity points. If it weren't for Teacher Ling's explanation, he would have definitely ruined his potential. The protagonist imagined the image of a teacher who said that yes, he could initiate the demigod conversion ceremony if he absorbed 6 divinity points, but such demigods were artificial and could only merge with the lower divine authority of the first level. She hoped that he would not waste his enormous potential and would continue to accumulate divinity points. Lena drew a graph on the board and said, but she wanted to warn him that it would not be easy. After absorbing the 6th divinity point, each subsequent increase in divinity would require more and more of these same points. For example, the 7th would require 2 divinity points, the 8th 3, and so on. The maximum number of divinity points that can be achieved as a divine being is 10. Demigods with 10 divinity points have the greatest potential and are able to merge with the divine authority of the 5th level. She will remind him that divine authority is the main stage for both demigods and true gods. Han Wu was lying on the sofa and said with loving eyes, "Teacher Lena has such high hopes for him. He simply cannot let her down. He will collect as many fruits of wisdom as possible and accumulate divinity points." A few days later, a classmate asked the protagonist Han Wu, did he hear that they were going to be sent to the outside world in the next class? Rumor has it that it will be a zombie city, one of the secret kingdoms of the Academy's collection. Some seniors, having heard about this, began to approach their comrades. They want them to get some valuable resource. They also talked to their Su-Tai. At this moment, Su-Tai entered the room and asked, "Hey, Han Wu, does he want to make a bet with him on the time of this sortie?" The protagonist asked the question, "What kind of bet?" He frowned and said, "If his grades for this class are higher than his, then he will no longer even look at Qin Shuang. If everything turns out the opposite, then he will stop thinking about her and have any hopes." Han Wu asked him to be honest, does his family get along with the rector of their academy? He just doesn't understand how he managed to get there with such a tiny brain. What difference does it make whether he thinks about her or not? She doesn't like him, he should just come to terms with it already. Su-Tai replied, "It's none of his business. He will do everything to fence Qin Shuang off from him." Suddenly, Qin Shuang entered the office and asked Su-Tai, that is, if his grades are better than his, then he will stop pestering her? Su-Tai froze in fear, and then turned around and said displeasedly, "Qin Shuang, he really likes her. Why would she need this idiot when she has?" She interrupted him and ordered him to answer her question. Su-Tai pointed his finger at the protagonist and said displeasedly, "Yes, that's right. He will stop pestering him if he is better than him." Qin Shuang put her hands on her waist and asked Han Wu, could he do her a favor and agree to his bet? The protagonist looked at her and said, "Everyone here is a genius. Let him not blame him later if he loses." Qin Shuang clenched her fist and replied, "She believes in him. Han Wu, he will win." Lena interrupted them and asked, "Well, is everyone ready for the lesson to begin?" She is sure many of them have already heard about it, but she will still repeat it. In this lesson, they will go to the zombie city, a low-level secret realm. All that is required of them is to survive. However, she warns, this place will be very different from everything they have seen so far. She snapped her fingers and said, "So, let's begin." The guys were transported to the zombie city and the system window reported, activating the survival simulation in the outside world. In order to avoid detection by the creation of the outside world, all functions related to the world of deities will be disabled. They are affected by the aura of the outside world, causing their divine being body to become mortal. The ranking table is open. The main scenario, the zombie city, is a very friendly and hospitable place, where the nice zombie inhabitants will kindly take care of their brains, which are cramped inside their skulls. And when night falls, they will invite them to a dizzying carnival. Su-Tai grabbed his stomach and said, "Horror, where did this terrible hunger come from?" The guy replied, "It's the same with him. But he can't activate his spatial ring, and there was plenty of food there." The protagonist said, "Divine beings like them practically do not need food and can starve for a month or more. And now they have been turned into mortals and all their existing artifacts have been disabled. This is, indeed, real survival. It seems that the main abilities are working as they should, so there is nothing to worry about." The system window reported, "The skill-directed mutation is ready for use. The life sacrifice skill is ready to use." Han Wu turned around and suggested that they look around this friendly town. Qin Shuang followed him and said, "Okay." She put her hand on the ground and called her bird. She said to climb up, they would look around from above. Han Wu turned around and said, "No need, he has his own wings." He transformed into a black dragon and flew up into the sky. After a while, the guys landed and the main character said, "Yes, this city is full of everything, the cafes and restaurants alone are worth something." And he thought that there was no one there except zombies. At that moment, Qin Shuang's stomach rumbled and Han Wu laughed, turning around to look at her. She screamed, "There is nothing to laugh about." The main character coughed and said, "Yes, we need to look at this restaurant first." They entered the establishment, and the old man said, "Welcome. Dear guests, what would they like to try? They can look at the menu." Han Wu greeted them and replied, "They came to them from another city. so now they have some problems with money. Suddenly the old man took out a gun and shouted, "Get out of his restaurant, poor idiots. Have you confused him with those brainless zombies that prowl there at night? There is nothing free in his restaurant." Qin Shuang shouted in displeasure, "What's wrong with him, old man?" Hanwoo grabbed her hand and told her to calm down. Has she already forgotten that they have mortal bodies? One bullet, and they are gone. He remembered the elder Yi said that those seeds would be useful to him in the zombie city. It's worth a try. The protagonist asked him to wait. He remembered that he had something lying around. He showed one seed and asked, "Will this do?" The old man smiled and folded his hands together and said they will forgive the old man, dear guests. He did not know that they had such valuable seeds with them. He is willing to buy this seed from him for 10 gold, what will they say? The protagonist replied, they are too hungry now to bargain. Could he feed them something first? The old man smiled and replied, sure, let them pass. After a while, the guys sat down at the table, on which lay a large roast chicken. Qin Shuang screamed, hooray, so much food. Many different dishes lay on the table and beckoned with their amazing appearance. The protagonist cut off a piece of food and asked, sir, will he tell them a little about their city? The old man looked at him in surprise and replied, yes, there is nothing secret about it. They, respected guests, found themselves in an amazing place. In the zombie city, people and zombies have learned to coexist with each other. People hunt these zombies, extracting valuable resources and money. Zombies, in turn, become stronger by eating the brains of the locals. Every night, the streets of this city are filled with hordes of the dead, who, in search of prey, can even invade people's homes. The victims, in turn, defend themselves not only with swords, shields, and firearms, but also with special magical plants. The old man looked at the seed and said, and this seed in his hands must be a third-order magical plant. And he would be very happy if they sold it to him. Hanwoo thought, Plants vs. Zombies? Sounded familiar. It seemed like he had played a similar game in his past life. He stared at the seed and thought, if we were to draw a parallel, then first-order plants probably correspond to ordinary creatures, and third-order plants, to elite ones. Qin Shuang put her hands on her stomach and asked, where can I get more of these seeds? The old man looked at it puzzledly and said, but he has one of these in his hands. Okay, if they need more seeds, they can buy it from the city store. But let's face it, they are very expensive there. Well, the other way is to kill zombies, they also drop seeds. The protagonist frowned and thought, it is too dangerous in this city at night, they need to find a place to spend the night. The old man looked at the guys and said, he sees that they are interested in their city. If they want to settle there, they can contact their mayor and buy a house there. Or rent a room in a hotel. He does not recommend them to walk around there at night. The guys left the cafe and the old man happily waved after them. Hanwoo said they need to buy a house. After a while, the guy approached the cafe and groaning in pain said, he is dying of hunger. Sir, he asks to have something thrown on the table for him. The old man shouted, let him get out of there, beggar. The guy screamed in fear, his hand. The system window reported, the preparatory course student received -500 points. Qin Shuang grabbed her shirt and said, wow, that old man really shot him. Fortunately, he stopped her in time. She suggested that they quickly get a house. After a while, in the mayor's house, Schwarzenegger, the mayor of the zombie city, was sitting on a chair. He said, so, he is ready to pay 1,320 and 1,160 gold coins respectively for their seeds. But he must say that the cheapest house in their city costs 1,200 gold coins. Qin Shuang said she does not have enough. The protagonist smiled and said, he will add it to her, there is no need to worry. Schwarzenegger opened the electronic device and said, he would advise them to buy one house for two. There is even a good option in mind. The price is 2,350 gold coins. Qin Shuang cried out in surprise, wow. She and Hanwoo screamed in unison, it's huge, and it even has a pool. They screamed, they'll take it. Schwarzenegger smiled and said, no problem. But there's one small condition. Do you understand, there's one rule in their city. Only married couples can buy shared houses. Are they willing to get married for this? Qin Shuang screamed in surprise, what? The mayor frowned and asked, what's the matter? If they don't want to get married, they won't be able to buy a house. Their city is small, so they try their best to preserve their traditions and prevent promiscuity. Qin Shuang said sheepishly, but they're not even dating, they're just. The protagonist leaned over to her and whispered, it's only for the house. Qin Shuang replied, okay. They hugged and Hanwoo said they agreed to this condition. Schwarzenegger handed over the paper and screamed happily, "That's great! Besides, they look great together. They need to fill out these papers, and they say, got married." The protagonist put his signature on the paper, and the mayor took out a tray and said, "This is the key to their house, 150 pea shoots, seeds, and 50 coin flowers, everything as agreed. He wishes them a happy life together." The guys left the office and Qin Shuang said discontentedly, "Their marriage is a forced decision, so there is no need to imagine unnecessary things there." Hanwoo laughed and said not to worry, he understands everything. She turned around and thought discontentedly, somehow he agreed too quickly. Does he not have his own opinion? The system window reported, the acquisition of real estate and becoming a full-fledged citizen of the zombie city, plus 1,000 points. The rating table showed that Hanwoo and Qin Shuang are in first place, they have plus 1,000 points. After a while, the guys approached the mansion and the protagonist shouted, "Wow, and in real life this house is even bigger. A real mansion." Qin Shuang folded her arms across her chest and replied, apparently he really hadn't seen much in his life. She went inside and said she was tired, so she would take a shower and sleep a little. Hanwoo looked at the bag of seeds and said, and he, perhaps, would work a little. He needed to at least understand what these pea shoots and coin flowers were capable of. And he couldn't do without practice. That same evening, the protagonist walked down the hallway of the mansion and said, "Hey, lazybones, it's been a few hours, time to wake up." He opened the door and said discontentedly, he had already managed to grow pea shoots, and she was still sleeping. He fell silent and widened his eyes, seeing Qin Shuang in her underwear. She screamed, get out of her room." Hanwoo replied, "It was an accident, he swears." After a while, the protagonist went outside and approached the plants. The system window reported, the name of the plant, coin flower, level 1 order. Plant power, coin generation, it absorbs the death energy that has dissipated in the air and generates coins. 10 copper coins are 1 silver coin, and 10 silver coins are 1 gold coin. 1,000 gold coins are 1 diamond. The lifespan of the plant is 1 year. Hanwoo smiled and said, "And they grow quite quickly?" "Only a couple of hours have passed." The system window reported, the name of the plant, pea shooter, the plant level is the 1st order. Plant power, pea shot. Once per second, it shoots a pea projectile and deals damage to zombies. The lifespan of the plant is 1 year. Qin Shuang looked closely at the protagonist and asked what he was muttering under his breath. He replied, "Nothing." Suddenly, he turned around and cried out, "She!" Qin Shuang looked at him questioningly and said, for some reason his face turned red. He didn't think about it. Hanwoo remembered her image in her underwear and smiled and replied, "No, I didn't think about it." Qin Shuang pointed her finger at him and shouted, "If he makes that face again, she won't be responsible for herself. Let him forget about it, okay?" She suddenly turned around and asked, "What's that noise?" She raised her hand up and activated the light. The guys saw a crowd of zombies running towards them, screaming loudly. The protagonist folded his arms and said with a grin on his face, "Just in time, it's time to see what these guys are capable of." The plants started shooting peas towards the zombies and hitting their bodies. Hanwoo asked puzzledly, "Is that all? Isn't it too weak?" He took out a small shining sphere and said, "Perhaps we should strengthen it with the attribute of darkness." The plants were covered in energy and turned into pea shooters of darkness. The peas hit the bodies of the zombies and killed them. The system windows reported, he killed a 1st order normal zombie and got 1 point, he killed a 1st order standard bearer zombie and got 1 point. Hanwoo put his hand to his chin and thought, the darkness attribute enhancement was eating up too much of his own energy. With this mortal body, he simply wouldn't have time to strengthen all the shooters, they would soon be surrounded. What should he do? Qin Shuang said that their situation was bad. Su Tai apparently also bought a house, he already had 1,300 points. If they continued to do the same thing, Hanwoo would lose. The protagonist looked at the predatory flowers and thought, he will have to find a way to kill these zombies even faster. We must remember that these are living creatures, which means they are also able to mutate. Hanwoo ordered to start a directed mutation, after which the flower glowed brightly. The system offered several types of mutations. The first type increases the shooting range of pea shooters. When the shooting range is doubled, the lifespan of the plant is reduced by 1 month. The shooting range can be increased 13 times, while the shooter's lifespan will be 12 hours. The second type increases the shooting speed of pea shooters. When the shooting speed is doubled, the plant's lifespan is reduced by 2 months. The shooting speed can be increased 7 times, while the shooter's lifespan will be 12 hours. The third type increases the number of heads of pea shooters. For each additional head, the plant loses 3 months of life. The maximum number of possible heads is 5, while the lifespan of the shooter will be 12 hours. The fourth type increases the size and strength of the roots of pea shooters. With each strengthening of the roots, the lifespan of the plant is reduced by 6 months. The roots can be strengthened 3 times, while the lifespan of the shooter will be 12 hours. Han Wu decided that all the options looked pretty good, so he would try them all. Bright streams of mana enveloped the plants, and then they began to take on a different appearance. At the same moment, Han Wu began to fight. His plants fired continuous charges at the zombies. The system constantly sent notifications about killed first-order zombies, for which they gave 1 point. In addition, the main character knocked out a bottle of hair dye, and when he killed a second-order zombie, he received 2 points. However, soon a heavy stomping was heard. A lot of huge zombies with a flag appeared. Han Wu realized that those zombies looked completely different. It would not be easy with them. The huge monster began to swing a long stick, and then threw it at Han Wu's plants, creating a lot of dust and smoke. However, the zombie was soon very surprised, since the plants remained intact, and they were constantly shooting at him. Han Wu raised a flag shrouded in lightning, realizing that this was a banner made of multiple tempered steel. Very good, he would confiscate it. He turned to another group of plants, saying that he almost forgot about coin flowers. It was time for them to mutate too. The system again offered a couple of mutation options. The first one increases the amount of coin flowers produced. When doubling the productivity, the lifespan of the plant is reduced by 1 month. Productivity can be increased 13 times, while the shooter's lifespan will be 12 hours. The second type of mutation increases the radius of death energy absorption. When doubling the radius, the lifespan of the plant is reduced by 2 months. The radius can be increased 7 times, while the shooter will live 12 hours. Han Wu said that he would take all the mutations. It's time for his children to work. Soon, the flowers began to throw coins in an incredibly large number, after which Qin Xuan looked at the system panel, saying that he had overtaken Su Tai again. At this time, the guy also looked at the ranking. He had 1,313 points, and Han Wu had 1,436 points. He was very angry, asking what was going on. Su Tai took the seed of the fourth-order plant, the flaming dragon flower. He told Han Wu not to even think about surpassing him. 2 hours later, a giant dragon flew up from the huge leaves, roaring menacingly and exuding a natural aura. One fiery breath of the dragon killed an entire group of zombies at once. The monsters were burned, and the guy looked at the system panel with a changing score. Now Su Tai had 1,610 points, and Han Wu had 1,586. He was constantly receiving notifications of zombie kills. He said with a grin that he had already found out everything about Han Wu. The guy was just an orphan, left without parents and relatives. Han Wu, a scumbag, should not even start competing with him, the descendant of a true god. He would make the guy regret it. A bright and hot sun rose above the horizon, its rays burning through the zombies' bodies. Qin Xuan looked at the mountain of gold and said, "It seems that they still survived the first night. Their plants somehow withstood the onslaught of zombies. By the way, how did Han Wu strengthen them so much?" Han Wu stood among the mountains of coins, answering that he recently mastered the ability of directed mutation. As she saw, it came in handy. She happily said that it was a very useful skill, but unfortunately, they were still behind in points. He looked at the system panel. Su Tai was in first place with 201,000 points. Han Wu was in second place with 128,000 points. Qin Xuan was in fifth place with 23,000 points. The protagonist said that this was just the beginning. They did not need to rush. Besides, they had enough local currency to buy better seeds. Already at night, he was standing surrounded by large and small combat plants. Han Wu said that under the protection of second and third order plants, he felt more confident. Qin Xuan was on the roof of the building and looked through binoculars. She said, "It seems they are in trouble." Completely different zombies came to them. They saw a squad of monsters on horses. Qin Xuan said that these were zombie knights of the third order and the fourth order dance king. Han Wu asked in surprise, where did such a monster as the fourth order dance king come from? Qin Xuan did not understand what to do, and Han Wu said that they need to use light. Zombies are very sensitive to light and sound. They will turn off the lights and hope that this dancer does not notice them. She replied that she understood everything and turned off the lights in the entire mansion. They hid behind the wall. Then Qin Shuang asked what was going on there. Were the monsters gone? The protagonist looked at the zombies' back and said, "It seems it worked." The monsters ignored their house and headed to the next one. If he remembers correctly, they are heading towards their neighbor, Mrs. Sal. The zombie dancer did not pay attention to them. Han Wu said that this is great. The scariest monster is gone. Now it is their turn. Qin Shuang should use her light spell. She agreed, and soon a huge sphere of light energy flew out of her hands. It was as if the sun exploded above the zombies. The knights on horseback and ordinary monsters began to run towards her, growling angrily. Then the mutated plants began to act, firing at the zombies, who stopped moving forward, defending themselves from the bullets. Suddenly, a knight rider jumped over Qin Shuang, preparing to attack. However, the monster was hit with a powerful fist by a plant boxer. The protagonist looked at the rankings. Su Tai remained in first place with 232,000 points. Han Wu was in second place with 140,000 points, and Sun Qingyan was in third place with 99 points. He asked in surprise, how could Sun Qingyan rise so high? The guy behind him laughed and asked, was Han Wu surprised by his rapid progress? The protagonist saw the girl in Sun Qingyan's arms and asked, did he decide to become a gigolo? The zombies began to jump over the plants with sticks so as not to fight. However, Sun Qingyan ordered the oak snipers to attack. Then the trees unleashed a barrage of shells on the monsters, who could not move from the pain and began to fall. Sun Qingyan laughed, opening his mouth wide, and told these weak monsters to go straight to him, and then gave him the coveted first place. The protagonist frowned. He didn't think that anyone among them would take advantage of the wealth of the local woman. And Qin Shuang asked why he was reacting like that. Was he jealous? He replied that she should remember that if Han Wu lost, Su Tai would continue to bother her, to which Qin Shuang stuck her tongue out at him. The zombie dancer raised his hand up and used to summon. Vortexes of different energies rose up around him. Soon, second-order zombie dancers began to appear. The three of them approached the mansion. The protagonist chuckled. It seemed that the king of dance had finally managed to break through the defense of their gigolo. The monster almost stepped on a very small plant. Both creatures were surprised. Then the plant became a powerful spring, throwing the zombie far back. Han Wu said that he took back his words. He looked at the zombie lying on the ground in shock. He could not even imagine that the zombie was so easy to deceive, and then he ordered the pea shooters to concentrate all their power on that skeleton. All the mutated plants began to shoot at the skeleton, but the proud and smug monster calmly took the blows of many shells. Qin Shuang said that their plants could not cope. They needed to hide in the house. The protagonist looked at the group of zombies and said that this could not be done. They had to act. Otherwise nothing would help them. He took the form of a dragon and said that he himself would cope with the monster. Han Wu began to quickly fly towards the skeleton dancer, preparing to strike. He hit the skeleton in the jaw with a powerful fist, from which even the monster's bones began to smoke. But Han Wu, dissatisfied, asked what was going on. The skeleton did not even move. This is very bad. It seems that he will have to fight him seriously. He grouped himself and asked to let the skeleton pay homage to his idol, and then kill the monster with his idol's favorite move. He powerfully struck the skeleton's stomach, using a machine gun strike, after which a flurry of blows were inflicted on the enemy's entire body. Soon, the head with the hide bones separated from the spine and rolled on the ground. The system reported that the protagonist killed the king of dance, a level 4 zombie. He received a level 4 plant seed, a copy of the tap dance skill, crocodile skin boots, and 500 points. He looked at the reward images and said that he killed a strong level 4 zombie, and he was only given 500 points. However, he was being watched. Yulin looked through binoculars at the battle between the protagonist and the monster, saying that the guy was simply incredible. It was a pity that they couldn't see their ranking, and Xiang Meng asked her to let him see it too. He realized that Han Wu could see strong people, since he decided to team up with the goddess of the preparatory course, thanks to Xiang Meng's advice. But Yilin told him not to flatter himself. Do the guys think he can find the fruit of wisdom? The girl replied, it all depends on how he perceives the zombie city. If Han Wu thinks that this is just a place where they grow strange plants and fight zombies, then there is no way he can get the fruit of wisdom. But now she was curious about what place this guy would rank. She even began to think about handing Xiang Meng over to Teacher Ling to be torn apart in exchange for the opportunity to watch their competition. The teacher appeared behind the frightened Yilin, like a ghost, said if this is so, then in her eyes she is some kind of monster? She asked them to confess. Who did the students decide to bet on? They awkwardly and tensely answered that they bet on Han Wu. Teacher Ling replied that it was good, Then she would allow them to watch, and also ask them to follow her. They came to the office, where Ling brought up a video of their fight on the system screen. They watched the events closely, because the teacher said that there was something to see. The protagonist continued to fight the skeleton knights. He hit them with his hands. But he also managed to direct the mutated plants, telling the pea shooters to concentrate on this target. The flowers continued to fire many projectiles at the monster, while Han Wu was flying above. Xiang Ming said Han Wu's pea shooters have the firepower of a second-level attack plant. Yilin now understood why he lost to the protagonist. But what was going on there? Why did the third-level and higher zombies start attacking him? Judging by his position, his opponents should have been first or second-level zombies. Sun Qingyan continued to stand with his girlfriend, while the spring plant repelled all the zombies. They flew through the entire park on the territory. Yilin realized that this was how zombies were thrown to Han Wu. But this guy's strength must be given credit. Not everyone can develop plants to such a level. Who is supporting him? Lena said that this is a preparatory course student Sun Qingyan, and no one is supporting him. Xiang Ming did not understand. How could he achieve such a thing without outside help? Yilin looked at the guy kissing the woman and said irritably that he was simply taking advantage of the wealth of a city resident. Recently, among the new students, there are often those who are willing to do anything for good grades. But who is Su Tai, who is ahead of Sun Qingyan by 100,000 points? And their junior Han Wu is only in third place. They saw the rankings. Su Tai had 314,000 points, Sun Qingyan had 213,000 points, and Han Wu had 198,000 points. Everyone watching was wondering what that guy was doing. At this time, Su Tai just stood there and grinned, while his dragon plant destroyed the zombies with its fire breath. He laughed and told Han Wu not to even try anything, he still wouldn't win. Yilin was surprised when she saw the fire dragon plant. Apparently, Su Tai received the support of their rival. Huan Xingjun, Xiang Ming said displeasantly. Huan Xingjun once received a huge reward in the zombie city. He took away an indecently large number of useful resources. Apparently, he decided to repeat his success and invested heavily in it. Lena said that this was true. Su Tai and Huan Xingjun entered into an agreement between themselves. Huan Xingjun pledged to help Su Tai financially and prepare him for the lesson, and Su Tai would have to hand over 70% of all the resources mined in the zombie city to Huan Xingjun. All three disciples began to be indignant with displeasure, saying that Su Tai was vile, this was shameless, and it was almost robbery. Xiang Ming frowned when he saw Huan Xingjun. He came up from behind and asked with a smirk, "Who are they insulting?" He saw that they were discussing and watching the preparatory course students. Did one of them want to bet on who would end up first? Xiang Ming was angry at him and asked, "Does Huan Xingjun think they are stupid?" They already know that Huan Xingjun made a deal with Su Tai, who currently holds first place. The guy grinned and said that if they don't have the courage to accept someone's challenge to a fight, then they are useless weaklings. They are studying in the Imperial Academy, the best academy in their world, and the three of them gathered together in a hobby group and started playing their own stupid games. He is even ashamed to call them his classmates. Xiang Ming became furious and wanted to attack Huan Xingjun, but was held back by Yilin. He shouted, if the guy decided to say goodbye to his teeth, then he will do it. The girls shouted for him to calm down. Huan Xingjun was deliberately provoking him in front of teacher Ling. They created this, as Huan Xingjun said, circle to help students from poor families. And they are not obliged to take into account the opinion of someone like him. If Huan Xingjun wants to argue, then they will find out whose help will be more useful. Then the guy said that now it is more interesting. He makes a bet of 10 divinity points. They agree. Yulin displeasedly said that she agrees to a bet of 10 divinity points. Huan Xingjun said that teacher Ling will witness their dispute, so they will not be able to refuse. Xiang Ming asked, Yilin is sure that everything will work out. After all, Su Tai looks quite strong? But the girl answered that he should not worry. Their junior Han Wu is also very talented. Teacher Ling frowned, saying that Han Wu could only take first place if he could find the secret of truth in the zombie city. The second day of survival in the zombie city began, for which all participants were given 2,000 points. Han Wu lay on the floor and tiredly said that he could not even get up from fatigue. Qin Shuang sat next to a mountain of gold and various foods, telling him not to bother, she would collect everything herself. She was glad that Han Wu retained his strange abilities after being transferred to this world. Without it they would have lost. He happily agreed and called her his wife, but soon received a kick. She asked displeasedly, what was he talking about? She began to beat him non-stop, and Han Wu asked her to calm down. He did not come up with the rules of this world. They will have to obey them so as not to give themselves away. She should at least think about it. Qin Shuang turned around and displeasedly said that she did not care, and he was just a scoundrel. The protagonist heard Sun Qingyan, who was surprised that the two of them had enough time to flirt. Han Wu hadn't looked at the rankings for a long time, so he didn't know that he was only in third place. Qin Shuang opened the system panel. Su Tai was in first place with 535,000 points, Sun Qingyan was in second place with 356 points, and Han Wu was in third place with 302,000 points. She exclaimed anxiously, "Oh my god!" The gap between the protagonist and Su Tai had increased to 200,000 points. Han Wu shouted that Sun Qingyan didn't have to worry about him, he still had a few trump cards. And how is he doing? Has he already managed to earn back the kindness and care of the local rich woman? Qin Shuang laughed and said that he was disgusting. Sun Qingyan got angry and shouted, "What trump cards is this loser talking about if he has already lost?" Today, his springs will make sure that Han Wu has no break from guests. But the protagonist said that it will even benefit him, and soon he noticed something in the mountain of resources. He was surprised that there were level 4 seeds. There was information about the plant on the system panel. It is a charming mushroom. The plant releases a gas bomb with hypnotic properties at opponents. Any zombie that gets into the area of the mushroom's ability is subordinated to the plant for a while. These zombies can be directed against their own relatives. At the same time, the effect of brainwashing will be imposed on the zombies. The protagonist took the seed and said that the abilities of the charming mushroom are incredible. It is a real puppeteer in the world of plants. And thanks to the corn cannon, they now have some kind of artillery. This baby will definitely not let their guests get bored today. Qin Shuang put all the resources in the cart and began to leave. She said that she noticed how he perked up. Then it's time for them to go to the trading post. They need to sell all the unnecessary things and buy more high-order seeds. He made an approving gesture and wanted to call her his wife, but stopped. Qin Shuang blushed and told him to stay closer to her, otherwise who knows what could happen. She herself thought that he could have finished the word if he started. An hour later they left the trading shop. Han Wu was dissatisfied. He thought that the copy of the tap dance skill that fell from the 4th level zombie would be something worthwhile, but they didn't even buy this. Qin Shuang said that everything was not so bad. For the rest of the loot they received 243 gold coins. You can buy a lot of things with this. In addition, the merchant said that the mayor likes to collect all kinds of weapons. Maybe he would agree to accept this banner that fell from the zombie and give him something worthwhile? He agreed discontentedly, saying that the last word would be with the owner of the Han Wu mansion. She was embarrassed and indignantly asked, why the Han Wu mansion, and not Qin's? The protagonist smirked. That was wrong. In that case he would become a useless son-in-law who was accepted into his wife's parents' house. She screamed that he was making fun of her again and started running, waving her arms, and he ran away, screaming that it was domestic violence. Soon they came to the rich and beautiful house of the mayor. He asked displeasedly, "What? The guy wants a weapon from his collection. If you think about it, his banner is really a rare thing." Okay, Han Wu managed to interest him. He can choose something. They walked through a huge warehouse with various things, after which the protagonist saw a sword. He said with admiration, he has a feeling as if this sword is calling him. He took the sword, from which bright streams of energy emanated, and said in surprise, "What kind of feeling is this? This sword seems to resonate with his dragon blood." He turned around and happily said that he wants this sword for himself. The mayor said that the guy skillfully chooses goods, but one banner is not enough, he needs to offer something else. He offered a copy of the tap dance skill and third-order seeds. That's all he has. The mayor said that he can put a copy of the skill on himself. He doesn't need it, but he will gladly accept the seeds. Han Wu happily said that they agreed, and the mayor decided to give the guy some advice. Tap dance is useless for the mayor, and Han Wu doesn't look like a dance lover, but his neighbor Mrs. Sal, as the former dance queen of their city, might be interested. The protagonist told Qin Shuang that they should go. They need to visit the golden woman of their master Sun Qingyan. They passed by Su Tai, who already had 3 fire dragons. Han Wu said that the guy is still as arrogant as ever. Su Tai said that the gap between them is only growing, so he himself should understand that the protagonist will not be able to win. If he gave in now and admitted his defeat, then maybe Su Tai would have mercy and let the guy study in the same class with Qin Shuang. The main guy asked if he was his wife's acquaintance, to which she replied in the negative. Su Tai was angry and furious that Han Wu called her his wife. he had no right to call Shuang that, so Su Tai would destroy and crush him. However, they just walked away, and Han Wu asked her not to pay attention to that fool. The guy angrily said that Han Wu had signed his own death warrant. He would not just disgrace the main character, he would do everything in his power to distort his entire future destiny. At this time, Han Wu was near a large house. He knocked and asked if Mrs. Sao was home. A woman came out to him with Sun Qingyan, who said that it was their neighbor Han Wu. The lady said that her darling had already told her what happened last night, so she guessed why they came to her. If they wanted some compensation for the damage they had caused, they could leave. It was their own fault for their weakness. She, Hannah, had no obligation to pay them for it. Sun Qingyan smirked, saying that Han Wu should not bother them. But the protagonist said that this was not the case. He did not come with Mrs. Sao for that reason. Moreover, he admired her. The mayor had recently told him that she was once famous in the city and proudly bore the title of the dance queen. By a lucky chance, he had received an item that, in his opinion, only she was worthy of possessing. Hannah said irritably, the guy probably thought that his blatant flattery could change her attitude towards him, but he was wrong. He showed her the book and asked, could this copy of the skill somehow change that? While Hannah was looking at the book with fascination, Sun Qingyan asked angrily, isn't Han Wu being impudent too? Is he trying to buy them with some useless book? Mrs. Sao said admiringly, this is the lost skill book of the Dancing King, so the guy can name any price. She is willing to give everything she has. Sun Qingyan looked at her anxiously and thought, if Han Wu asks her to kick the guy out, she will do it without regret. Then he smiled and said that Han Wu is his friend since they are classmates, but he could not finish the rest. Han Wu handed the book to the lady and told her to take it easier. After all, they are neighbors and should help each other. She can take the book. He promises that if he gets anything similar again, he will bring it to her right away. Hannah thanked him and apologized for her rudeness. From now on she asks to call her simply Hannah. She hopes that they will get along. They started to leave, waving goodbye to each other. The lady said that they can come visit again. Suddenly a system notification appeared. He became friends with the dance queen, Hannah Sao, friendship points 99. He opened the personal store of the Sao family, and also received 30,000 points. The protagonist was very surprised by such a large number of points. He would have to kill an incredible number of zombies to get so many points. Maybe this is the true meaning of the zombie city? Qin Shuang also asked him, what's going on? Did he do something? She just received a notification that she became friends with Mrs. Sao, the dance queen of the zombie city. And she also opened the store of the Sao family, and they added 10,000 points. Han Wu looked at her with a proud smile and thought, so because of their marriage, Qin Shuang also received some of the points. After all, they did not get married in vain. He said that he was just doing everything for his wife, and she blushed and called him shameless. Then Han Wu decided to look at the interesting items in the Sao store by opening the system panel. The store had third-tier clover seeds that cost 10 friendship points, dance training cost 20 friendship points. Divine dance clothes cost 35 friendship points, and the fruit of wisdom cost 90 friendship points. He said that the fruit of wisdom was exactly what he needed, but the price was huge. It was better for him not to throw away friendship points for now and buy the fruits before the end of the trial. Soon, he returned to his mansion and stood surrounded by various mutated plants. He was confident in his strength. Fourth-tier plants improved by his directed mutation. Tonight will be hot. At the same time, a crowd of zombies appeared, roaring terribly and approaching. The protagonist stood right behind his plants, and the corn plants released a huge fireball at the monsters. A fiery explosion erupted in the crowd of zombies, scattering the monsters around. Han Wu watched the destructive fire. He asked, only little ones come today, and where did the high-level zombies go? But then he saw Hannah waving at him, and realized what had happened. The lady told the neighbor that she had removed all her springs so as not to cause him trouble. He realized that there would be no fun today. If their house was not in danger, then why not take a walk? He turned into a dragon form and flew high into the sky. Han Wu could look at the entire city. He looked at the huge crowd of evil monsters, saying that these are not zombies now, but precious points. He began to fly down rapidly, preparing his sword for battle. He began to deliver powerful attacks, killing and cutting zombies. After his strike, the monsters seemed to turn into many coins, and Han Wu flew higher again. He was unhappy, considering how much they got for the 4th-level zombie. This trifle was already useless to him. 4 hours later, it was already dawn, and he was standing on the roof of a tall building. He looked at the rankings. where Sun Qingyan was in first place with 831,000 points, Su Tai was in second place with 757,000 points, and Han Wu was in third place with 723,000 points. He was pleased that the gap in points had narrowed, but it was too early for him to relax. The morning of the third day of survival arrived, for which everyone was given an extra 3,000 points. The protagonist returned to his house, where he saw a stranger, asking who he was. The knight greeted him and said that his name was Grimes, a resident of this city and the captain of the local guard. He saw Han Wu chopping zombies last night, so he came to invite the guy to the city guard. They needed such talented people. Han Wu replied that he had only heard of the Guardians of the Galaxy, so could the knight tell him what they even do? He replied that they were guarding their city. What else would the guards do? In fact, they often had to contain the invasions of zombies of the 5th level and above. If such monsters were to roam there, then nothing would be left of their home. The protagonist was happy to hear about the 5th level and above. This is a real treasure. With such opponents, he will quickly rise to first place. He told Captain Rick that he was asking to be accepted into the guards. The guy put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and laughed, saying, of course he would accept him into the guards. That's what he came for. He was sure that with Han Wu, it would be much easier for them to protect their city. The system panel appeared with a message that Han Wu had become friends with the captain of the city guard Rick Grimes, and also opened a personal store for Rick Grimes. In addition, the system added 60,000 points to him. He joined the city guard and opened a personal guard store. The system added 50,000 points to him. He looked at the ranking and was surprised, asking, is he in first place? Now he had 836,000 points. Sun Qingyan was in second place with 834,000 points, and Su Tai was in third place with 761,000 points. They said goodbye to Rick Grimes, waving their hands. The guard said that he was waiting for Han Wu tonight. As soon as the protagonist entered the house, Shuang greeted him and happily said that it was incredible. He rose to first place. How did he do it? What did he do last night? He wanted to tell her, but he was interrupted by a knock on the door. He opened the door displeased and asked who came to them at such an early hour. A girl appeared in front of him, who coquettishly approached and greeted him, saying that last night he was relentless, very fierce. He asked in confusion who she was, and the girl answered that she was the one who really wanted to look at the guy who did incredible things last night. Behind the nervous Han Wu, a displeased Qin Shuang appeared. She asked what he did yesterday, that now everyone is looking for him. The girl saw Qin Shuang and asked, who is this? Then Qin Shuang proudly said that she is Han Wu's wife. But who is this standing in front of her? The girl approached Han Wu and asked, doesn't the protagonist think that getting married at such an early age is a bit wasteful? She said that her name was Jessica, and also that she didn't really care about his marriage, she could be his mistress. Soon she began to leave, saying that they would meet soon, and he should not forget that he was now in the city guard. The blushing Han Wu waved his hand after her. And the gloomy and angry Qin Shuang said she noticed that he didn't really want to part with Jessica. She began to pull his ear and shouted that he was a scoundrel, starting to communicate with some girls at night. How did he earn so many points in just one night? Did he decide to follow Sun Qingyan's example and find himself a rich girl? He said fearfully that this was not the case, and in general she misunderstood everything. This Jessica deliberately spoke so strangely to irritate Qin Shuang. That's all. Last night he chopped down city zombies and… Apparently, the captain of the city guard noticed this. He asked if Han Wu wanted to join them, and the protagonist agreed and received a lot of points for joining the city guard. She was embarrassed. He did not tell her about this. What was she supposed to think when some girl comes to him and says that she does not mind becoming his lover? Han Wu screamed indignantly, so she is jealous of him, although she does not need to worry about it. He is trying so hard to quickly overtake Su Tai and help her. She screamed too. What kind of jealousy is he talking about if she does not care at all who and what he does there? He calmed down and gave her a small bag, saying that it was time for them to forget about it. Today, he plans to join the guard and kill several high-level zombies. He will leave the safety of the house to her, so he gives her quite a lot of high-level seeds. She became worried when she heard about the high-level zombies and asked him to be careful, as those monsters were very strong. He smiled and told her not to worry. He already tried his sword on a level 4 zombie, which split in half in a split second. He will be fine. Qin Shuang shouted after him so that he did not dare to fall into the net of that cunning fox. Han Wu came to the city at night, where he was met by a squad, and Rick was glad that he came. Jessica hugged his hand and asked. They had not seen each other for several hours. Did he miss her? A disgruntled man looked at her and said that she was doing it again. The guy actually has a wife. He greeted the protagonist and said that his name is Johnson Dwayne. David said, could Mr. Han Woo tell them about his strengths? The protagonist immediately took the form of a dragon and then flew up. He thinks that his strongest trump card is transformation. Admiring Jessica, she looked at him lovingly and told everyone else to look. This guy is definitely her type. Maybe the captain will let her take care of him herself, because she does not mind working with such a handsome man. Rick agreed and said, well then, Han Woo will be working together with Jessica today. He just needs to remember that even seemingly weak zombies are a serious threat. So for now, he needs to listen to his partner in everything. He said that the zombies are already coming and everyone needs to get ready for battle. Jessica prepared her pistols, and huge plants of different elements appeared behind her. Han Woo was surprised by their weapons. She had 2 level 5 plants at once, a flame shooter and a frost shooter. Johnson summoned a huge level 5 giant nut plant, and then began to merge, wrapping himself in the energy of the plant. His hands became darker and much larger, his whole body transformed, and soon Johnson became a huge muscular man. David summoned a huge tree, and a spear and a sword appeared in his hands. He began to merge with a patrol pine and a gladiolus swordsman. Rick's ice leg appeared next to David. He said that the zombies are advancing. His body transformed and exuded the energy of real cold and ice. He quickly ran forward, frowning and preparing for battle. Jessica laughed and kept shooting, telling the zombies to eat her bullets. The huge monsters couldn't even get close to her, as her bullets seemed to explode in their bodies. Johnson ran up to one of the zombies and jumped high into the air, saying he could handle it himself. He hit the monster hard on the head with his hammer, but was surprised. The zombie began to transform and vines with thorns crawled out of its head. Many long and sharp vines began to approach Johnson. The guy managed to jump back, and a stream of powerful ice energy from Rick was directed at the zombie. He told the monster to die, and soon David appeared and said that he would cover it from the other side and began piercing the monsters through with his spear. Han Woo flew over the battlefield and said that now he understood what a battle with high-level zombies looks like. But the guys are doing great. It's time for him to join the fight. He quickly dropped to the ground and began to punch the zombies, enveloping his body in an aura of fire. He shouted that he was a deity after all, a deity of killing. He cut another monster with his sword, saying that it was easier than he thought. But suddenly Jessica shouted at him to be careful. Han Woo turned around and saw that the girl was flying at him. They fell together, after which he said that he could not breathe. What happened? She was sitting on him, and at the same time she fired from her gun. A powerful fire bullet hit the zombie directly and exploded. Jessica told the surprised guy that a level 5 zombie is much more resilient than a level 4 zombie. He seriously injured the monster, but did not kill it and offered his back. You cannot underestimate these creatures. He thanked her for saving him, and Jessica said that there is no place for heroism. He is still a beginner, so he should focus on supporting and stay close to her. She started shooting at the monsters again with 2 pistols at once and in different directions. Han Woo also continued to chop down the zombies, and the system constantly added points to him. Soon he received 3,000 points, then the same amount more, and then he was given a level 4 plant seed, the incinerating sunflower. 3 hours later, he returned to his human form and tiredly rubbed his forehead. The others continued to fight. Jessica constantly fired, and Rick directed a huge and powerful stream of ice at the monsters. Han Woo wondered where so much energy came from, and Jessica laughed and said that they had just started, and the handsome man was already tired. With such endurance, he will not be her lover. He thought, in some way she is right, although he is in the body of an immortal, but he has the powers of a deity. How could he be tired after only 3 hours of fighting? Maybe it is because of the transformation. Suddenly he was surprised when the source asked him if Han Woo could guess who came. He asked the bright matter, did the source really have time to chat with him? The source answered. He felt dark notes of resentment in the guy's voice. The source woke up from the fact that someone was speaking unflatteringly about the physical capabilities of his host. He simply will not tolerate such an insult to his host. Han Woo cannot worry, soon this gorgeous female will take back her words. Well, it's time to open his fire lock. The host should sit down more comfortably. Suddenly, a huge lock and chain seemed to appear in front of the protagonist. As soon as the lock opened, Han Woo felt a stream of powerful energy and screamed. A bright glow surrounded him. As soon as the rays of light poured out of his eyes, he shouted that he felt something refreshing, as if he was bursting with energy and strength. The source said that he had opened Han Wu's fire lock, so now his body can gain short-term mutations. Only for this, he would need to borrow genes from the cells of some strong creature. Han Wu held a seed of a level 4 plant, an incinerating sunflower, shrouded in light. He thought, this is almost the same as their fusion with plants. He would not refuse to gain such strength and endurance too. He ate the seed and his whole body flared with bright energy. He rose up and exuded streams of light. He flew above the crowd of zombies, surrounded by a ball of light, and the monsters seemed to be burning alive. Jessica and David looked at the sky, where there was a glowing Han Wu. The girls said that he was a dazzling man. And David closed himself off from the light and asked, what? Some kind of angel descended upon them. But Rick said that no one should be distracted and began to attack the rest of the zombies together with David. Rick ran in zigzags from monster to monster, and killed them with one blow with his icy fists. A huge zombie began to tower over Han Wu, swinging his hand. Rick said that someone should protect Han Wu and push the zombies back, after which Johnson ran towards the monster. He tried to do something, but the giant monster threw the guy back with one blow. Rick shouted that this was bad. The 6th level zombie turned out to be stronger than they expected. Han Wu should run, they would distract the monster. The monster began to strike the protagonist and his light barrier with his fist. The protagonist's eyes sparkled with fire. He confidently told them not to worry, he could handle it. The giant zombie roared terribly and struck, and Han Wu created an incredibly powerful flash of flame. Soon the monster screamed in pain and began to burn, disappearing into thin air. The surprised guys shouted that Han Wu had won, he had killed that creature. The joyful protagonist was rocked in their arms in honor of his victory. And the system reported that he had become friends with Jessica Smith, a citizen of the zombie city and a member of the city guard. He had unlocked Jessica Smith's personal store and received 50,000 points. He had become friends with Johnson the Giant Hammer, a citizen of the zombie city and a member of the city guard. He had unlocked Johnson's personal store and 50,000 points. He had become friends with David Ham and a member of the city guard. He had unlocked David's personal store and received 50,000 points. He had killed a level 6 zombie and earned 23,000 points. The source asked how his dear carrier felt when the genetic shackles were removed. The joyful protagonist replied that these feelings were wonderful. He couldn't even say otherwise. The source was happy, but had to tell him the bad news, which greatly surprised Han Wu. He asked what bad news the source was talking about. What was he planning to do with Han Wu? He had nothing to pay with, and he didn't want to spend the divinity points he had earned with such difficulty. But the source said that no one needed this newbie's divinity. He was talking about the side effects of removing the gene lock. Han Wu sighed in relief when he realized that these were just side effects. But then he realized everything again and screamed in horror. What side effects was the source talking about, and why didn't he warn him that this would happen to him? Would he become a cripple now? But the source told him to calm down. Its host shouldn't be so vulnerable and soft. He didn't need to worry, the side effects wouldn't affect his physical health. The problem was that he wouldn't be able to use the release of the shackles on a permanent basis. It had, as Han Wu would say, a recharge time. It was for his own safety. The protagonist asked with displeasure, why did they scare him like that then? Well, how long would this ability take to recharge? And what would happen if he still uses the ability before then? The source answered, at the moment, due to the insignificance of his physical body, he is able to use it only once every 10 days. If he starts using it more often, it can lead to genetic disorders. Then temporary mutations can turn into permanent ones, or maybe Han Wu wants to test this in practice. He waved his hands negatively and refused. He does not want to spend his life as a huge lamp. The whole team gathered behind him and Rick asked if everything was okay with him. He answered that everything was fine with him, and then immediately blushed when Jessica came closer and ran her finger along his chin. She said that this handsome man conquered her with his dazzling appearance. Now she is 100% sure that he suits her. And does he not want to spend an unforgettable night with her tonight? Johnson asked if Jessica should stop pestering the guy already. He is probably tired anyway, and she is also trying to dry him off. He pointed at himself and said, if his brother is tired, he can go home and rest. They can handle the rest of the weak level 5 monsters themselves. Han Wu replied that he was indeed a little tired. He thanked you for your concern, but they will meet tomorrow. He walked alone through the dark streets and thought about the new ability. The gene lock can only be used after 10 days, which means that he urgently needs to increase his main combat power. But then he remembered that he now has personal stores. There should be something useful there. It's time to buy something. He opened the store's system panel and said that the points he had earned should be enough. After 30 minutes, he was looking at many different plants. He found the plant fusion skill. This will be a substitute while the gene lock is recharging. A source appeared nearby and mockingly asked, "And this garbage that he called a skill, will he be satisfied with it?" The plant fusion skill is just a crude and superficial method of merging different life forms. The protagonist was offended and said, "Although it is true, but for this so-called trash, he will have to spend 70 friendship points with Ham. Anyway, he has no other choice. What should he do if the incredibly cool gene lock can be used once every 10 days? But the source replied that this was only due to the weakness and uselessness of his human body. He may not believe him, but he is able to take his weak fusion skill to a completely different level with just a few manipulations. He smiled slyly and said that he will take only 2 divinity points for his work. Han-woo agrees. But the protagonist refused. He is not ready to part with divinity points. The source was dissatisfied and irritatedly said that Han-woo is incredibly greedy. He does not even know what he is giving up, so the source will take 1 divinity point, but not cheaper. The protagonist indifferently agreed, and smugly thought that the source is too young to compete with him. If only the source knew how Han-woo haggled at the market just a couple of months ago. The source snapped his limbs and suddenly Han-woo's head seemed to explode with bright confetti, and his skull opened like a box. When it was all over, he looked at the 3 system slots and said in surprise that he couldn't believe it. The source had actually managed to improve his fusion skill. Now, instead of 1 plant, he could merge with 3 at once. There was even a slot for a level 6 plant. It was shocking. The source grinned and called Han-woo an amateur, but the guy had to remember that he owed the source 1 divinity point. He said that he couldn't forget about it, and then reached out for the seeds. Thanks to his dragon blood, he has a great affinity with the element of darkness, so the first slot would immediately go to a level 5 plant, the Dahlia of Doom. In the morning, the system congratulated him on the 4th day of survival and added 4,000 points. The protagonist was glad that the points were increasing. Qin Shuang was also catching up with him. At this rate, she would overtake Su Tai in a couple of days. He looked at the ranking table, where he was in first place with 1,400,000 points. In second place was Sun Qingyan with 1,200,000 points, then Su Tai with 986,000 points, and in fourth place was Qin Shuang with 736,000 points. He returned to his mansion in the morning and asked what Qin Shuang was doing. She was sitting near the bags of bright stones and noticed that he was in a good mood. She asked displeasantly, "Did he spend the night with that girl?" He awkwardly said that it was not like that at all, but she rudely threw him some weapons and said that these were his share, but he would sell them himself. He handed her the weapons back and said that he did not need them anymore, she could keep them. Besides, why would a married couple divide something between themselves? Qin Shuang blushed with embarrassment, and began to hit him on the head, screaming at him to stop making fun of her. They agreed to share everything equally, so she didn't need his share, she didn't need pity either. He almost cried from the pain and said that he understood everything. Qin Shuang was still embarrassed, but she proudly began to leave, saying that she would practice dancing with Mrs. Sal. He could rest for now, then Han-woo plaintively asked her to come back before sunset. He knew that Qin Shuang was a smart girl, so she immediately understood that she could earn points by improving her friendship with the townspeople, but she was incredibly proud. 9 days later, Han-woo came to the gathering place of the city guards again and greeted the elders. Jessica also greeted him, calling him handsome. He noticed that everyone looked worried and awkwardly asked if something had happened. The girl replied that nothing could be hidden from him. Today was the day of the lunar eclipse, which happens once a month. As he probably already guessed, the zombie waves on such days are more ferocious than usual. During the last lunar eclipse, one of their guards, Jasmine, died. Rick said that it was his fault that she died, but today it will not happen. He gives everyone his word that none of them will die before him. The other guys started crying and told the captain not to say that. Jessica took Han-woo's hand and said that she might not be able to protect him today, so he must promise to run away if he is in danger. The protagonist thought that she was right. Now he is the weakest of the guards. If something serious starts, then most likely he will die first. But he said not to worry about him. He would not be a real man if he hid behind a fragile girl. He would try to protect her himself. Jessica blushed and told him to take care of himself. He frowned and opened the system panel, Realizing that now was not the time to save, he needed to prepare as much as possible. There were many things in the store, such as artifact armor for 12,000 points, night vision mushroom for 2,000 points. There was also a flower of strength for 1,500 points, stamina grass for 1,000 points, level 5 golden dragon grass for 12,000 points. The last plant was Rafflesia for 5,000 points, and Han-Wu had a total of 95,000 points. However, this number soon decreased to 0. He bought golden dragon grass and was sure that there were dragon genes in it. Because of their compatibility, the fusion would be even more successful. The spreading process began immediately. Soon he transformed into a dragon form, which was slightly modified, and there were bright streams of dark energy around. Rick looked at the sky and said that it had begun. Han-Wu also raised his head, seeing that the moon had become dark, leaving only a bright halo. The zombies began to roar while looking at the dark moon. They began to mutate and become larger, more dangerous. Rick surrounded himself with an aura of ice and flew into the sky. He said that everyone should get ready. The zombies began to increase their levels. The battle would be difficult. Jessica prepared her pistols for battle and said that she understood the captain. Johnson became larger and his muscles stronger. He also said that he understood the captain. David prepared a spear for battle, and Han-Wu was flying above them. They said that they were ready for battle. The mutated huge monsters began to quickly run towards them and scream, and Rick said that everyone should stop them. He immediately began to create a huge ball of powerful ice energy. Jessica kept shooting at the zombies, telling the monster to eat her bullets. She and Rick kept attacking the monster from both sides, and Johnson held back the zombie's arm. He yelled at the captain and Jessica to keep shooting at the monster from a distance. They would hold it back. Han-Wu started flying towards the zombies, thinking it was time for him to join the fight. He flew behind the monster, delivering a powerful blow with his fire blade. Then he saw a group of other zombies running towards him. Han-Wu started swinging his legs and throwing the monsters in different directions. Hick flew above him and said that Han-Wu did a good job. An hour later, the whole team stood in the middle of a battlefield filled with dead monsters, but a new group of monsters was running towards them. Rick told Jessica to run quickly to Mayor Schwarzenegger and ask for reinforcements. She ran while the guys held back the zombies. The girl told them to hold on. She would try to do everything quickly. Suddenly, a giant monster dealt a powerful blow to David's shoulder. The guy screamed in pain. Johnson began to protect the guy and grabbed the monster's hands, but David screamed for the guy to leave him and go away. Rick appeared behind Johnson with a gun and shot at the monster, telling Johnson to hold the monster. The guy held back the zombie, while Rick dealt a powerful blow to the monster's head. At the same moment, the system reported that the 10th day of recharging the gene lock had come to an end. For the protagonist, this was just in time. He quickly sank to the ground in front of the team, and told Captain Rick that he would buy them some time. But Rick said that it was too dangerous for Han-Wu. Now was not the time for heroism. But he smiled and said that everything was fine. He was a member of the city guard, so he had to do everything to protect their city. Besides, he did not plan to die today. The protagonist selected a plant on the system panel and said for the gene lock to open. A bright light began to surround him, and soon a giant plant and a flash of energy appeared. Long vines spread across the battlefield and attacked the zombies while Han-Wu was flying above them. The boys looked at this power in amazement, and said it was incredible. After a while, Han-Wu leaned over tiredly, and underneath him lay the slain monsters in the dust. But when he saw a new group of monsters approaching, he said dissatisfiedly that they would never end. But suddenly he heard Jessica. She was running with a squad of men and said that they were coming to help Han-Wu. The mayor ran forward and said that they needed to finally destroy those zombies. But Rick, who was flying in the sky, told everyone to stop. He sensed a serious danger ahead. The mayor looked through binoculars and saw a forest shrouded in fog, which seemed very strange to him. Rick said that they could see in the dark, but since everything was covered in fog, they would not be able to see anything. If he had any plants that would solve this problem, they would be very grateful for his help. Schwarzenegger took out a seed of the 4th level wind clover plant and planted it in the ground. Gradually, the plant burst out of the ground and spread its large leaves. Even the protagonist was surprised by such rapid growth. The plant seemed to fly up, and the leaves turned into spinning blades, creating wind currents. Han-Wu used the identification eye. The system reported that this was a flower pot used for planting seeds. The item increases the growth of plants by 100 times. He could not believe it. This is a real treasure. The mayor said that if Han-Wu liked this pot, he would give him a couple of pieces after all this commotion. Captain Rick had already told him about the protagonist's contribution to the common cause. He can consider this gratitude on behalf of the entire city, and Han Wu thanked the mayor in return. The system reported that the protagonist became friends with Arnold Schwarzenegger, the mayor of the zombie city. He unlocked the mayor's personal store and received 100,000 points. He immediately opened the huge system panel of the store and said that the mayor definitely has something worthwhile. As he thought, this item is like a biological weapon, he will take it. It was a black death mushroom that spreads deadly spores. When in contact with zombies, the spores accelerate their growth and turn into new black death mushrooms. As soon as he received the mushroom, he immediately dropped the item down, after which the monsters were covered in spores like glitter, and then new mushrooms grew from their bodies. Han Wu said that he needed a little more and he could try one interesting idea. He continued to fly above the zombies and watch the monsters, who were almost completely covered in spores. It was time to begin the second part of his plan. He knew that mushrooms are also a kind of living creatures. If they appeared thanks to him, then all these creatures should obey his will. He activated life sacrifice. A powerful and bright energy enveloped him, blinding the monsters, and soon the whole city was shining from his huge aura. After sacrificing their lives, the zombies exploded into fiery clouds one after another. The system offered 3 options for the protagonist. In the first option, he was given a seed of the Tree of Wisdom, a level 9 plant. If you plant the Tree of Wisdom in the divine sphere, it will strengthen its stability and begin to bear the fruits of wisdom. This will happen when the tree reaches fruitful age, and this will happen in the 1000th year of the tree's life. The general life cycle of the tree is 100,000 years. In option 2, he receives a golden flower pot. Special plants planted in this pot gain immortality. In the third option, he will receive a level 4 building, a botanical museum, which creates a seed of a special plant every 24 hours. The probability of getting a level 1 seed is 50%, for this second level 40%, for the third level 9%. The probability of creating a level 4 plant is 0.9%. This will continue until the plant of the 9th level with a probability of 0.900 thousandths. The protagonist did not know what to do, because all the options are very good. But still decided to take the golden flower pot. You can combine its directed mutation and the immortality that this pot grants. Then he will create something truly incredible, and the 9th level seeds can be obtained later. Rick at this time said that their situation is still bad. A new group of zombies came, after which the team prepared for battle. Han Wu became worried and realized that the Black Death mushroom was now his strongest weapon. But he did not have time for long reflections, so he activated the directed mutation and planted the mushroom in a golden pot. The system offered possible mutation options. The first was a significant increase in the amount of spores emitted. The second mutation was an increase in the activity of spores, and the third was an acceleration of the growth of new mushrooms. He said that he did not even need to think about it. He would take all 3 mutations, after which he dropped a sparkling mushroom on the ground. Then he began to direct a huge clover wind blower in the right direction, and a giant cloud of mushroom spores covered the space above the zombies. Rick happily said that the crowd of zombies began to slow down, and the rest of the city began to shout that they won. This is great, the zombies are stopped. The mayor looked up at Han Wu and said that the lunar eclipse was entering its final phase. The zombies will become even more ferocious and stronger. The protagonist must be careful. Han Wu carefully began to look at the moon, around which the bright halo had almost disappeared. At that moment, the monsters began to mutate again. One of the zombies got horns, and his body, enveloped in dark streams, grew larger. The mayor frowned and told everyone to retreat back. They should focus on the main gate. The residents gathered near the gate said that it was creepy. They thought it was all over, but now they would all die. The protagonist stood in the crowd and listened to this. He realized that all these people were losing their fighting spirit. If this happened, then they could forget about winning. He needed to somehow cheer them up. He flew up and said loudly that no one dared to panic and lose their fighting spirit, because the city's residents were counting on them. They would definitely defeat all the terrible zombies. He began to fly down rapidly, knocking monsters off their feet along the way and throwing them to the sides. All the guys cheered up and said that this was exactly so. The guy was right, they would do it. Han Wu turned around and said that they were doing well, but just then a long vine approached him and wrapped itself around Han Wu's body. The protagonist looked at the group of zombies that the vine was stretching from in fear. Jessica began to call out to Han Wu anxiously and reach for him, but Rick grabbed her hand and stopped her. He told her to stop, she would only ruin him senselessly. They would gradually get to him. She must not be reckless. He asked Hanwoo to hold on a little longer. They were coming to his aid. The protagonist was cutting the vines with his wings, arms and legs at this time. He told the zombies to take their nasty tongues away from him. He flew even higher, tearing all the vines away from himself. He looked around the city and realized that he just needed to fly in the direction he was dragged from, and he would find himself back in the city. 30 minutes later, he was still flying forward quickly and began to worry. He wondered what was going on. Where did the city go? Did it fly in the wrong direction? Then he heard the source say, "The host hasn't realized that he's been caught yet." He asked, "If this is a trap, are there any ideas on how to get out?" The source replied that there are of course solutions. He is a mutation source created by the great civilization of divine ruins. Such a trap is very simple. But advice for the protagonist will cost 1 divinity point. Then Hanwoo refused, saying that he has no more divinity points, only life left. If the source wants, he can take it. The source replied, well, he made his choice, but as an exception for his host, the source will give 1 free advice. Hanwoo can't even think about the fact that he can just wait it out. There will be no saving Dawn. He has already fallen under the influence of the fog, so he can think that time has stopped for him. Hanwoo began to worry. If the source is telling the truth, then this is very serious and dangerous. So, no matter which way he flew, nothing would change. He had only one way out. He had to fly up. Only this option was correct. He thought that this fog must have boundaries, after which he flew incredibly high, while the monsters were looking at him. A couple of minutes later, he looked ahead in surprise and saw a dome. It was as if it was under some kind of shell. He began to wave his magic sword in irritation and shouted, "Did they decide to close it like an insect in a jar?" A small crack appeared on the dome. Then he realized that the material was very strong, but decided to check how long the protection would last. He began to wave his sword and attack the walls of the dome with a fiery blade. Soon a hole appeared, which became larger and larger, and soon Hanwoo was placed in the passage. But he was shocked by what he saw in front of him. Now he was flying in front of giant trees. Suddenly, a voice welcomed the stranger to its domain. The protagonist landed on the ground and realized that the tree was the cause of everything. How did it understand that he did not belong to this world? And how would the fact that he was exposed affect his points? He was wary and swung his sword, cutting through the air, but a voice told Hanwoo not to worry, no one would kill him. The protagonist stood next to the tree and asked why it called him. The tree replied that it was because of a request to it. The lord of this place wants Hanwoo, a stranger, to save this world. He did not understand what it meant to save the world. He was asked to kill all the zombies. But then the tree said loudly and tensely that he should not do this, but on the contrary, he should expel all the inhabitants of this city. Hanwoo sat down on the ground and thought, if he needs to expel the inhabitants, then with this simulation everything is not as simple as he thought. He asked if the tree could explain everything in more detail. The plant explained that it is the tree of wisdom, the keeper of this secret world. And so for 10,000 years the tree faithfully performed its sacred duty. This world was quiet and calm, but until this place was found by a stranger who wanted to appropriate all the benefits of the world. It was as if he showered everyone with his seeds, enjoying the riches. After all, he brought hundreds of his creatures to their world so that they would begin collecting the seeds of special plants that the tree of wisdom created, all for the sake of enrichment. How could the owner of this world simply watch his children being used as a bargaining chip? But although the tree preserved this world for millennia, the owner of this world did not have the power that could be turned against the invaders. Therefore, the tree began to pray to the god of death. It wanted revenge on strangers in exchange for faith in death. The god of death is a terrible skeleton monster who controls zombies like dolls. It was after the deal that the tree gained the power to turn corpses into zombies. And so the war between people and zombies began. The tree for millennia systematically increased the number of its zombies and weakened people. 30 years ago, it decided that there were enough zombies, so a large-scale attack began. The city was filled with monsters. At first, everything was as the ruler of the world planned. People retreated and hid in their last city. However, at the most decisive moment, one very powerful person appeared. The tree does not know how that person did it, but he managed to grow a huge number of fire dragon plants, a special 4th-level plant, in one moment. The huge mouths of dragons and fire energy destroyed all the zombies. The march of the army of monsters was stopped by one person. Years later, the tree realized that this unknown person could also be an alien. The man had abilities that no one else in their world had. And today, during another large-scale attack, the tree noticed the main character. His abilities are also different from the powers of the townspeople. Manhwa asked, "Does this mean the tree wants him to betray the city residents and help carry out this revenge?" The master of the world replied that everything is exactly so, and if Manhwa agrees to help, the tree will give him 10 fruits of wisdom. The protagonist thought about it, because 10 fruits of wisdom are 10 points of divinity. After a while of silence, the tree said that it could offer 3 more corpses of gods. They had died thousands of years ago, but their bodies were still active. The protagonist tried not to show it, but in his heart he was delighted. It was too tempting. But then he awkwardly wiped away his drool and began to convince himself to calm down. The zombie city is a secret world that belongs to the Imperial Academy. He is sure that one of the Academy's management members protects this world. If he helps the Tree of Wisdom, he will incur the wrath of very powerful upper echelon gods, and it is too early for him to compete with them. He said that he apologizes, but he will not even try to help. Then the tree said that if he helps, the plant will introduce and recommend him to the great god of death. Manhwa was shocked by such an offer and thought, this is just a great chance to get a divine title of the 5th rank, death. If he can obtain such a rare title, he will most likely become a being revered by all the gods. The tree waited for his answer and asked again if he agreed now. The protagonist answered doubtfully that he agreed, he would do his best. But he has a condition. He needs to somehow establish a connection with his divine sphere and summon creatures from there, otherwise he is powerless. The tree thought for a while, and then replied that it is possible, but it requires an oath from Manhwa to the great god of death. If he breaks the oath, then a terrible curse of death will fall on all his creatures. This applies not only to those he lets into their world. The protagonist understood that this means that the tree is afraid that he will seize their secret world, like that stranger. But this is nothing compared to the divine title of the 5th rank. He showed a gesture of an oath and said yes, he swears before the great god of death. Soon a bright mark appeared on the back of his hand. He cried out in surprise, "What kind of seal is this?" The long stems of the tree lit up and began to move, creating an arch for the portal. A bright flash lit up the space and an army of insects soon flew towards Manhwa. He was happily catching the rays from the familiar aura of his divine sphere. It seemed that he even felt the aura of a lord-type creature. The tree said it hoped that the stranger would fulfill his part of their agreement. He said that Manhwa could go, after which Manhwa began to fall from a hole in the sky. He said with displeasure that it was rude. Soon he landed right in the middle of a crowd of zombies, and then looked up and said, "What impolite behavior." The tree was so impatient to get rid of everyone that he didn't even offer a cup of tea. Now it remained to figure out how to expel all the inhabitants from the city, but first he needed to at least get there. After a while, he was already flying in the bright sky. Rick saw him and happily called out, saying that he was back. Jessica excitedly turned to the side where he landed on the ground. She hugged him and said that she was glad to see him healthy, and he awkwardly looked at her and blushed. The guys also happily said that he was great. Soon the mayor came over and said that in recognition of Manhwa's service to the city, he would award him the title of Excellent Citizen. The protagonist laughed and said that he was grateful. All goods would be discounted for him now. The zombies began to turn to ashes under the sun, and the defending team shouted that the lunar eclipse was over. They had won. At this time, Sutai was looking at the rankings. Now the protagonist was still in first place with 12 million points. Qin Shuang was in second place with 8,720,000 points. In third place was Sun Qingyan with 7,920,000 points. And Su Tai was in fourth place with 7,890,000 points. He angrily said that there was no way this could happen. If this continued, he would never overtake Manhwa. If he could not defeat him directly, then he would have to take a roundabout route. He took out a whole bag of valuables from his house and 20 minutes later he was in another place. Su Tai put the bag on the table and asked the man in front of him, "He is the best assassin in the city, right? There are 8,000 gold coins in the bag. He wants the assassin to help him get rid of Manhwa." The mysterious man immediately agreed and told Su Tai to wait for good news. He was walking down the street until an insect Manhwa flew to him, with the help of which the protagonist was watching the guy. He was in his house and looking at the system panel, saying that he understood everything. Su Tai decided to use dirty methods. He believed that Su Tai would not be upset if he repaid him in kind. He ordered the locusts to come out and eat their fill, after which the city's sky was covered with a cloud of insects. They landed on all the plants in their path, ate every leaf and stem. All the fruits and mushrooms were attacked by insects. Qin Shuang approached him and asked, "Those locusts in the city, Was it Han Wu who did it? How did he manage to transfer the creatures there? What is he trying to achieve? But the protagonist replied that it was a secret. If he told, he would have to kill her. She got angry and irritably pulled his ear in different directions. She screamed that he was a scoundrel. Who did he want to kill? If it was a secret, then he just had to keep quiet, and Han Wu could not answer and screamed in pain. Then they both heard an angry scream. Someone told Han Wu, the scoundrel, to come out. Dissatisfied and frowning, Su Tai said that they should not dare to tell him that Han Wu had nothing to do with it. The protagonist greeted Mr. Su Tai with a smile and asked if he could find out what the guy was talking about. Enraged, Su Tai threw a piece of cloth into the house, from which insects flew out, and said that Han Wu has no honor at all. So he realized that he couldn't defeat him with just special plants. So he decided to use a trick, somehow summoning his nasty locusts into this world. The protagonist asked what kind of nonsense Su Tai was talking about. How did he think Han Wu could summon his creatures into this world? Han Wu thought there was something illogical about it, but Su Tai didn't think so. Besides, he didn't need it, he wasn't good at math. But even he knew that his 12 million points were much more than Su Tai's 7 million, and he couldn't catch up with the protagonist anyway. He started teasing the guy and showing off his scooter, asking if the guy would leave Han Wu's house on his scooter already. After that, Su Tai got even angrier and started swearing in a rage. He even trembled with anger and thought that Han Wu, the scoundrel, would keep talking as long as he could. Su Tai, in turn, will do everything in his power to prevent Han Wu from seeing the dawn of tomorrow. At this time, there were many other guys in the trading post, all asking for insect repellent. The seller was nervous under such pressure and told the gentleman that, unfortunately, he had run out of insecticides. But he promised that a new batch would be ready by tomorrow. Everyone was upset and in despair. The man said that he did not know what to do, his plants simply would not survive until tomorrow. The second guy was perplexed. How could this happen? Now the only plant he had left was a level 4 piranha. He would not survive the night. However, behind the guys, the mayor shouted for all the citizens to know the city was in an immediate evacuation regime. They need not be afraid. The city churches will take in everyone who is not sure that they will survive the night. No one will die today. Han Wu was watching all this. He thought that it was not bad. If the townspeople gathered in the church, then there would be no one to poison his locusts. If things continued like this, then soon the citizens of the city would simply have nothing to fight off the zombies with. They would have to leave the zombie city. Soon the city was covered by the night sky. Han Wu met with his team. Rick was happy to see him and said that the zombie army suffered heavy losses last night. Today would not be too stressful, he could take a day off. Jessica ran up to him and said that she would still be glad if he stayed and kept her company. He awkwardly said that in that case he would rather take a walk in the city and look for weak points in their defense. He was walking alone on the street. An insect flew up to him and said that Su Tai and the hired killer began to act. He said displeasedly, "Well, let them come. He will find a deserted place to greet them well." Already at dawn, he was sitting in the middle of the city and noticed that the opponents were running towards him. Han Wu was already waiting for them. He smirked, "You can't make your target wait like that." After that, Su Tai was very angry and asked, "Was it the mercenary who told everything?" But the killer replied that Su Tai could insult his appearance, character, anything, but not his professionalism. But Su Tai said that he didn't care, it didn't matter, the main thing was to kill that scoundrel. The protagonist asked, "Does Su Tai even understand what he's doing? He should know that the academy is recording the progress of their lesson. Does he think that after killing Han Wu, nothing will happen to him?" But the guy replied that the protagonist would be killed by the mercenary, not Su Tai himself. Why would the academy punish him? They were interrupted by the mercenary. Not understanding why Su Tai was talking to the dead man, he begins. He used his ghost vine plant, after which he was surrounded by long stems with thorns. The mercenary surrounded himself with a plant aura with a ghost flash and grabbed a dagger, running towards Han Wu. However, he didn't have time to strike, as his blade was cut in two, which surprised the mercenary. The protagonist laughed. If that's all, he thinks that for 8,000 gold coins he could hire someone stronger. Then the killer turned around and asked, "Did Su Tai break the contract and hand over the mercenary?" The guy began to back away and excitedly asked, "What's going on? How did Han Wu know this?" A squad of mutated huge insects appeared behind the protagonist. He smiled evilly and said that he has eyes and ears everywhere, and now it's his turn, it's time for the insects to act. Su Tai screamed in panic, "This is impossible. How could he summon his creatures into this world? The insects continued to chop down the killer's plants, and Han Wu screamed for his subordinates to kill those guys now. The mercenary tried to create a net with his long thorny stems, closing himself off from the insects. At this time, the protagonist stood in front of Su Tai and said that he would deal with this guy himself. The frightened Su Tai screamed, "Han Wu can't kill him. He himself said that everything is controlled by the academy. He will not leave without consequences." The protagonist frowned and asked, "Who said that he would be killed?" He could just throw Su Tai right into a bunch of zombies and it would be over. He would be killed by the zombies, not by Han Wu himself, so why would the academy punish a student? Weren't these Su Tai's words? Then the guy started running away and screamed in panic for that bastard to not come near him. For him to leave him alone, he screamed for someone to help him. In an instant, the protagonist caught up with him and grabbed him by the collar, and then began to swing him in different directions, smashing him on the ground, causing the guy to scream loudly. The swollen and battered guy hit the ground again. He told Han Wu to stop, he had had enough. His family would not forgive him for this. Did he want to be the target of a true god? Han Wu lifted the guy up again and said that he didn't care, it would only be tomorrow. Soon, Su Tai was flying high in the sky, straight into a crowd of zombies. After some time, Han Wu came to that place with his insects. He was pleased and said that only bones were left of Su Tai. Although it was so cruel, the protagonist even wanted to celebrate it. He flew up and said that his insects could rest for now, and he would take care of the remains. In the morning, exclamations were heard from every house in the city, that it was all over, they had lost all their plants. They had nothing left, what should they do now? Several men gathered in the mayor's office. They were worried and said that they could not live like this for long. There was not enough room in the churches for everyone, they had to do something. The mayor was in a panic, and said that he himself understood the situation they were in. Then Han Wu said that he had an idea. Schwarzenegger was very happy about this, and said that he was ready to listen to Han Wu. The protagonist confidently asked, "Have they ever thought about moving to another world?" They began to ask, "In another world, what is he talking about?" But the second guy said he would agree if it were possible. Another man said he wouldn't mind either. He was tired of falling asleep every night thinking about zombies. The mayor said it wasn't that they didn't want to leave this world. According to what he had read in the archives, their world's portal had been destroyed after the zombie war had started. The protagonist hit himself in the chest and said he was only worried that they wouldn't want to leave their world. They didn't have to worry about the rest. He had already found a new home for them, the city of Duolong. He would take care of the portal problem himself. It would take some time, but he promised that all the residents would survive. Schwarzenegger happily said they agreed. Han Wu could tell him if he needed anything, they would help in any way they could. After a while, he came to the tree and said he had prepared everything. The residents of this city were ready to leave this world. The tree would need to fix the portal, and he would find a new home for them. The tree exclaimed that this was wonderful news. How long had he waited for this moment to come? He was very grateful to the stranger. He did not need to worry about the portal. It could be fixed. He needed to bring everyone to this forest tonight during the full moon. At night, all the villagers came to the dark, dense forest. Jessica was scared, and the mayor was worried. He asked if Han Wu was sure that the portal would appear at all. Because it was night now, this was the time of the zombie rain. Jessica told everyone to look ahead. Wasn't this the tree of wisdom? They saw a giant tree, through the branches of which the bright moon was visible. Everyone exclaimed that this was indeed the tree of wisdom. And soon the surprised mayor said that the portal had opened. They began to leave through the portal, and Han Wu waved his hand at them and said that they were saying goodbye, but would meet soon. All the villagers smiled happily. Schwarzenegger even cried and said that he thanked Han Wu, he was their savior. Jessica kissed him on the cheek and said goodbye to him sadly. She hoped that he would at least sometimes remember her. After a while, everyone left and Han Wu stood in front of the portal alone. He was glad that it was all over, because the test really dragged on. At the same time, all the students heard the voice of Teacher Ling. She said that with this, the exploration of the secret world, the zombie city is declared closed. They all appeared in the classroom, and Ling said that she congratulated all the students who successfully returned back. Unfortunately, 2 of them could not cope with the hardships of the secret world and died. Their academy sincerely hopes that in the next life they will become stronger and be ready for something like this. Han Wu was unhappy. They were not even warned that death in the secret world means death in the real world. He thought that Su Tai himself was to blame. But then he was surprised when he saw the student in front of him. He looked at the grinning guy and did not understand how the guy could survive. Teacher Lena said that first they should sit down in their seats. She would announce the results of their lesson. First place was Han Wu, who had 16 million points. Second place was Jin Shuang, who had 12 million points. And third place was Sun Qingyan, who had 10 million points. Su Tai stood up from his seat and shouted that he wanted to report Han Wu for cheating. Then the protagonist asked, if he was talking about cheating, then did he have any evidence? Su Tai said Han Wu's locusts appeared in the zombie city. He saw Han Wu summon his creatures himself. The guys behind him shouted that they had seen it too. Lena asked, why did they think they were forbidden to summon their creatures to the secret world? The objectives of the lesson were survival and adaptation. Han Wu found a way to summon his creatures to that world and took advantage of it. Some might say that it was all just luck, but she believed that it was all thanks to his strength and resourcefulness. Still dissatisfied, Su Tai said he thinks that the teacher is deliberately covering up for Han Wu. He wants to talk to the academy management. Lena seemed to hang over him, threatening him with her power and dark aura. She said, no one is stopping him from doing this, he can talk to them. However, she, as his teacher, also has the right to punish a student for disrespecting a teacher. He seemed to shrink from fear and thought, where did she get such an oppressive aura from? Lena gave him a punishment. He will spend a year in hard labor in a secret city in the dungeon world. Su Tai began to disappear into the portal, but tried to tell her not to do it. After that, the teacher asked with a smile, does anyone want to join Su Tai? His friends looked at her with fear and smiled awkwardly. They said that Lena was absolutely right. Su Tai really showed blatant disrespect and deserved his punishment. She said that this was great. Now they would move on to the rewards. Disciple Han Wu would receive a jade flower pot. After class, Han Wu was walking down the hallway when Xiang Meng called out to him and asked him to come over. He greeted the elders and said that he was just looking for them to hand over the wisdom fruits. They said that they had heard about it. How many did he have? 1 or 2? The protagonist showed the glowing fruits in his palms and said that he had to spend a little in the last battle. That's why he only had enough for 9 fruits. He hoped that this would be enough. Before the end of the test, he spent all his points and got 12 fruits. But 9 would be enough for the exchange. He thought he would still need the rest of the fruits. Xiang Meng looked at his palms in surprise, and Xia Tian made an approving gesture. 9 fruits was an amazing result. Yulin said that this was true. Besides, because he won first place, they earned another 10 divinity points. Huan Xingjun must be furious now. He can use his 9 divinity points wisely. After all, the amount is big. Surprised, Han Wu heard Huan Xingjun say that this amount is big even for him. He asked displeasantly, so this is because of whom he lost so much money and investments. Xiang Meng covered Han Wu with his body and asked what Huan Xingjun is doing there. The protagonist did not understand what was happening, and Yilin realized that there was just someone who could not admit defeat. Xia Tian said that this guy was called Huan Xingjun. Han Wu could call him their enemy. He came to them after their class began and started to provoke them. In the end, they argued with him. Huan Xingjun bet on one of the students, and they bet on Han Wu. In the end, he, the younger Han Wu, helped them earn 10 divinity points. The protagonist asked in surprise, who did the elder Huan Xingjun bet on? And Xia Tian with a sly grin replied that it was that fool with the fire dragon plant. Han Wu also smirked and said, so it was Su Tai. He was very sorry for the senior's defeat. Huan Xingjun got angry and shouted, what did he say? Wasn't that little weakling too bold? But then the 3 of them stood in front of Huan Xingjun and told that this scoundrel should not even think about offending their junior. Huan Xingjun began to leave quickly and dissatisfied, but said that they would still pay for it. They must not forget that their next lesson was with first-year students. There was no point in angering him. Xiang Meng apologized for dragging Han Wu into this. That fool was angry at him only because he lost to them in an argument. And about their lesson, he was right. Perhaps even they would not be able to protect Han Wu from him. The protagonist smiled and told Xiang Meng not to worry about it. He couldn't even imagine how many times he had been threatened in the past few months. This, so to speak, made him grow up and become stronger. Every such fool only makes him stronger, so now he is already able to stand up for himself. Xiang Meng told Han Wu to still say if he needs anything. Xia Tian said that it is true, they will help. The Great Palace reported that a demigod had come to see His Excellency. He was allowed to enter. The ruler was in the Great Hall. He asked what the demigod wanted to talk to him about. The man greeted His Excellency and said that his name was Zhang Gang. He came to him to report a find. This can clarify the situation that happened in the world of divine ruins. The ruler frowned and told the man to say it immediately. If his find is useful, the ruler will reward him. Zhang Gang opened the box and told His Excellency that he found this locust's corpse in the very place where his people were holding a ritual. He only knows one person whose main representative is locusts. That person is Han Wu, a disciple of the Imperial Academy. He is sure that this guy has something to do with that incident. The ruler asked what Zhang Gang knows about that person, Han Wu. The man answered as he said, he is a preparatory course disciple of the Imperial Academy. He is a person of average ability, grew up without parents, and is currently still a divine being. The ruler was angry. Lightning and a dark aura seemed to appear around him. He shouted, Zhang Gang wants to say that some divine being was able to enter the ruins of the divine ravine. Moreover, he was able to kill the 6 demigods he sent and take what was rightfully his. Zhang Gang began to fall to the floor and bow, saying that he asked the ruler not to be angry. At first, he also could not believe that a divine being could even enter the divine ruins. However, a little later, he confirmed his suspicions, asking the locals about that guy and examining the area for traces of his creatures. The merchant who sells radioactive ore admitted that Han Wu had recently purchased a batch of ore from him. He had already checked the records of payment with divine power points. It was indeed Han Wu. There are also records from the inn through which Han Wu entered the world of the Divine Gorge. The enraged ruler said the demigod knows what awaits him if his words turn out to be a lie. But then the ruler agreed, told Zhang Gang to take his ore and leave. The man began to bow again and said that he was very grateful to His Excellency. He told his subordinate to do everything that an agent can do. He needs to check this guy, Han Wu, and also make sure that he does not have the ruler's treasure. If he does have it, then this impudent thief should be turned to ashes. At this time, Han Wu sneezed, but thought it was just a cold day outside. He needed to prepare properly for the next big lesson. He was afraid that Huan Xingjun would have a hard time with this. But he was glad that Teacher Ling's reward was really good. He held a jade flower pot in his hands, the seed planted in it. Each cycle would produce seeds of the corresponding plant. The higher the order of the plant, the longer the cycle. He took the seed and said, he thought that if he combined the plant fusion technique and the 6th level ghost vine, it would be truly incredible. With the jade flower pot, he would have a constant supply of ghost vine seeds, a perfect combination. But then he looked at the corpses of the demigods and realized that they would be perfect as catalysts for creating the Locust Lord. And then, when he fed the fruit of wisdom to the Lord, his combat power would soar beyond belief. He was surprised when Teacher Ling called him. He asked why she was calling him. She greeted him and said that she had bad news for Han Wu. He didn't understand what bad news she was talking about. Was it somehow related to the zombie city? She said that, unfortunately, it was true. The secret world of the zombie city was once given to their academy by Mr. Hai himself, one of the 3 main teachers of the Imperial Academy. Because of his actions in the secret world, the academy lost the coordinates of the zombie city. As he understands, Mr. Hai has already found out who the culprit is, and he became very angry. He asked excitedly, does this mean that he will now be expelled from the academy? Ling said, of course not. His actions did not go against the rules of the academy. However, Mr. Hai did not know how to calm his anger, so he decided to challenge Han Wu to a duel, but she would be their referee. He sighed with relief and said, now everything is clear to him. At least he will know that he will not be killed. He believes that Teacher Ling can be relied on. She said that it was true, she would protect her students, so he could not worry and fight with all his might. After the conversation, he tiredly fell onto the bed and said that he could not undo what he had done, so he would listen to Ling's advice. Shouts were heard in the huge arena of the Imperial Academy. The elders were shouting from the spectator seats. They shouted that they believed in Han Wu. If he felt that he was going to lose, he could just give up. Lena came to him and said that Teacher Hai was standing next to her. The protagonist greeted the teacher, a gloomy man with a heavy aura. He said that he would not use his abilities or spells in the duel. He would only use 1 million of his creatures. He did not care about victory or defeat, he just wanted to repay Han Wu for his secret world. Did the guy agree to such conditions? The protagonist replied that he agreed. He would do everything in his power not to disappoint Teacher Hai. Lena said that they should not hesitate. The duel location would be a hilly area. They could begin summoning their creatures. As soon as she pressed the system panel, they found themselves in a completely different place among the rocks. Teacher Hai said that he was starting. A portal appeared behind him, from which robots came out. More and more of them appeared, as if it were an army. Xiang Ming was shocked when he saw those creatures. He asked what kind of monsters were they that had such a terrifying aura. Xia Tian replied that they were Homo sapiens, a subspecies of the human race, extremely rare specimens. If he remembered correctly, they were naturally elite creatures with innate high intelligence and enormous potential for development. It is said that Homo sapiens develop so quickly that without special support from a god, they can reach the heroic type. Yulin said that she did not think that Teacher Hai would use heroic creatures against a disciple, but these monsters exude an aura of strength, it would be difficult for their junior. Xiang Meng shouted at Han Wu to surrender. If he surrendered, he would only lose half of his creatures. He would always have time to take revenge, now he needed to at least preserve what he had achieved. The teacher said discontentedly to shut up the disciple. He looked at Han Wu and thought that this guy was still afraid of him. He asked, Han Wu does not want to summon his creatures too? He apologized for making the teacher wait, and then summoned his insects from the portal. Clouds of Han Wu's insects began to fly over the Homo sapiens army. In addition, there were huge creatures. Teacher Hai was surprised. How could Han Wu evolve them into super elite creatures in such a large number? But then he was even more surprised when he saw a huge humanoid insect, a lord-type creature. How could locusts evolve into a lord, and behind them were red goblins with a lord at the head? The goblins readied their hammers and were in a very warlike mood, followed by a minotaur. The teacher didn't understand anything. Where did Han Wu get demonic minotaurs from? There was no lord among them. He was completely shocked when he saw the Imperial Wind Sword, which also belonged to the lord type. Hai stopped understanding what was happening, he was speechless. Following all the creatures, skeletons came out, which surprised the teacher no less. He began to really worry. 5 lords and a bone collector, who is at the peak of the combat power of heroic-type creatures. Even an experienced demigod would not be able to gather such an impressive army. This guy, is he really a divine being? Xiang Meng said in surprise. He thought that he was unlucky in the bloody arena back then. But now he clearly realizes that he did not have a single chance against Han Wu. Xia Tian told Xiang Meng to calm down. He is not the only one. The guy is not sure that even among their classmates there are those who could manage to gather such an army. Yulin said that their junior has a great future. All that remains is to officially enter the academy. They joyfully began to support Han Wu and shouted for him to go forward, to show everything he could do. The protagonist ordered the demonic bugs to attack and his huge army began to fly towards the Homo sapiens army. Teacher Hai's monsters began to use the same spell, creating a barrier against which Han Wu's bugs crashed and exploded. He was surprised, and then saw that Homo sapiens began to shoot huge fireballs at the bugs. All the attacks hit his insects, easily killing them. He screamed that this can't go on any longer and ordered the demonic bugs to retreat, and the fallen locusts to create a barrier. The insects lined up like a wall and created a barrier, against which the fireballs crashed. The teacher said that this was not enough to stop the onslaught of his Homo sapiens. He ordered his creatures to begin the attack, after which all the monsters raised their hands up. Han Wu looked in panic at the approaching giant energy ball. Did his teacher review the Dragon Ball? The teacher ordered an attack. From him an incinerating wave was directed towards Han Wu, which looked like a solid wall of fire. The protagonist screamed, "If this continues, they are finished, they need to destroy that barrier." He ordered the divine hammer to do this and a huge red goblin ran forward. The monster jumped and flew towards the barrier with a scream, swinging its hammer. He prepared to strike, approached the barrier, and after his powerful strike, a bright energy flashed. A huge crack appeared in the barrier, and a bright light was like the sun. Han Wu said that the goblin did a great job. Now he ordered the locusts to attack. A countless army of insects flew over his head. The sky above the Homo sapiens was completely filled with his insects. The elders were happy. Han Wu really had a chance. But the teacher said that they had just started fighting this weakling. The buzzing army of insects flew above the teacher's monsters, but Han Wu was worried. He had a lot of locusts, but their combat power was still weak. He did not think he could kill the entire crowd of Homo sapiens with only locusts. He looked at the skeleton and decided he needed to send a backup plan to the battlefield. As soon as he ordered the skeleton lord to attack, a squad of all the skeletons moved forward. Homo sapiens fought off the locusts with fire beams and fought the skeletons on the other side. Han Wu was unhappy with the absurdly large number of skills the teacher's monsters had. They were too versatile. Although the fight was advancing, he was still losing. He urgently needed to do something about the locusts. He needed to use the mutation source. But the source said that this time the enemy was much stronger than Han Wu. If the source did not immediately go into hibernation, it could be detected, so the mutation and gene lock directions would be unavailable to him for now. but the source wished the carrier good luck. Han Wu looked at his body in panic. He began to stretch his t-shirt and look for the source. Were they really making fun of him? This curse, it was no longer funny. The source had to come out. Why did the source decide to leave at the most inopportune moment? He began to roll on the floor and hit himself on the head, but no one came out. He tiredly and hopelessly stopped doing anything. It was useless. Now all hope was on his skeleton brother. He ordered the skeleton lord to show all his abilities. At this time the monster with his army was already tearing off body parts from Homo sapiens. The collector began to use his abilities. Skeletons connected to Homo sapiens rose from the ground, illuminated by bright rays. Xiang Meng realized that this was the trump card, and the collector continued to create new skeletons. Suddenly, a giant fiery explosion thundered. He did not understand what was happening. Teacher Hai said he admits that the undead have their own incredibly strong points. Replenishing their ranks with the corpses of the enemy is an unprecedented luxury for other creatures. Therefore, tens of thousands of years ago, the undead were a living nightmare for all civilizations. However, those times are long gone. Thanks to the research of many gods, they have found dozens of ways to control the undead. All gods of the rank of true god and above have at least one trump card designed to fight these creatures. If Han Wu considers this his trump card, then he will never rise above the demigod. The protagonists began to panic. The locusts were almost useless against his creatures. The undead could not be summoned, so the skeleton lord would not be able to fight. There were not even 1,000 red goblins together with the demonic minotaurs. Would he really have to surrender? At this time, Zhang Tai Jianfeng continued to swing his sword and chop the monsters. He told the monsters to die. Homo sapiens flew in different directions. The minotaur also helped with this. With each blow the monsters were divided in two or lost body parts. The minotaur trampled the Homo sapiens into the ground, scattered them in different directions. Han Wu began to worry when he saw them among the huge crowd of Homo sapiens. His Zhang Tai Jianfeng and the minotaur shaman went too deep into the enemy camp. They were already being surrounded. If nothing was done, they would die sooner or later. He ordered the dark locusts to shoot. His monster flew forward and prepared a bow with an arrow. When he shot, the arrow seemed to explode above the Homo sapiens. They looked up to see an incredible number of arrows flying down from the sky. Dark arrows have the corrosive properties of the shadow attribute. Despite their high durability and defense, some of the Homo sapiens were still subject to the effects of corrosion and numbness. Han Wu did not expect that the fruit of wisdom would shake the capabilities of the dark locusts so much. These arrows became much more deadly. The minotaur and Zhang Tai Jianfeng continued to crush the Homo sapiens. They scattered them to the sides, tore off their heads. Teacher Hai's monsters were scattered all over the battlefield, and Han Wu's subordinates ran freely around the area. But then the protagonist saw the Homo sapiens getting up from the ground. He did not believe that this was real. They recovered too quickly. Suddenly, the sky above Han Wu became darker. He was surprised, and through the clouds a dragon descended towards him. The monster said that Han Wu's indispensable ally, the great dark dragon Elphus, had come to his aid. Immediately, the battlefield was filled with troops of half-dragons who were rushing to attack. Yilin asked. Xia Tian also saw it. Is there a pure-blooded dark dragon? She couldn't believe that their junior had been hiding such a treasure all this time. Xiang Meng said that it really was a pure-blooded dragon, and a rare dark attribute one at that. He was sure that this huge creature had the potential to rise to the monarch type. Xia Tian told the depressed Xiang Meng that his defeat was predetermined. The teacher was also surprised. He didn't expect Han Wu to have such a trump card. And this guy hasn't even entered the first year yet. He definitely has a great future ahead of him. He wanted to say something, but the half-dragons landed in front of him, leaving behind a mountain of slaughtered Homo sapiens. He asked what kind of creatures they were, but then realized that they were half-dragons. There were few of them, but their power and insane recovery were unquestionable. Now he didn't even know how their confrontation would end. He suggested that Han Wu's disciple declare a draw, but the protagonist frowned. Elphus flew over Han Wu. He was surprised by the proposal of a draw. But then the dragon opened its mouth and screamed that Elphus would never agree to this. Xiang Meng asked, did he hear correctly that the teacher proposed a draw? Xia Tian asked, did Mr. Hai really see Han Wu as a threat? Yilin said, if this news gets out, what will happen to Han Wu? Ling's teacher asked the same question. She stood behind them and looked at them sternly. They, children, seemed to not understand something. If Hai used at least half of his abilities, Han Wu would have no chance, but he values talented students. They tensed up when they heard her voice, and she continued to speak. The fact that Master Hai proposed such an outcome meant that he recognized the potential of Han Wu's disciple. Now, Master Hai would definitely not want to let go of such a promising youth. Apparently, today would be the beginning of Han Wu's disciple's ascent to greatness. Master approached Han Wu and said that he had already cooled his head, so further fighting would only lead to completely unnecessary consequences. In addition, it would be useful for him to agree to a draw, because he planned to hand over the remains of his Homo sapiens army to Han Wu as an apology. The irritated dragon began to say that this would not happen. He was the great dark dragon Elphus, he would not accept it. But Han Wu shut his mouth and told him to be silent, showing with a gesture he did not believe that Master was speaking seriously. But Master Hai said that it was so, he would hand over Homo sapiens to him, but he had a condition. When Han Wu officially entered the Imperial Academy, he would have to become his disciple. The protagonist was surprised. Hai wants to make him his disciple? Lena immediately appeared behind him and asked, why doesn't he thank Mr. Hai for such a great opportunity? Mr. Hai is not only one of the 3 most powerful mentors of the Imperial Academy, but also an excellent teacher. Every year, the queue of students who want to get under his leadership stretches for 500 meters, she is not exaggerating. Han Wu calculated that if you take 2 people for each meter, you get at least 1,000 people. The teacher said that he thinks correctly, and besides, their academy accepts only 2,500 people every year. Han Wu immediately approached Teacher Hai and bowed. He said that he was very grateful to him for the opportunity. If Hai wants, he is ready to become his disciple right now. The teacher said okay, they will consider the contract a success. As he promised, he will send the remaining 820,000 Homo sapiens to Han Wu's divine realm. Han Wu can consider this his investment in his future, but he will still have to wait with the apprenticeship. He must officially enter the academy. He does not care about others at all, but he is very demanding of his students. So, before entering the first year, he must have time to become a perfect demigod. Does Han Wu understand what this means? The protagonist replied that he knows about it. Teacher Lena said that before turning into a demigod, you need to saturate your body with divinity. But Hai said that Han Wu must also receive a divine title from the god of death himself. If he can fulfill these 2 conditions, then after entering, he will officially become Hai's disciple. After these words, his elders began to run to Han Wu. They congratulated Han Wu. Then the teacher realized that they had an audience. They understand that no one should know about what happened, right? This also applies to their teachers. Did he explain it to them clearly? Xia Tian replied, Master Hai knows their teacher's character. They will not be able to dodge if he asks. Then he threw gold cards to 3 students at once. After that, all 3 smiled and said that they had already forgotten about what they saw. Teacher Lena looked at them in bewilderment and said, apparently, they are completely fearless saddle, if they dared to blackmail the elder god. The next day, classes continued at the academy, and Qin Shuang came to Han Wu and asked, could she ask him for a favor? They walked in the academy park. Qin Shuang said that her family had decided to intermarry with the Su Tai family. As he understood, they wanted to marry her off to him. Han Wu said he did not think that such a thing still existed in the modern world. Did her parents mind? She replied that her parents were just demigods who had recently received the divine title of the God of Light. They would have no influence on her grandfather's decision, and her grandfather was the only true god in their family. His decisions were unquestionable. Han Wu asked who would become her husband, Su Tai. She sadly replied that this was the case initially, but the heads of the families changed their minds after Su Tai's defeat in the last lesson. Now her fiancé should be Su Gang, Su Tai's older brother. The protagonist realized that their families were serious. How could he help her? He promised to do everything in his power. She thanked him, and he asked what she was thanking him for? After all, they were already married. It would be strange if he did not stand up for his wife. Qin Shuang hit him hard and embarrassedly told him to shut up, and Han Wu started coughing from the blow. But he said that now he would know his real Qin Shuang. She did not have to worry. In any case, he will go with her and tried to help her refuse this marriage. She nodded with relief. 3 days later, they arrived at the city of the Qin Shuang family. Han Wu looked around in surprise and asked, is she a princess? The girl answered. Although the city of Qin cannot be compared to the imperial capital, but there are 10 million people living here. They turned around when Uncle Zhong told the young lady that her parents ordered him to pick her up. They were waiting at the residence. She thanked him for his concern and introduced him to her classmate Han Wu. Uncle Zhong realized that this young man was also a preparatory course student of the academy. He must be a talented youth. Han Wu thanked him for such words, and then Uncle Zhong invited everyone to get into the car they were waiting. While they were driving, Qin Shuang was worried. Han Wu noticed this and told her not to worry. He would definitely protect her in case of danger. Soon Qin Shuang said that they had arrived. There were screams coming from her house. Qin Shuang's father said, no one had ever said that he would have to sacrifice his daughter's freedom before. Why should she suffer alone for the sake of the entire family? Is that okay? His brother said that he had no right to say that. After all, his daughter had achieved such results thanks to their family's resources. What's wrong with repaying? But he said that the third brother's children also used their family's resources. But he had never seen them sacrifice anything to repay. For example, his third daughter spent a lot of their family's money to enter a not very good academy by arrangement. Should she then marry Su Gang? Just as third brother said, this way she can fulfill her duty to the family. Third brother should not talk to others like that. He should choose his words carefully. Han Wu said that this was like a performance. Did everyone in their family treat their children like that? Qin Shuang opened the doors to the hall and said that she was not going to marry into the Su family. Her uncle said that this was nonsense. How dare she interfere in the elders' conversation? Apparently, their Qin Shuang was tired after the journey. She needed to be taken to her room. Another uncle said that little Qin Shuang herself knew that as a member of their family, she had an obligation to contribute to their development. The Su family was a very rich clan with a true god at its head. If she married the Su gang, she would have everything she wanted. Her father covered Qin Shuang with himself and told them not to even think about touching her. As soon as they touched her with even a finger, he would not hold back. The uncle said that the sixth brother spoiled his daughter too much. It would not do her any good. But Qin Shuang's father shouted that he was doing this for the child's benefit. His daughter was a preparatory course student of the Imperial Academy, someone who would definitely become a true god in the future. He would not allow them to ruin her future. His brother shouted that he was completely crazy. He would not let this happen until his grandfather said so himself. He agreed that Qin Shuang had incredible potential, but now she was still a divine being. When would she become that true god? In tens or even hundreds of years. Right now, their family only had one true god. They had to save him by any means necessary. Qin Shuang's father himself knew what steps the other families would take when the Qin family lost their true god. They could not allow that to happen. Han Wu asked Uncle Zhong how Qin Shuang's marriage and the safety of their family leader were connected. He struggled to explain that some time ago, their leader had traveled to a foreign civilization's world. The people of that world captured him and threatened to execute him. They also put forward the condition that they would only negotiate with the true god. As Han Wu understood, only the Su family responded to the request for help with the condition of marriage. The protagonist realized that the Su family was well aware that Qin Shuang had every chance of becoming a true god in the future. He would even be surprised if they did not take advantage of such a great opportunity. So they just needed a true god who could negotiate. Maybe Yuan Zhong would help. He called him. The guy immediately answered and asked. Han Wu wanted to borrow some divinity again. He said that was not the case. This time he wanted to ask Yuan Zhong for a favor. He needed Yuan Zhong to rescue a true god from imprisonment in one of the outer worlds. It did not matter whether he kidnapped this god or negotiated. The guy replied that he understood everything. Han Wu did not need to continue. He knew who they were talking about. He also knew that the true god of the world where the head of the Qin family was imprisoned was quite strong, although he should be weaker than Yuan Zhong. Happy? Han Wu asked. If so, will the true god help him? The guy replied that he would only do so if they found a suitable price. He thought, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that the services of the true gods would cost an incredible amount. The Qin family could certainly pay them off, but it would be a huge blow to their financial status. And this could affect their attitude towards Qin Shuang. Well, if he decided to help, he would do everything himself. He asked, does the true god still need artifact sources? How much does he want? Yuan Zhong said that Han Wu was insightful. He spent about 30,000 sources on repairing his spear, so he would take that much for his work. Han Wu said that they had agreed, 30,000 sources for saving the true god. Han Wu would send him his coordinates. They needed to discuss the details. At this time, the dispute continued. The uncle said that Qin Shuang could not follow his selfishness. But suddenly everyone was surprised when Han Wu asked to intervene. He came over, and Uncle Qin Shuang asked who he was. Could everyone walk around the house or were they in the conference room? He ordered Han Wu to be taken away, but Qin Shuang blocked him with her body and said that he was her classmate. He came to help her. An angry Uncle Qin Shuang said that he was not a classmate at all. He would not participate in such a dangerous matter. Obviously, he was her lover. Now it was clear why she was so opposed to marriage. Qin Shuang said that this was nonsense, but the uncle continued to say that she was a descendant of a true god. She should find a partner appropriate for her status. Is there a true god in the young man's family? He said that there was no true god in his family, not even a demigod. She was on her own, they understand, right? But he had a bottle of divine drink. After his words, Qin Shuang asked him to stop it. Uncle Qin Shuang said that Han Wu had just proven himself worthless. He was not worthy of becoming a member of their family. They would not allow Qin Shuang to marry him. There were 500 million god points on this card. It was enough for him to last a lifetime. He could take it and disappear from their Qin Shuang's life. The male lead smiled and said that he was grateful. In that case, he would use this money to pay for the service of the true god he asked to save the head of their family. Uncle Qin Shuang pointed out to her that this guy had no doubts when he exchanged her for 500 million. In addition, he said that he would use it to pay for the service of the true god. But after saying this, he realized it and was indignant. This was nonsense. Another Uncle Qin Shuang asked, "Does Han Wu think 500 million is enough to pay for the service of a god? They will not do anything for such a small amount. Has the guy even met true gods? He feels like this guy is just stalling for time. Maybe he is working for some family?" Qin Shuang's father said, he understands that this guy is trying to somehow intercede for her, but his words are meaningless. He should leave. But she said if Han Wu said that he asked the true god for help, then that is how it is. Qin Shuang's uncle said that he does not have infinite patience, but if he is so confident in his words, then he is willing to spend some of his time. Han Wu can tell how he is going to get the help of the true god of the Su Tai family for only 500 million. But the protagonist asked, who said that he turned specifically to the Su Tai family, are there no other true gods in the world? Then the man got angry and shouted that now he had enough. He will not listen to this nonsense anymore. The guy should take the card and leave. If he were not Qin Shuang's classmate, he would be worse off. But one of the brothers asked the elder to stop. Then the man himself said in surprise that he felt the aura of a true god. Everyone stood silently in the great hall, and Han Wu said, apparently his friend has already arrived. He wants to warn them right away that this guy is much stronger than the true god of the Su family. The man said, he definitely felt the aura of a true god. Did this guy tell them the truth even though it sounded like complete nonsense? Uncle Qin Shuang asked. Han Wu knows that his lie will be revealed right now. You can't joke with true gods. He said indifferently, if they don't believe, they can ask the god themselves, and he will greet the guest in the meantime. He went outside, seeing Yuanzhong in the sky with its strong aura. The true god was approaching the house, after which Uncle Qin Shuang bowed and said that they welcomed the true god. He must have heard about the head of their family being in trouble and decided to help them. Yuanzhong looked at the man and said that he was not interested in a demigod. He was embarrassed and could not answer, and Han Wu only laughed. Then Yuanzhong asked, where is Han Wu? Qin Shuang could not believe that this true god was invited by the protagonist. The two brothers were talking. They heard that the true god said the name of that guy. When Han Wu said that he was standing right in front of Yuanzhong was very surprised. Could this young weakling of the divine being rank be the one he called his master? He asked, is Han Wu really the one he had been cooperating with all this time? The protagonist became worried, but then showed the artifact and said that it was him. Yuanzhong remembers the source of the artifact, right? Then the god put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was amazing. He never thought that Han Wu was so young, but the protagonist noticed that Yuanzhong himself was very young. When they entered the house, the true god asked, so this is the Han Wu family? But the guy said no, he has nothing to do with the Qin family. One of the brothers became nervous, realizing that this guy was clearly offended by them. He went to Shuang's father and asked, this guy is his daughter's classmate, right? He should try to convince him to help their family. The other brothers also came over. They said that's right. They are one family and should support each other. He can't just leave them in such a difficult situation. Their brother should think for himself. If this true god helps them rescue the head, then Qin Shuang will not have to marry Su Gang. After all, he himself wants this, so can't he somehow influence the situation? Qin Shuang listened to them in surprise. Her father came up to her and said that his daughter is an excellent judge of character if she could befriend such a young man. And now is the time to take advantage of their acquaintance. If they can save the head of their family, then no one else will dare to even tell their family about marriage. She blushed with embarrassment and said that Dad misunderstood her. He and Han Wu are not on such a relationship. But he said that it was only a matter of time. She thinks he does not know his daughter's character? If she did not like this guy, she would never bring him to their house. And he also has to say that he is not at all against his candidacy. Will she talk to him? She looked at him embarrassedly, and when she approached, he said that she was in time. The true God agreed to save the head of their family. She can tell Dad to give him the information about her grandfather and the agreement token as soon as possible. The God is in a hurry. She was surprised by such a quick solution to the matter. Did the God really agree to those 500 million? He shut her mouth and said she does not need to worry about the reward. He settled everything, but can she do as he says? She didn't believe that a true God would agree to something like this for just 500 million God points. Han-woo must have promised to give him something from his own funds, and it was all for her sake. Yuan-jong told Han-woo not to forget the payment he promised, to which Han-woo replied, he won't forget. Soon, the true God flew high into the sky, and Han-woo waved his hand and asked him to come back quickly. All of Qin Shuang's uncles were now smiling. They asked, Han-woo must be tired after such a mess. Maybe he wants to have dinner? That's right, Han-woo is visiting them for the first time. They can give him a little tour after dinner. He pulled Qin Shuang close and said, if she hadn't asked him to help, he would never have helped them, so they should be grateful to her. Her father laughed and said that it was true, and the young man was still a good boy. 2 days later, classes were still going on at the academy. Su-tai was looking for the two of them, asking if they had been found yet. The guys said no, they weren't in the arena, they weren't in the dining hall either. He got angry and said that this was bad. They had been gone for 2 days already. Did they really go to her family? But he wouldn't let them interfere with their plans. He himself returned to the Su family's city and began telling his grandfather that he was sure that Qin Shuang and Han-woo had gone to her family. They were up to something. His grandfather was also angry. Their family's daughter-in-law was hanging out with another guy somewhere? What if this news got out somewhere? Wouldn't it be such a blow to their family's reputation? He told Su-gang and Su-tai to follow him and sort this out. They said that they would listen to him, and Su-tai thought that this time he would definitely destroy Han-woo. At this time, Han-woo and Qin Shuang were in the forest. He looked at her and thought, with 500 million divinity points, he could get about 100,000 artifact sources. 30,000 of them would go to Yuan-jong right away. The rest should be enough to raise gluttony to the 4th level. It seemed like he would soon have an army of heroic locusts. He laughed, and she asked what he was thinking about when he was drooling. Uncle Zhong suddenly ran over to them and called out to the mistress. They saw his alarm and asked what happened. He said that the true God of the Su family had arrived. Su-tai and his elder brother were there too. The 6th master ordered him to warn them and hide them somewhere. The Qin family brothers were discussing this. According to their information, they would arrive at the house within 10 minutes. The true God of the Su-tai family wouldn't come to them without warning just like that. It probably has something to do with the marriage. Han-woo's father said now that Han-woo had decided to save the family leader, there was no point in their families marrying. But his brother said that the 6th master was too narrow-minded. The Su family leader was not an easy person. If he found out what they had done, he might think that they didn't respect his family. Then things would be difficult for them. Qin Shuang's father said in that case, they would have to pretend to the last that everything was in place, and hope that the family leader would return soon. They had no other choice. His brother asked, did he think the Su family leader was some kind of fool? If he decided to come to them personally, it meant that he had thought of everything. They were getting nervous. This was bad. Their situation was terrible. They were really at a dead end. They would have to agree to this marriage after all. If the true God was really angry, then their entire Qin family would suffer. Qin Shuang's father shouted in displeasure that they were talking nonsense. What would they say to his son-in-law? They must not forget that it was he who invited his familiar true God and decided the matter of saving their leader. They could not betray their family's benefactor like this. But his brother said that it was time for him to stop resisting. Did he really want their entire family to die because of his one daughter? Then Qin Shuang's father angrily shouted at the third brother, this is too impudent. Why is he shifting the blame onto his daughter when he himself is the one who initiated this terrible marriage? Their other marriage told them to stop right now. They are acting like children. At this point, he only sees one way out that will satisfy both parties. Let Han-woo and the son of the Su family decide in a duel who will get Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang's father shouted, why are they treating his daughter like some kind of thing? But the other brothers said that he was right. This way they would not offend either side. 6th brother should listen to their words. This is the only way they can protect their family. But they were horrified when the head of the Su family shouted, why are the descendants of the Qin Shuang family? Why did no one come out to greet the true God? They immediately ran outside and said they were very glad that the elder Su graced them with his presence. The head of the family displeasedly said that this was enough for him, he was not there to listen to their flattery. They would immediately arrange his grandson's wedding, and then he would go to save their family head. So they had to bring Qin Shuang to him immediately. But Uncle Qin Shuang bowed and told Elder Su that his niece's classmate had already invited a true god and resolved the matter involving their house head. So he hoped that the house head would show his generosity and forget about Qin Shuang. The house head of Su became angry and his aura lit up. He said that some demigod dared to openly go against the words of a true god. He thought that such impudence could be forgotten. At that moment, the entire sky was covered with dark clouds and thunderstorms, and a strong wind blew. All the brothers fell to the floor in a bow and begged the house head of Su to stop it. Then Qin Shuang rushed into the room and also asked him to stop it, otherwise their house would be destroyed. They ran into the hall, which was filled with ice. Su Tai told his brother that this was the Han Wu he was talking about. His brother said that he understood everything, and Han Wu would not leave alive. The angry grandfather of the Su family told Qin Shuang that if she wanted him to spare her family, she should just accept her fate and agree to marry his grandson. Then he would not harm his own family members, he gave his word. She did not understand why she should do this at all, such a thing would never happen. Her uncle stood in front of the head of the Su family, and asked him not to be angry with Qin Shuang. She was still too young and did not fully understand how their world works. Their head would definitely convince her when he returned. Another uncle asked the sixth brother to calm his daughter down before she angered Mr. Su even more. The head of the Su family asked, "So this guy is the benefactor who came to prevent the marriage between their families? He can try to justify himself, but if the boss doesn't like his explanation, he won't leave alive." The protagonist replied that he was only there to help his friend, who was in a difficult situation because of him. So Han Wu doesn't think it's necessary to explain himself to him, or is there a rule in their god world that forbids helping friends? Su Tai shouted angrily, "How dare Han Wu show such disrespect to his grandfather?" The protagonist asked, "Is the pride of true gods so vulnerable?" He only told the truth. How could Su Tai see disrespect in these words? Su Gang said that his brother told him a lot about Han Wu, but he never thought that the guy was so self-confident. If he is still sane, he should leave right now and try not to get caught by them again. Otherwise, he will perceive this as a provocation from their Su family. But the protagonist just asked in bewilderment, "Has it come to provocation already?" "Okay, so be it, he won't go anywhere." Su Gang said, "That's great, so he'll die today because of his pride." He began to approach Han Wu, preparing his spells and energy. Qin Shuang's father wanted to stop them. They weren't going to have a duel, were they? But the head of the Su family stopped him and said, his grandson decided to join the fight to protect the honor of their family. They, the Qin family, really want to interfere in this? He must remember that in this case, the head of the Su family will not be left out. Su Gang used Divine Realm Transfer. Ice cliffs appeared around Han Wu. The guy ran out of the gate to the Divine Realm. He never thought that there were so many undeveloped lands in the benefactor's Divine Realm. It was just a shame. He summoned his creatures, super elite steel warriors. Their talent is steel armor, divine power. They have the ability to transform steel. They can change their steel armor at will. Han Wu frowned. This guy's steel warriors can change their armor. They are much more dangerous than Su Tai's steel knights. Su Gang shouted for his steel warriors to crush them, destroy anyone who gets in their way. The huge army of warriors moved forward, and Han Wu ordered his humanoid insects to attack back. The steel warriors fought with the normal insects, and easily cut them down with their swords, but then the mutated insects began to shoot from the bow. The Iron Knight began to quickly approach the Lord and prepared his sword, enhanced by energy. However, the insect lord threw the Iron Warrior back with his spear, and then there was another blow, from which the warrior seemed to explode. Su Gang became angry. He admits that he underestimated Han Wu, but it will not happen again. He stood in front of a huge portal and ordered the rest of the warriors to attack.